Land of Hypocrisy. Kennie Anderson. This book is divided into 4 sections. Some readers may wish to focus on the areas in which they are most interested. The 4 main sections are: Section 1 Military and Media 101 serves as an introduction to military activity and the formulation of public opinions. In addition to clarifying how information is distributed, this section explains basic techniques of the U.S. military and the U.S. strategies in foreign policy. Section 2 Victims Galore summarizes the major American foreign interventions since World War II, examining in each case the reasons for U.S. intervention, the actions taken, and the results. Section 3 State of the Union focuses on issues in America. Focal points include crime, the justice system, racism, healthcare, corporate corruption, and the environment. Section 4 What Now? Provides a look at the potential conflicts that may soon arise out of the effects of self-serving corporate and military ventures. Included in this section is a summary of September 11 related information and proposals for a better tomorrow. Introduction. Truth often passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted. This process occurs when a new truth is revealed that contradicts current superstition, whether the truth comes out about the earth not being the center of the universe or the truth comes out about the horrible atrocities committed by the United States government. Yes, violence and oppression exist all over the world, and the United States is not the only country that has done wrong and made mistakes. But there is currently only one country that has conducted destruction with such strong involvement on a global scale. There is only one imperialistic empire that has been so deeply linked to so many corrupt dictatorships, oppressive regimes, and corporate exploitations. This material will focus on that one country. Many say to people who criticize the government, if you don't like the country, then why don't you leave? First of all, there is no utopia, and concerned citizens will point out problems and strive for improvements wherever they live. Running away from these problems will not solve them. Additionally, if they were to leave the country, the problems inherent to the country would often affect them more if they lived abroad. In fact, the only way one can escape a global superpower with military and economic domination would be to employ a space shuttle. Readers not raised in America probably have a better understanding of these pages. It is easier to recognize wrongdoings when one hasn't been educated by the perpetrator. Many Americans will see the cover of this work and be overwhelmed with defensiveness or hostility and would rather burn it than read it. Most of those people have never even considered the possibility that the United States might be guilty of some very serious wrongdoings. If this work seems to be biased towards the oppressed people of the world and doesn't defend the position of the government or corrupt corporations, it is because there is no need to publicize the position that is already stated in 99% of the mass media. The purpose of this work is to accurately present the world from a perspective other than the one that is hammered out by the mass media and show viewpoints of those other than the rich and powerful. Despite the constant bombardment of propaganda boasting how great America is, many have seen glimpses of the ugly side and are not buying the American fairytale. Some will read these pages with a sense of confirmation. These are the people who already have suspicions about the interests and motives of the rich and powerful. There are also those who will read these pages with great scrutiny. Hopefully they will eventually apply that same scrutiny to the misinformation and deception being disseminated by the media for their corporate and government sponsors. It is difficult for people to change their opinions after they've reached a certain stage of development in their experiences and education. Beliefs are too strongly rooted in the foundations of their earlier years. Opinions were molded by early environmental factors and experiences, and many reject anything that does not support the information they were exposed to earlier. The premature formulation of irreversible opinions is the result of people making judgments with only limited information. Many choose what they believe without researching a subject, and end up basing their belief on the information they are initially exposed to, even if that information is completely false. This book focuses on challenging the myths and lies by presenting facts of record that have been ignored or concealed by mainstream sources of information. America's Greatest Hits. Astonishingly, many Americans seem to be completely unaware of many of the atrocities committed by their own country. Ripping off the blindfold, the following contains a partial list of the death toll that American militarism and intervention has caused in the world during recent history. The facts of this list will be expanded upon in following sections. Additional interventions will also be presented in following sections. This list includes interventions conducted both overtly and covertly. It includes the use of force through militaries armed, trained, funded, and directed by the U.S. Some of these atrocities only had a few U.S. officials actively involved, but these puppet armies would never have been capable of such destruction without U.S. financing, supplying, and assistance. There are countless mass killings missing from this list that the U.S. is responsible for, but this list covers the most violent crimes committed by the U.S. government in recent history. Unfathomable death tolls are listed here, but it is important to not just think in terms of numbers and statistics. We should visualize each of the beautiful lives that were destroyed. Imagine stadiums filled with Korean children dying from napalm before your eyes. Visualize the mothers in Iraq digging up the corpses of their children. Picture children in Vietnam who were born without legs or arms because of residual effects of Agent Orange. Envision tens of thousands of Japanese civilians being wiped out by atomic bombs before they even knew what hit them. Think about the children in Nicaragua crying on the street, seeking their mothers, not knowing that they had been killed by us-created Contras. See the atrocities through the eyes of countless loving parents in El Salvador who were forced to watch their infant children beat to death against rocks. Think about what it must have been like to be those victims or their grieving loved ones. Worthy of noting is that almost all of these slaughters have been directed at non-whites, and the vast majority of the victims of U.S. militarism are civilians. These innocent lives are the victims of the relentless drive by the United States corporate and military elite for global economic domination. These victims have given their lives so that a small percentage of Americans can prosper. The following is a partial list of atrocities, massacres, murders, and injuries in recent history for which the United States is responsible. 3 million Vietnamese murdered over the course of about 30 years of U.S. aggression. Well over 300,000 Japanese were massacred when the U.S. raided Tokyo and dropped nuclear bombs on the urban civilian areas of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 600,000 civilians were killed in Cambodia by U.S. bombing between 1969 and 1975. Over 500,000 people were killed in Laos when America subjected civilians to secret bombing from 1964 to 1973, dropping over 2 million tons of bombs on the country. Over 1/4 of the population also became refugees. 100,000 people were murdered in South Korea prior to the Korean War by a brutal repression supported by U.S. forces in 1945. This includes between 30,000 and 40,000 killed during the suppression of a peasant revolt on Jeju Island. Up to 4,500,000 Koreans were killed from 1951 to 1953 during America's massive slaughter in the Korean War. 200,000 were murdered when the Philippines were conquered by American forces. 23,000 people were slaughtered in Taiwan by US-backed, trained, equipped, and funded forces during the late 1940s. 700,000 Indonesians were murdered in 1965 when the U.S. armed and supported General Suharto. 200,000 were slaughtered in East Timor in 1975 by General Suharto with U.S. support. 750,000 civilians were driven from their homes in East Timor by Indonesian forces in 1999 and 10,000 were killed. Over 1,700,000 Iraqis have been killed by U.S. bombings and sanctions, mostly women and children. Over 1 million lives were lost during the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, in which the U.S. used direct force and supported Hussein and Iraq. 35,000 Kurds were killed, 3,500 villages were destroyed, and between 2 million and 3 million became homeless as a result of aggression by Turkey with U.S. arming and training in the 1990s. Over 1 million people were killed in Afghanistan's civil war from 1979 to 1992, in which the US strongly supported the Mujahideen, the most violent and sadistic of the forces. 45,000 people were killed in South Lebanon since 1982 by Israel, always armed and supported by the US. Thousands have been killed in Palestine and millions were made refugees by US-backed Israel. Over 150,000 were killed in Greece when America advised, equipped, and financed violent interventions in the late 1940s and late 1960s. Over 75,000 civilians were killed and over 1 million refugees were created in El Salvador from 1980 to 1994 when the US intensely supported the efforts of a brutal regime and its death squads to eliminate a popular uprising. 40,000 civilians were killed by the US-backed National Guard in Nicaragua over the course of almost 50 years. 30,000 lives were killed by the US Contras in Nicaragua from 1979 to 1989. 200,000 Guatemalans were slaughtered from 1960 to 1990s by a military apparatus trained, armed, funded, and assisted by America. Over 35,000 Colombian civilians have been killed during the US-supported Colombian war against left-wing rebels. More than 4,000 innocent civilians were killed in Panama during the US invasion in 1989. Hundreds of thousands were killed by US direct and indirect interventions in Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Peru, and Argentina from the mid-60s through the 80s. 50,000 Haitians were killed when the US military destroyed a peasant uprising in 1915. Between 4,000 and 5,000 Haitians were killed in the early 1990s by US-established forces. Thousands were killed in the Dominican Republic during the 1960s when US and Dominican troops crushed a pro-Bosch rebellion. Over 3,000 were killed and countless others injured by US interventions in Cuba. Hundreds were killed or injured when the US invaded Grenada IW Besa. Over 50,000 Somalians were killed between 1978 and 1990 by US-supported Syed Barre. Up to 10,000 more Somalians were killed directly by US troops during America's humanitarian mission in 1993. In the US-supported Rwandan genocide, an estimated 800,000 people were killed in just 100 days in 1994. Over 300,000 were killed and 80,000 were crippled in Angola from a US-supported civil war. Tens of thousands were killed and up to 200,000 were tortured in Chad by Hissan Habre with US support during the 1980s. Over 1 million were killed during Mozambique's civil war, in which the brutally violent Renamo forces were supported by the US. 1,500,000 were killed between 1980 and 1988 in southern Africa by the US-armed South Africa. Thousands of people in Pacific Islands, Puerto Rico, Utah, California, Nevada, Washington, New Mexico, and various other places have been killed, infected, or harmed as a result of US weapon experiments. Hundreds of civil rights activists have been beaten, tortured, framed, and killed in the US by government agencies in recent history. Hundreds of Black Panther supporters and American Indians were framed, beaten, or murdered by the FBI and its cohorts in the late 60s and early 70s. Over 1,200 immigrants and citizens in America were detained after September 11, 2001, without evidence of law-breaking or terrorist activity. Thousands have been killed during America's recent war on terror. 10. Media, education, and propaganda. Our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, kept us in a continuous stampede of patriotic fervor, with the cry of grave national emergency. Always there has been some terrible evil at home or some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it. General Douglas MacArthur, 1957. Postage, of the newspapers, they will have you hating the oppressed HD loving the people doing the oppressing. Malcolm X. Private capitalists inevitably control, directly or indirectly, the main sources of information. It is thus extremely difficult, and indeed in most cases quite impossible, for the individual citizen to come to objective conclusions and to make intelligent use of his political rights. Albert Einstein. Look, if you think any American official is going to tell you the truth, then you're stupid. Did you hear that? Stupid. Arthur Sylvester, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, 1965. The whole point of brainwashing is that those being brainwashed don't know it. Graham Haley. Media domination and massive propaganda is an absolute necessity for the government. The government could have all the bombs and money in the world, but without control of the public mind they could not behave as they do. If the general population were to become aware of the true motives and outcomes of the actions of corporations and politicians, the greed and corruption would be extremely minimized. This is why the US government must be intertwined with the media and continuously pushes its educational and propaganda campaigns on the unsuspecting public. First, it should be noted that the major media are large corporations, owned by and connected with even larger conglomerates. Just like any corporation, they are selling a product to a 11. Market. The media's primary function is to sell to the public, not inform them. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, it is now possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without their knowing it. Edward Bernays, founder of the public relations industry. There are tens of thousands more public relations practitioners than reporters in the US. These PR specialists are trained to block, warp, and create information in order to benefit their clients. Obviously, the outlook on world events that is presented by the media reflects the narrow interests of the sellers, buyers, and the products. Hence, the mass media serves as a public relations industry for the rich and powerful. Most of what you see on TV is, in effect, a canned PR product. Most of what you read in the paper and see on television is not news. Senior Vice President of Gray & Company. In the past few decades, continuous corporate takeovers and mergers have consolidated the media into a handful of all-powerful media gods. This massive media machine has become a propaganda choir for the government. The media and government are so intertwined that it is sometimes hard to see where one ends and the other begins. A graphic example of this is the National Broadcast Company, the leading outlet of broadcast news in the country with MSNBC and CNBC under it and numerous news magazines. NBC is owned and controlled by General Electric, one of the nation's largest defense contractors. It's no coincidence that NBC was cheerleading for US military actions in places like Kosovo while General Electric was posting substantial profits from weapons and technology sales. Arthur Sylvester, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs and the man most responsible for giving, controlling, and managing the war news from Vietnam, succinctly revealed the government's domination of the media. In July 1965, Sylvester told 2. American journalists that they had a patriotic duty to disseminate only information that made the United States look good. One newsman replied, "Surely, Arthur, you don't expect the American press to be 12. Handmaidens of government." Arthur replied, "That's exactly what I expect." Arthur then added, "Look, if you think any American official is going to tell you the truth, then you're stupid. Did you hear that? Stupid." Not only does the media behave because it wants to be on good terms with its big brother, it also behaves to stay competitive. If a news outlet did a story that shed negative light upon the government and military, many viewers would probably switch to a competitor's news coverage that wouldn't conflict with their deep-rooted, patriotic views. This is why the Fox News channel has become quite popular lately. Additionally, the media would not want to present information that would reflect negatively on its advertisers. If they did follow-up reports on the hardships of the thousands of AT&T employees who were laid off during times of record profits for the company, they would lose an advertiser. If they showed the rotting corpses of children killed by bombs in Iraq, it would conflict with the interests of the military advertisements that are abundant during commercial breaks. These commercials need to portray soldiers as heroes, not murderers. They need to look respectable and dignified. Commercials that declare with pride that they are paid for by the US Army, Navy, etc. would not be as effective at recruiting more victims of the propaganda campaign if the media showed the devastating results that these men of honor have brought upon the world. Noam Chomsky, a distinguished intellectual and political analyst, has pointed out that there are two main audiences the media has to deal with when addressing American issues. One is the 20% of the population that is somewhat well educated and involved or interested in politics. The other 80% of the population are merely spectators. They are the herd of people who are not expected to become involved in important issues. They are the target of the real mass media. They are the demanding audience for tabloids, celebrity gossip, soap operas, and televised sporting events. The major media of the United States function as a diversion for the mass herd of spectators. Through this diversion, major media reinforces such American social values as passivity, submissiveness to authority, the virtue of greed and personal gain, lack of concern for others, and fear of real or imagined enemies. The goal is to keep the masses distracted, ignorant, and obedient, and not burden them with the reality of the world. This is the way the powers that be want the masses. 13. To live. If the people were exposed to too much reality, they may take it upon themselves to change things. It is the government and media that constantly maintain the pretension of national unity. It is they who lead the masses to believe that the government represents them and not the corporations that supply 95% of their campaign funds. It is they who create the illusion of the common enemy overseas and ignore the true enemies at home. Despite all this, the mirage of a free and competitive press continues to exist. In reality, laws, government agencies, and lack of funds have suppressed the independent outlets of information, and the general American public is stuck with the mass media. The mass media's version of news is simply a methodical and intentional distortion of reality. The mass media is notorious for its headlines on trivial matters and complete absence of reporting on important issues. For example, newspaper headlines might read something like "Movie sequel breaks weekend records," "Broncos defeat Raiders," or "McDonald's employee arrested for indecent exposure." None of these news stories measure up to the 30,000 children who die every day from common illness and malnutrition. The media focuses on the trivial, while the harsh reality of current events in East Timor, Africa, Iraq, Latin America, Eastern Europe, etc. go unnoticed by the masses. One strategy employed by the government and media is a fear-inducing policy. When they increase the fear of crime, minorities, some foreign power, etc., they have more control over the public. These attention-grabbing stories distract viewers from the real problems facing the average American and the harsh reality of problems around the world. When focusing on stories about murder trials, school shootings, and community violence in general, the mass media does so for its fear-inducing value, which often leads to continued coverage/viewership and better ratings. During this coverage, the focus will be on the gruesome details of the act and the search for an entity to blame, avoiding focus on the real root of the problem, the violent government which creates violent citizens and teaches them that violence is the best means to an end by the example it sets. 14. We live in a dirty and dangerous world. There are some things the general public does not need to know and shouldn't. I believe democracy flourishes when the government can take legitimate steps to keep its secrets and when the press can decide whether to print what it knows. Katharine Graham, former owner of the Washington Post. Any dictator would admire the uniformity and obedience of the media. Noam Chomsky. When it comes to reporting on world events, the biased nature of the mass media is quite obvious. Most of this goes unnoticed by the masses. For example, when a country on bad terms with the United States violently intervenes in foreign affairs, the U.S. media labels the act as terrorism. When America and its client states violently intervene in foreign affairs, the U.S. media labels it as peacekeeping. The actual acts are referred to as defense and peacekeeping missions. Acts of violence where civilians are killed because of aggression against a U.S. corporate/political target are called terrorist attacks. When the U.S. slaughters innocent civilians in conjunction with its violent political agenda, the deaths are callously referred to as collateral damage. U.S. soldiers captured in war are called POWs. Soldiers captured by the U.S. are called unlawful combatants, which the U.S. then uses to justify depriving them the rights guaranteed to POWs by international laws. The weapons arsenals of non-US allies are called weapons of mass destruction. U.S. weapons are deterrent and referred to as Patriot missiles, precision missiles, etc. During a massive bombing campaign in Baghdad, in March of 2003, the attack was called a shock and awe campaign. If anyone ever performed such an action against the US or a US ally, it would be considered an atrocity. In 1995, the FBI officially defined terrorism as the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government, the civilian population, or any segment thereof, in furtherance of political or social objectives. This definition is a very accurate description of CIA activities in foreign countries and U.S. military interventions all over the globe. Meanwhile, throughout all violent interventions of the U.S. military, the government claims to be fighting communism or terrorism, promoting democracy, or thwarting ethnic cleansing. Following sections include specific examples. 15. Showing that this is not the case at all. The true purposes of America's endeavors overseas are, 1. The creation or maintenance of easily exploitable labor and resource markets for the benefit of U.S. corporate interests, 2. Justifying insane amounts of military spending, and 3. Encouraging complacency of the population in a distractive rally of patriotism. Psychologically, the media molds the country into thinking in the primitive terms of good versus evil and God vs. the devil. What began as cowboys vs. Indians is now freedom fighters versus terrorists. The anchors say things like we bombed them or terrorists are planning to attack us. In reality, there is no division. We are all members of the same species. The imaginary lines drawn upon the soil are meaningless. All human life is equally valuable and precious. Patriotism is the virtue of the vicious. Oscar Wilde. Nationalism is an infantile sickness. It is the measles of the human race. Albert Einstein. The government and media have created a team mentality. Just like any sports team, America has its team colors, uniforms, players, equipment, and theme songs. The disaster of it all is that in the game of war everyone loses, and it never ends, with constant rematches at the expense of human casualties. American citizens are trained to support their team regardless of the legitimacy of its actions. They are not supposed to stop, think, and consider the fact that maybe it is their country that is in the wrong. This undying support only keeps the continuous cycle of bloodshed in motion. This fanatical support for the US and its militarism and imperialism is fueled when an enemy is created and demonized. The government and media will oftentimes launch a propaganda campaign in order to mobilize even more irrational support for US militarism. This mass mind rape will point out all the evil things that some leader overseas has done. In almost all recent cases, these horrible things were done with US support or orchestration or CIA manipulation, but this is not reported. The government and media do everything they can to create a hysterical exaggeration of the enemy's unfathomable evil. They 16. Then use this created enemy to justify the slaughter of innocent lives. All the while, the media constantly blames the true victims. If we let people see that kind of thing, there would never again be any war. Pentagon official, on why U.S. military censored graphic footage from the Gulf War. During times of war, government and media are even more intertwined. The government will oftentimes ban media from certain areas and keep the media from receiving information that might shed negative light upon the United States' actions and motives. More often than not, information that is shared through the U.S. mass media is simply a reiteration of what the U.S. government claims and releases. The mass media serves as an amplified speaker for the Pentagon. Things aren't getting any better either. In America's most recent interventions, the media has been firmly restricted in what it is allowed to report. In many cases, reporters have even had to submit copies of reports to the Pentagon for approval. The government has also been very strict about where the media can and can't go, what exactly they are allowed to film, and who they are allowed to interview. The CIA also plays a large role in molding the minds of the masses. Former CIA Deputy Director Frank Wisner even referred to the CIA's worldwide propaganda machine as the mighty Wurlitzer. The CIA's orchestration of the media includes books, newspapers, magazines, and television. Although sometimes hard to prove, it is known that the CIA has published hundreds of books, owns dozens of newspapers and magazines, and has people in every major U.S. news organization on the CIA payroll. Former CIA Director William Colby even admitted the Central Intelligence Agency owns everyone of any significance in the major media. The CIA has even gone further than using standard propaganda methods. The CIA started a program in the 1950s codenamed MKUltra in order to develop more mind control options. MKUltra tested radiation, electric shocks, electrode implants, microwaves, ultrasound, and a wide range of drugs on involuntary subjects, including hundreds of prisoners at California's Vacaville State Prison. The CIA saw mind control as a way of making their agents torture-proof. The agency has even gone as far as to rent out apartments, staff them with prostitutes, and watch through one-way mirrors to see the effects of 17. Various substances that the prostitutes slip to their unlucky customers. Another campaign that the government, mass media, and entertainment industry have created is the glorification of violence. Children and the rest of the population are taught that violence is an acceptable means of resolving problems and are shown how cool it can be. It is portrayed as especially cool when it occurs overseas in the name of God, America, and freedom. It wasn't until recently that America was shown how uncool violence can be when it ended up being the victim of violent aggression on September 11, 2001. One reason why the American propaganda campaign is so degree effective is because it begins at birth, is continuously enforced during your early education, and lasts until death. Children grow up pledging allegiance to the flag every day in their classrooms. They go to sporting events and other gatherings that begin with the violent national anthem. They are taught about heroes such as Columbus and learn American history from the viewpoint of privileged white Americans. They memorize and learn the Declaration of Independence and underscore the Constitution, two documents that were written by and for white, male landowners, at least 21 years of age. If you didn't meet all of those qualifications, you were not allowed constitutional rights. Children read about the greatness of war and how killing millions of inferior people in the world has preserved freedom for the USA and its divinely chosen white, Christian citizens. The patriotic cycle one's even more ingrained into an individual's mentality if the nationalism is fostered in one's family environment during childhood. Militant parents oftentimes have militant children. It is very difficult for children to break through such barriers as racism, homophobia, and nationalism if their own parents thrust the barriers upon them. In many cases, the child grows up to be like his or her parents and then ends up raising his or her family the same way. The continuous bombardment of propaganda in America makes it very difficult for individuals to see things from any viewpoint not in accordance with their earlier convictions. In most cases, any incoming information which conflicts with that which they learned fundamentally at an earlier age is quickly dismissed and is never considered as possibly true. 18. As stated earlier, conflicting truth passes through three stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it once accepted. It sometimes takes many generations for the last stage to occur. It took many years for Europeans to accept that the Earth was not flat. Iaruist aousget grist rec arigersgewlp torsoxatilti Americans to acknowledge the Vietnam War as a mistake. It will take time for most Americans to acknowledge the Gulf War and other recent interventions as mistakes. There will be a time when our descendants look back at America's militarism, manipulation, and corporate greed and acknowledge the United States as the most destructive and contradictory entity of this historical era. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. George Orwell. 19. Standards and practices of the U.S. and its armed forces. The greatest crime since World War II has been U.S. foreign policy. Former U.S. Attorney General, Ramsey Clark. We're going to become guilty, in my judgment, of being the greatest threat to the peace of the world. It's an ugly reality, and we Americans don't like to face up to it. I hate to think of the chapter of American history that's going to be written in the future in connection with our outlawry in Southeast Asia. Senator Wayne Morse, 1967. As military intelligence is a contradiction in terms. Why, Groucho Marx. The warlord President Theodore Roosevelt was in office 100 years ago, but it is important to quickly acknowledge his contribution to American militarism. It was he who encouraged expansionism and imperialism with patriotic fervor during his positions as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and President of the United States. It was he who pushed propaganda for expansion. It was he who bluntly stated, "I should welcome any war, and no triumph of peace is quite so great as the supreme triumph of war." It was President Theodore Roosevelt and President William McKinley who determined America's destiny as a global dominator. The fate of the U.S. was jump-started during the late 1890s, with the official governmental takeovers of Hawaii, Wake Island, Guam, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. Thus began the modern U.S. legacy of violent imperialism. President Truman was instrumental in creating such an exorbitantly high military budget. He led the public into its irrational fear of communism. It was during Truman's presidency and shortly after that anti-communist propaganda exploded. In 1950, the U.S. had a total budget of $40 billion, with military expenditures getting $12 billion. By 1955, the total U.S. budget was $62 billion, with military getting a disproportional $40 billion. In 1960, the military received only about 50% of the total budget, so JFK immediately added $9 billion to the military after his election. With the U.S. budget increasing and fear of communism growing, the profits of corporations with defense contracts skyrocketed. A substantial number of Americans made a living off of the war industries. Thus, we are here today in a climate where half of American tax dollars go to feed the insatiable military monster. Presidents Reagan and Bush were responsible for making the monster bloated. Reagan set out to build up the military and allocated over $1 trillion to the armed forces during his first 4 years alone. To help pay for this ridiculous increase, Reagan cut $140 billion from social programs. The practice of increasing military spending continues with each president. Even Clinton, who at one time stated he wanted to decrease Pentagon funding, ended up ordering a $25 billion budget increase for the Pentagon within his first 2 years in office. He then later rejected countless productive proposals, including plans to repair the nation's crumbling schools and to supply health coverage to impoverished children. Socialism. Socialism was and is a common ingredient amongst so many of America's enemies. Socialism is not the tyranny of Lenin and Stalin. In its basic form, socialism means control of production by the workers themselves, not owners and managers who rule and direct them. It is a system in which workers actually get to keep the wealth they create, instead of that wealth being hoarded by CEOs, Wall Street traders, etc. The U.S. feared socialism because of this non-capitalist agenda. Socialism was part of a movement towards a more just society with democratic control over its basic institutions and concern for human rights and needs. It would not provide the United States with an ideal environment for oppressing, exploiting, and investing in foreign soils. 21. Author William Bloom accurately pointed out that every socialist experiment of any significance in the 20th century has been foiled by the United States. Every attempt from the Sandinistas in Nicaragua to the Cuban Revolution has been crushed, overthrown, invaded, corrupted, distorted, subverted, or destabilized by America. No attempt for true socialism was allowed to rise or fall solely on its own merits. What if the Wright brothers' experiments with flying machines all failed because agents of the automotive industry sabotaged every test? Communism. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society, all that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. The Communist Manifesto. Our fear that communism might someday take over most of the world blinds us to the fact that anti-communism already has. Michael Parenti. A common excuse that the government gave for many interventions in the past century was thwarting communism, a form of socialism. The first listed definition of communism at dictionary.com is as follows: a theoretical economic system characterized by the collective ownership of property and by the organization of labor for the common advantage of all members. Now one can see why President Reagan referred to the USSR as the evil empire. The USSR advocated an economic system that would not have allowed Reagan and his bedfellows to become super rich off of the labor of the poor, as the Reaganites were doing elsewhere. Communism provided the powers that be with an irrational fear to feed the public in order to make those involved with weapons, government, and intelligence richer. The government carried out the largest propaganda campaign in history when it created the deep fear and hatred of communists in the American people, which included planting evidence, creating stories, making phony documents, orchestrating attacks, etc. It is also known that the CIA politicized intelligence reports, which means they censored all information that contradicted the delusions of communism that were spoon-fed to the American public. 22. The government and media deceived the public with everything from outright lies to twisted terminology. Capitalists get elected to government positions, but communists infiltrate the government. Capitalists support agendas and programs, but communists exploit them. Much of the anti-communist flooding was simply ridiculous. There were articles in major magazines titled "How Communists Get That Way" and "Communists Are After Your Child." Hollywood produced more than 40 anti-communist films between 1948 and 1954. Until 1978, the John Birch Society taught its audiences that Soviets eat their babies. Even with the huge propaganda campaign, U.S. leaders were completely paranoid of communism's appeal. On March 22, 1947, President Truman issued Executive Order 9835 for the purpose of identifying the infiltration of disloyal persons in the government. Over 6 million people were investigated. Hundreds lost their jobs for questionable loyalty. The paranoia became so deep-rooted, that many Americans actually strongly believed that there was a communist conspiracy in all sorts of countries to take over the world. Even in 1987, the results of a poll showed that 60% of Americans agreed that there is an international communist conspiracy to rule the world. The deadly shopping spree. Weapons are tools of violence, all decent men detest them. Lao Tzu. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. Martin Luther King Jr. In his final address to the nation before leaving office in 1961, President Eisenhower issued a warning to Americans that the country must guard against unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. This warning was not heeded, and the monster continued to grow and destroy. Currently, almost half of all tax dollars go towards military expenditures. The Center for Defense Information reported that 50.5%, 23, of the federal discretionary budget for the 2002 fiscal year went towards military. The over $800 billion spent each year includes massive weapons manufacturing, technological developments, soldier salaries, ad campaigns, veterans benefits, national debt incurred from past spending on military, and other military-related expenses. This amounts to over $1.5 million each minute. This helps to explain why America has such a large national debt, inadequate and decaying school systems, and is the only industrialized nation not providing health care for its citizens. While dealing with absent or inadequate social services, the average household is forced to contribute over $4,000 a year to the military via taxes. Much of these funds are unaccounted for, and there's no telling where the money is going. The Department of Defense has never passed an independent audit, and it's been reported to Congress that the Pentagon cannot account for $1.2 trillion in transactions. The spending spree isn't slowing down. The U.S. federal budget for fiscal year 2004 includes $804 billion in military spending. Where U.S. tax dollars go, U.S. federal budget for 2004. 0% past 27% current at WY military EE as at 4A. Re-SAE. While the vast majority of nations spend less than 5% of their gross domestic product on military, America appeases its own monster by feeding it more and more. The beast is out of control. 24. Having enough bombs to blow the entire world up multiple times is not enough. Having more firepower than the rest of the world combined is not enough. Having more explosive firepower on just one Trident submarine than all the bombs detonated in WWI, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War is not enough. Having over 8,000 strategic nuclear weapons and 22,000 tactical nukes is not enough. Having bomber squadrons with enough long-range missiles to destroy multiple continents is not enough. Having U.S. military bases or puppet armies in more than 100 countries is not enough. At one point there was even a hint of hope for mankind. In 1986 and 1989, Mikhail Gorbachev proposed final elimination of the nuclear weapons by the year 2000. Those weren't the only chances the world had for global nuclear disarmament. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the new Russian and Ukrainian leaders proposed permanent elimination of atomic weapons. Of course, in all these cases, the US preferred to keep its arsenal of thousands of the most deadly weapons on the planet and rejected disarmament proposals. There were even multiple resolutions calling for global nuclear disarmament presented in the United Nations. The US was alone in vetoing all of them. In 1995, the U.S. Strategic Command showed no signs of self-doubt in terms of their cold-blooded strategies. They published a study, Post-Cold War Deterrence, that insisted on a strong nuclear arsenal, because unlike chemical and biological weapons, the extreme destruction from a nuclear explosion is immediate, with few if any palliatives to reduce its effect. The Strategic Command also elaborated on the need to frighten other nations by acting unreasonably and illogically, stating, "It hurts to portray ourselves as too fully rational and cool-headed. That the US may become irrational and vindictive if its vital interests are attacked should be a part of the national persona we project." That bluntly explains some recent US trends. Irrational and vindictive are perfectly accurate adjectives to describe US foreign policy. The following quote from former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark was taken from a letter to the United Nations in November of 1998. The United States spends more on arms annually, $275 billion presently, than the rest of the Security Council combined. U.S. arms expenditures are approximately 25 times the gross national product of Iraq. The U.S. has in its stockpiles more nuclear bombs, chemical 25. And biological weapons, more aircraft, rockets, and delivery systems in number and sophistication than the rest of the world combined. Included are 20 commissioned Trident II nuclear submarines, any one of which could destroy Europe. The US has also been using a new strategy that allows it to reap the military benefits of waging chemical warfare, while avoiding global condemnation for it. It is indirect chemical warfare that involves using conventional bombs to disperse chemical agents already known to be on the ground. This technique was perfected while bombing civilian infrastructures, plants, and warehouses during Operation Desert Storm. A perfect example of this is when the U.S. deliberately destroyed an American-built petrochemical complex on April 18, 1999 in the Serbian city of Pančevo. This facility held 1,500 tons of vinyl chloride monomer, 250 tons of chlorine, 1,800 tons of ethylene dichloride and 15,000 tons of ammonia. The bombing of this facility resulted in an instant release of all these harmful chemicals into the atmosphere, water, and land, and is bringing about a death toll in the thousands. Considering America's infatuation with chemical and germ warfare, it should come as no surprise that President George W. Bush rejected the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention on December 7, 2001. 6 days later, Bush also announced the U.S. withdrawal from the 1972 Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. Isn't technology cool? Two very popular forms of weaponry in recent times are weapons using depleted uranium and cluster bombs. DU is a radioactive nuclear byproduct that's denser than steel and capable of penetrating the strongest tank armor. Upon impact, DU spreads in the air in a dusty form, which is inhaled or ingested by subjects who then suffer from lung cancer, bone cancer, kidney disease, birth defects, etc. These horrible effects of DU affect both soldiers and innocent civilians. Cluster bombs are bombs dropped from the skies which break open in midair, releasing 100 more bomblets, the size of soda cans. These bomblets then explode, shooting out hundreds of jagged steel shrapnel at high velocities and temperatures, piercing armor, flesh, and 26. Bone. Up to 30% of these bomblets fail to explode and become like landmines. This is disastrous for the first human who comes across the unexploded bomblet. There have been some technological developments in weaponry of which many are unaware. Weapons exist that use lasers, which can temporarily or permanently blind enemy soldiers. There are also sonic weapons that can vibrate the insides of humans to stun them, nauseate them, or even liquefy their bowels and reduce them to quivering diarrheic messes, as a Pentagon briefing puts it. The unstoppable Uncle Sam has already dominantly polluted and militarized the land, sea, and air, so now he seeks to bring weaponry to outer space, in violation of such treaties as the ABM Treaty. If Star Wars is successfully developed, non-conforming countries will be punished from space, and the world will be thoroughly policed and dominated by self-serving politicians. American troops will only need to enter countries for mop-up operations, making the mass slayings even more impersonal. The U.S. Air Force predicts that in the next 2 decades new technologies will allow the fielding of space-based weapons of devastating effectiveness to be used to deliver energy and mass as force projection in tactical and strategic conflict. These advances will enable lasers with reasonable mass and cost to effect very many kills. Isn't it great to know we'll be able to kill more women and children per American tax dollar? The bloodthirsty President George W. Bush has been seeking other ways for killing. He's pushed hard for the development of mini nukes, which would be used to attack deeply buried targets. The development of mini nukes is in complete violation of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. It's more fun to destroy than to build. The U.S. has created a system for funneling most of its funds into destruction instead of creation. The U.S. doesn't hesitate to destroy the civilian infrastructure of third world nations, but refuses to develop its own civilian infrastructure. The U.S. created the conditions for epidemic and mass diseases in Iraq and other countries, but refuses to supply health care for its citizens. The U.S. claims to oppose those who practice ethnic cleansing, but ignores the race issues in its own country. The 27. U.S. claims to be fighting a war on drugs in Colombia, but helps U.S. cigarette makers to prosper and kill over 1,000 people every day in the U.S. alone. It's a shame that mothers have to hold a bake sale to raise funds for a playground, while the government wastes billions on developing new aircraft to murder from above. It's a pity that millions of American families can't afford basic health care, while the government spends billions on Navy battleships. It's an absolute evil that millions of children die every year from diseases that could be cured with treatments costing a few cents, while the U.S. government spends trillions on an army that puts countless millions of more kids into the same situation by destroying civilian infrastructures. A clear example of U.S. priorities is the new generation of B-2 stealth bombers that were introduced during 1999's bombing of Yugoslavia. Each of these B-2 bombers cost $2.2 billion. Considering that about 11 million children die each year from diseases that could be cured by treatments costing a few cents, it would only require the cost of one USB-2 to purchase the needed medication to save tens of millions of children. The US would rather have a plane with the capacity to kill countless numbers, than save the lives of millions of children. American victims. He who joyfully marches to music in rank and file has already earned my contempt. He has been given a large brain by mistake, since for him the spinal cord would fully suffice. This disgrace to civilization should be done away with at once. Heroism at command, senseless brutality, deplorable love of country stance, how I hate all this, how despicable and ignoble war is. I would rather be torn to shreds than be a part of so base an action. It is my conviction that killing under the cloak of war is nothing but an act of murder. Albert Einstein. To die for the people is as heavy as Mount Tai. To die for the imperialists is as light as a feather. Chairman Mao Zedong. The military monster has produced the deaths of millions of human beings overseas, and in doing so has lost some of its own troops. Those troops and their families were deceived into believing that they 28 were dying for a good cause, when they were actually dying in vain and not contributing anything to the world other than death and destruction. Those troops were led to believe by relentless rhetoric that they were fighting for freedom, justice, and the America way. They even thought they were doing God's will, since God bless America and similar slogans are also pounded into their minds. In truth, they fought the wars for the government and corporate America to control foreign lands, justify military spending, and pursue financial and political world domination. In all wars, it is the rich who win and the common people who die. It's obvious that education and employment opportunities are low on the government's priority list. When a school or state requests more education funds, the standard response is we just don't have enough money to increase spending right now. Yet, the powers that be seem to have endless funds whenever they decide to bomb a third world country. The government needs large numbers of citizens to be uneducated, without job skills, and lacking opportunities, because it's these people who end up joining the armed forces due to lack of options. If you kill one person you are a murderer. If you kill 10 people you are a monster. If you kill 10,000 you are a national hero. Vasilis Epaminondas. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Voltaire. U.S. soldiers are victims of a massive propaganda campaign. Fresh, young, recruits are led to believe that they are pursuing something very dignified and are overwhelmed with images of medals and awards for bravery and serving their country. They are promised financial gain, adventure, and security. Through systematic domination by their superiors, they gradually lose whatever independent thought they were once capable of, and become puppets with Uncle Sam's hand up their rear ends. They become machine-like in nature and follow commands without questioning them, including commands to murder innocent civilians. Following commands to execute innocent civilians is immoral and a recognized violation of international law. After World War II, the International Military Tribunal imprisoned and executed numerous Nazis who pleaded to be only following orders. The Tribunal 29 declared, the very essence of the Charter is that individuals have international duties which transcend the national obligations of obedience imposed by the individual state. Sadly, it's rare for an American soldier to ignore the commands of his or her screaming superior in order to fulfill his or her moral international duty. If a person hears voices in his head telling him to kill certain people he's never met who have never harmed or threatened him, that person will be restrained and put into a mental hospital. If someone experiences those same symptoms, but with the voice being a superior in the military chain, there's an entirely different result. In fact, when that person carries out the violent actions that the voice commands, he or she will be given medals, honored, and rewarded. The methods of killing have become extremely convenient and distant. The reason why so many soldiers can kill so easily is because they are desensitized to the reality of their actions. They behave almost as if they are playing a video game when they drop tons of bombs on countries they've never stepped foot in, killing people they know nothing about. The act of murder would be much more difficult to perform if they had to crawl upon the land, smell the burning flesh of children, and watch them die in their mother's arms. Of course, This wouldn't stop some people. But in many cases, witnessing the destruction up close and personal would strongly affect those who still had a conscience. American troops often suffer immensely for their servitude. In the 1940s, during one of many cases, 60,000 military personnel were used as human subjects in testing the effects of chemical agents. They were then ignored and discounted as they suffered during future years. About 458,000 U.S. soldiers participated in the atomic testing program. Many of these soldiers are now dying of cancer. Tens of thousands of American troops died for a very unjust cause in Vietnam. Tens of thousands of Gulf War veterans suffer from Gulf War syndrome, linked to the harmful depleted uranium used in the weaponry. These veterans' demands for compensation to help cover treatments have been ignored. There are countless other examples of how expendable the U.S. leaders consider their American boys and girls to be. The disregard for the well-being of American troops has become very blatant under George W. Bush's administration. The Bush regime has been attacking anyone critical of U.S. policies for their lack of 30. Patriotism, claiming that the peace activists need to support our troops. The hypocrisy is that Bush has slashed veterans' benefits and kept soldiers' salaries to a minimum. To help pay for a tax cut, the House Republicans took $25 million away from the Department of Veterans Affairs and added a $250 annual fee for any veteran seeking medical attention. The same people encouraging Americans to support our troops have been ignoring the health care needs of those who fought in previous wars, including tens of thousands who are now suffering from Gulf War syndrome from the first Gulf War. Also, victims of the military beast are all tax-paying Americans. It is with their money that the deaths of millions are financed. The government forces Americans to financially support premeditated mass murders, while their children are forced to share books and lockers in deteriorating schools. Refusal of citizens to support such atrocities leads to imprisonment or worse. Supplying the world. In recent military interventions, U.S. troops have been facing adversaries who have previously received U.S. weapons, military technology, and/or training. This should not come as a surprise considering that from 1993 to 1997, the U.S. government sold, approved, or gave away a total of $190 billion in weapons to most nations on the planet. During President Clinton's first year in office, U.S. arms sales more than doubled. For the past several years, America has supplied about two-thirds of the world's military hardware. Although the U.S. is last in foreign aid per capita out of all the industrialized nations, it is far and away first in military aid. In 1999, it was reported that 168 nations received military support from the U.S. 123 of these were developing nations, with many of them being unstable and/or violently oppressive. Despite the ever-increasing military budget and increased production of weaponry, the U.S. government has given away more than $8 billion worth of surplus equipment from military stocks. These include tanks, bombers, and hundreds of thousands of light arms. Recipients of these gifts include such violent oppressors as Colombia, Israel, Turkey, and Mexico. The blue ribbon for world's largest arms manufacturer goes to Lockheed Martin, with a vast portfolio of weapons and buyers. It had $28 billion in sales in 1997 alone. It's odd how the man on the street corner selling a handgun for $50 to feed his kids can be sentenced to 25 years of rectal sodomy in prison, but Lockheed Martin is encouraged to post immense profits and receives government bonuses for designing and producing weapons of mass destruction. Hands-on training and literature. To understand the aims of U.S. foreign policy in continuous action, just look at the School of the Americas in Fort Benning, Georgia. The SOA has trained more than 60,000 Latin American troops since 1946 in the techniques of torture and assassination against their impoverished populations. Alumni include General Manuel Noriega, Salvadorian Death Squad leader Roberto D'Aubuisson, and the majority of government officers who were cited for the worst atrocities in the Salvadoran Civil War that killed 80,000 people. The School of Americas is not the only place where Latin American military personnel learn brutal counterinsurgency techniques. In fact, of the 9,867 Latin American military personnel that the U.S. trained in 1998, only 875 were at the SOA. Much of the training takes place on site, such as the 1,200 troops trained in Ecuador in 1998. The lessons taught to the students of U.S. military programs often involve brutal techniques targeting civilians. Former CIA official John Stockwell admitted, encouraging techniques of raping women and executing men and children is a coordinated policy of the destabilization program. In 1996, the Pentagon was also forced to admit the existence of a torture manual, which taught the techniques of execution, torture, false arrest, blackmail, censorship, payment of bounty, and various forms of physical abuse. The CIA's Freedom Fighters Manual was even worse. It gave detailed instruction on assassination, sabotage, kidnapping, and the slaughter of civilians. Additionally, a large portion of the Army's counterinsurgency literature came directly from written records of the Nazis. These records revealed which techniques for controlling resistance worked and which ones didn't. There are countless other examples of training in inhumane treatment. Some soldiers training for Vietnam were taught about torture techniques such as the airplane ride and the lowering of a man's testicles into a jeweler's vice. Courses were taught at the U.S. Navy's schools in San Diego that tortured students in order to prepare them for the field. One device used was the tiger cage, where students were hooded and placed in a 16 cubic foot box for 22 hours, with only a coffee can for their excrement. In another device called the water board, subjects were strapped to an inclined board with their heads downward, covered by a towel. Cold water was poured over the towel, forcing the students to choke, gag, and gurgle as they experienced the constant sensation of drowning. The Navy instructors showed the effectiveness of the methods by torturing their own students into urinating and defecating on the American flag, masturbating before guards, and in at least one instance, engaging in sex with an instructor. The American manuals giving detailed instruction on murder and mayhem are difficult to obtain. The ones that have been made public lack any sense of morals whatsoever. The following is from a 1950s CIA training manual titled A Study of Assassination. No assassination instruction should ever be written or recorded. The simplest local tools are often the most efficient means of assassination. Anything hard, heavy and handy will suffice. The most efficient accident is a fall of 75 feet or more onto a hard surface. Falls before trains and subway cars are usually effective, but require exact timing. Assassinations can seldom be employed with a clear conscience. Persons who are morally squeamish should not attempt it. The following is from Psychological Operation in Guerrilla Warfare, another CIA training manual. It is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, MISTA judges, police and state security officials, CD's chiefs, etc. For psychological purposes it is necessary to take extreme precautions. The mission to replace the individual should be followed by extensive explanation within the population affected of the reason why it was necessary for the good of the people. The same training manual also noted the need to defeat the populations mentally, because victory could be achieved by suppression of political ideals. It declared, "Our target, then, is the minds of the population, all the population, our troops, the enemy troops, and the civilian population." 33. Maintaining global domination. The greatest purveyor of violence in the world today is my own government. Martin Luther King. America's need to spread its murderous tentacles across the sea was noted many years ago. In 1948, George Kennan, head of the State Department planning staff, wrote a top-secret document titled Policy Planning Study 23 for his staff that included the following statements. We have about 50% of the world's wealth, but only 6.3% of its population. In this situation, we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity. To do so, we will have to dispense with all sentimentality and daydreaming, and our attention will have to be concentrated everywhere on our immediate national objectives. We should cease to talk about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. The day is not far off when we are going to have to deal in straight power concepts. Around this time the US also started to become particularly concerned with communism, which was considered as the idea that the government has direct responsibility for the welfare of the people. The US understood that supporters of such an ideology would be widespread and include many people who weren't commonly seen as a threat. Even church groups and community organizations supporting such humane theories were considered communist and dangerous. Kennie went on to state, "The final answer might be an unpleasant one, but we should not hesitate before police repression by the local government. This is not shameful since the communists are essentially traitors. It is better to have a strong regime in power than a liberal government if it is indulgent and relaxed and penetrated by communists." Once the United States emerged as the global superpower, planners stated that the primary threat to the US-led world order was Third World nationalism, also known as ultranationalism, and defined 34 as nationalistic regimes that are responsive to popular demand for immediate improvement in the low living standards of the masses and production for domestic needs. The main goal of US planners was to prevent such ultranationalist regimes from ever taking power. If by some fluke they did take power, the US would eradicate them and install governments that favor private investment, production of exports, and a system for taking profits out of the country. Another problem that was and is still addressed continuously was the excessive liberalism of third world countries. This was especially an issue in Latin America, where governments weren't sufficiently committed to censorship, travel restrictions, and above all, foreign investment. The US government has also devoted itself to eliminating democratic rights that permitted third world people to think the wrong ideas, thoughts the US labeled as subversive. Third world policy. In 1949, George Kennie, the head of the State Department planning staff, said in a memo that the Third World was to fulfill its major function as a source of raw materials and a market for the industrial capitalist societies. It was to be exploited. Creating environments ideal for investments isn't always easy for the US to do. It often involves massacring peasants who are trying to organize, murdering priests and union leaders, blowing up the independent press, taking over radio stations, and so on. These types of actions in violent foreign interventions have been common for the US in modern history. From 1945 to 2000, the US has attempted to overthrow more than 40 foreign governments and to destroy over 30 mass movements against oppression. Almost all attempts were considered great successes for US interests. The US policy towards third world nations is fairly consistent. It has maintained a strong opposition to democracy if the results can't be controlled. The US has and will continue to violently oppose true democracies, because true democracies might result in a government that responds to the real needs of their own population instead of the financial wishes and demands of US investors. This US policy was seen in action when America supported or directly intervened in the shutting down of parliamentary governments in Iran, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Chile, and others. Colombia didn't become the largest US arms importer until 1999, but US aid has always tended to flow disproportionately to Latin American governments who torture and repress their citizens. In fact, in Central America alone, about 200,000 people have been killed since the late 1970s during America's everlasting quest to annihilate popular movements that sought democracy and social reform. The methods of the United States and the troops it trains and supplies are oftentimes quite grotesque. The US-run Contra forces in Nicaragua and the US-assisted, trained, and funded barbarians in El Salvador and Guatemala didn't just participate in simple killing. They encouraged and practiced brutal, sadistic torture. They beat infants against rocks before the eyes of their parents. They placed rats inside women's vaginas and burned male and female sexual organs with acid or boiling water. They would hang women by their feet with their breasts cut off and the skin of their face peeled back so they'd bleed to death. They shoved bayonets and clubs into women's vaginas and men's anuses. They chopped civilians' heads off and put them on stakes for public display. This was all done with persistent support from the United States in its quest to destroy independent nationalism and popular forces that might bring about meaningful democracy. The extremely brutal methods employed by the US and its agents effectively suppressed populist movements. The absolute fear that overwhelmed the populations quickly replaced the people's social and political motives. No country is exempt from this policy, no matter how little or insignificant it may seem to be. Actually, it's the weakest, poorest countries that often arouse the greatest hysteria. Noam Chomsky, a distinguished political author, has pointed out that the reason for this is that the weaker and the poorer a country is, the more dangerous it is as an example to other countries seeking improvements. If a tiny, impoverished country like Grenada was allowed to bring about a better life for its people, other third-world countries might become inspired, say why not us, and struggle for reforms that are not in conformity with the dominant, suppressive US interests. The point that the real threat is a good example was made in 1954 when a State Department official stated, 36. Guatemala has become an increasing threat to the stability of Honduras and El Salvador. Its agrarian reform is a powerful propaganda weapon. Its broad social program of aiding workers and peasants in a victorious struggle against the upper classes and large foreign enterprises has a strong appeal to the populations of Central American neighbors where similar conditions prevail. The US considers the threat of good examples as dangerous and consistently thwarts such attempts before the idealistic virus infects others. The US endlessly claims that it gets its hands bloody in foreign affairs to ensure stability in the region. This stability is actually just security for the upper classes and US business interests. US domination. As you will soon read, the United States has set up its own version of a global justice system. In this system, America assumes the role of judge, jury, and executioner and makes its verdicts solely based on its own greedy interests. On this planet, dominate and exploit others. You will notice in these interventions that the American people pay for them. The common, poorer people die in them. The rich, the politicians, and the corporations profit from them. You will also see an overlying theme. There is a constant battle. On one side are the rich and powerful who seek to, on the other side are the people who refuse to accept domination and injustice. Section 2. It's really not a number I'm terribly interested in. Colin Powell in response to a question about the number of Iraqis killed in the war. Oil is much too important a commodity to be left in the hands of the Arabs. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. We destroyed all the storage and processing of food plants throughout the country. We didn't want them to be able to feed themselves for a long, long time. Former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark. Saddam Hussein was unknown by many Americans until 1990 when the White House and Pentagon started advertising his acts of evil. U.S. officials have known for a very long time that Hussein's motives are oftentimes self-serving. Many people in the U.S. don't realize that despite government knowledge of this, the U.S. supported Saddam in many ways for years. In this political marriage, they supplied him with weapons, technology, training, etc. when Iraq was at war with Iran. Teledyne Incorporated sold over 10,000 cluster bombs to Iraq during the 1980s. The US government even supported Saddam when he supposedly committed his worst acts and used chemical and biological weapons to kill thousands of Kurds. One of the worst gassings of the Kurds was at Halabja in March of 1988. US shipments of biological materials didn't end until November 28, 1989. The materials that the US provided Iraq included 1. Bacillus anthracis, used to make anthrax. 2. Clostridium botulinum, produces botulinum toxin. 3. Histoplasma capsulatum, produces a disease that attacks the lungs, brain, spinal cord, and heart. 4. Brucellomaliensis, bacteria that damages major organs. 5. Clostridium perfringens, highly toxic bacteria causing illness. 6. Clostridium tetani, another toxin. 40. Additionally, it was in October of 1989 that Secretary of State James Baker and President George Bush insured Saddam Hussein another $1 billion in loan guarantees during a secret meeting. This doubled the $500 million in subsidies provided by the U.S. in 1988. Iraq's dispute with Kuwait began partially because Kuwait was slant drilling and pumping out $14 billion worth of oil from underneath Iraqi territory. Kuwait was also taking $2.4 billion in oil from the Rumaila oil field, which borders Kuwait and is claimed by Iraq. Most upsetting to Iraq was Kuwait's violation of the production quota set by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. This drove down oil prices and caused Iraq to lose $1 billion every time the price dropped $1. The CIA also had an important role in creating this war as an instigator. In 1989, CIA Director William Webster advised Kuwait's security chief to take advantage of the deteriorating economic situation in Iraq, to put pressure on Iraq. At the same time, the CIA was advising Saddam to put pressure on the Kuwaitis. A month before this, the Bush administration issued a secret directive calling for greater economic cooperation with Iraq, involving billions of dollars of illegal arms sales to Saddam. On July 25, 1990, 5 days prior to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, Saddam Hussein met with the U.S. ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie. CIA satellite photos showed that an Iraqi invasion force was setting up and preparing on the Kuwaiti border. Glaspie met with Hussein to tell him, "We have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreement with Kuwait." The rest of the story is well known. After the U.S. declared neutrality, Iraq invaded Kuwait. The U.S. then reversed its declaration, and became actively involved. Over 500,000 U.S. troops were sent and £177 million of explosives were dropped. Continuous bombardment persisted throughout 1991, killing hundreds of thousands, even during times when Iraq was calling for a ceasefire. Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched, with up to 90% of them missing their targets. Smart bombs were dropped and up to 70% of them missed their target. On February 13, 1991, 2 smart bombs hit the ventilation shafts of a civilian air raid shelter, sealing all exits, raising the temperature to 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and killing more than 400 civilians. An American journalist who viewed the unedited videotape footage of this incident, reported the following. They showed scenes of incredible carnage. Nearly all the bodies were charred into blackness, in some cases the heat had been so great that entire limbs were burned off. Rescue workers collapsed in grief, dropping corpses, some rescuers vomited from the stench of the still smoldering bodies. Immediately after this incident, White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater had the audacity to proclaim, "Saddam Hussein does not share our value for the sanctity of human life." As you read on, you will see just how valuable the U.S. truly considers human life. Countless other civilian dwellings, schools, churches, hotels, and mosques were hit, but these bombings were ignored, denied, or downplayed by the U.S. media. When CBS reported on a film showing a laser bomb hitting a marketplace and killing civilians, Dan Rather's only callous comment was, "We can be sure that Saddam Hussein will make propaganda of these casualties." With unlimited weaponry like the US has, it always destroys its targets eventually. These targets included civilian structures like dams, water treatment plants, sewage treatment networks, communication centers, power plants, etc. Power plants were a main target. U.S. damage put available electricity in Iraq at a minuscule 3 or 4% of its pre-war level. The U.S. bombed all sorts of infrastructures that provided society with basic needs and brought upon massive devastation to the civilian population. Buildings and homes were flooded with sewage. Water supply was a mere 5% of what it was before U.S. bombardment. Food distribution and storage was made nearly non-existent with the destruction of electricity and transportation networks. The US even bombed a baby food factory. Those civilians who wished to escape the brutality of the United States had a tough journey. The packed highway from Baghdad to the Jordanian border was frequently assaulted with rockets, cluster bombs, and machine guns, killing countless numbers of Iraqis who were fleeing the country. The US had a habit of slaughtering Iraqis in the open fields, including an incident where thousands of Iraqi soldiers and draftees surrendered and retreated. 42. Clogging the highway out of Kuwait City. US planes opened fire on these retreating soldiers and continued bombing as they fled in terror. A reporter called the scene a blazing hell, a gruesome testament. To the east and west across the sand lay the bodies of those fleeing. T came through right after the lead company. What you saw was a bunch of buried trenches with people's arms and legs sticking out of them. For all I know, we could have killed thousands. Col. Anthony Moreno. There were incidents on February 24 and 25 of 1991 of the US using plows alongside trenches to cover heaping mounds of sand over Iraqi soldiers who were also being fired upon. Thousands were buried alive, dead, or wounded. Some of the US troops were enjoying themselves. Here are some remarks made by America's finest during the Gulf War. We toasted him. We hit the jackpot. This morning was bumper to bumper. It was the road to Daytona Beach at spring break, and spring break's over. Shooting fish in a barrel. A turkey shoot. Basically just sitting ducks, there's just nothing like it. It's the biggest 4th of July show you've ever seen, and to see those tanks just boom, and more stuff just keeps spewing out of them, they just become white hot. It's wonderful. The American public was just as enthusiastic and joyous over the slaughter of defenseless civilians and inadequately equipped draftees. Tens of millions of tax dollars were given to public relations firms to convince Americans that war in Iraq was just and necessary. Lies were fabricated, such as the false testimonies that Iraqis ripped Kuwaiti babies from incubators. President Bush, who had his highest approval rating ever at the time, stated that it was black and white, good versus evil, and that Saddam had done things worse than Hitler. Teachers lectured their impressionable students saying, "Saddam is such an evil man. I hate him. I hope we get him." This was the American mentality. The civilians were the ones being killed and hurt, but American minds have a hard time distinguishing between a population and its leader. 43. The United States managed to achieve its real goals in Iraq with great success. The Gulf War further destabilized the region and made Kuwait more dependent on the U.S. U.S. oil companies gained control over oil prices, enabling them to boost their profits. The U.S. government controlled all official Iraqi oil exports, and Iraq didn't directly receive a single cent of profit. Oil money went to pay U.S. government fees, and anything left over went to a UN-controlled bank account in Switzerland. The 661 UN committee administered the account, and Iraq was required permission for funds to go towards any goods or services. Other goals were also accomplished by the Gulf War. The U.S. military got an excuse to build more bases in the Gulf region. The U.S. was also able to send a message to all Third World leaders about what they could expect if they dared to step out of line. Finally, and probably most important, the Gulf War helped the United States to justify the need to continue exorbitant levels of military spending in a post-Cold War world. A United Nations inspection team did a post-war survey, finding that the Allied bombardment had created near-apocalyptic results on Iraq by destroying most means of modern life support. Even though Iraq had been until January a rather highly urbanized and mechanized society, it had been transformed into a pre-industrial age nation. Personal stories usually help those who are desensitized by statistics of a far-off place. The following is an email message that was sent to Howard Zinn on December 20, 1998, while President Clinton and Tony Blair were dropping bombs on Iraq. Dear Professor Zinn, I am an Iraqi citizen who sought refuge here in the UK because of the brutality of Saddam's regime, which, within 2 years, killed my innocent old father and my youngest brother, who left a wife and 3 children. I am writing to you to let you know that during the second day of bombarding Iraq, a cruise missile hit my parents' house in a suburb of Baghdad. My mother, my sister-in-law, and her 3 children were all killed instantly. Such a tragedy shocked me to the extent I lost my tears. I am crying without tears. I wish I could show my eyes and express my severe and painful suffering to every American and British. I wish I could tell my story to those sitting in the American administration, the UN, and at number 10, Downing Street. For the sake of Monica and Clinton, my family has to pay this expensive and invaluable cost. I am wondering, who will compensate me for my loss? I wish I could go to Iraq to drop some tears on my mother's grave, who always wanted to see me before her death. Please convey my story to all those whom you think can still see the truth in their eyes and can hear this tragic story with their ears. Sincerely, Dr. Mohammed A. Obeidi. This is just one Iraqi story. There are hundreds of thousands who have similar personal accounts as a result of U.S. bombing and sanctions. Bombing has been common at random intervals since the Gulf War. In the first 8 months of 1999, 1,000 bombs and missiles were unleashed on Iraq, killing or wounding hundreds. One of the operations directors, U.S. Brig. General William Looney, boasted, "If they turn on their radars, we're going to blow up their goddamn SAMs. They know we own their country. We own their airspace. We dictate the way they live and talk. And that's what's great about America right now. It's a good thing, especially when there's a lot of oil out there we need." Immediately after George W. Bush hijacked the White House, he conducted attacks similar to those of his father and Clinton. Raids and bombings have been frequent in Iraq over the past 12 years, but one of the most deadly killers was not in the form of an Air Force plane. In 1990, the United Nations implemented one of the harshest economic blockades toward a country in history with UN Security Council Resolution 687. This embargo lasted until May 22, 2003. It started with a complete ban on exports and on almost all imports. Iraq relies heavily on oil revenues to import 70% of its food and almost all of its medicine. The sanctions were devastating to the people and caused their living standards to plummet. All import contracts were subject to strict and bureaucratic controls. The U.S. even vetoed contracts for baby food, heart medicine, and pencils. The sanctions also made it impossible to rebuild the infrastructures that existed before the Gulf War, including power plants and water treatment facilities. Sanctions are a harsh weapon against civilian populations that the U.S. has often used. Since World War II, the U.S. has initiated sanctions over 90 times. Cuba and Iraq are the most well-known cases. 45. There are countless other cases too. A few examples include the following: the U.S. did what it could to keep pencils and water pumps out of Cambodia, shovels out of Laos, and water buffalo out of Vietnam. Up to 1.7 million lives have been lost in Iraq as a result of the US-led embargo, bringing the US-created death toll in Iraq to approximately 2 million. To add some perspective, if the American death toll of September 11, 2001 was repeated for 500 straight days, it would still be less than the number of Iraqis killed by US bombing and sanctions. According to a United Nations report, over 500,000 children died during the first 7 years of sanctions as a direct result of the embargo. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright stated, "We think the price is worth it," when asked on 60 Minutes whether the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children as a result of the sanctions could possibly be justified. Despite what the former Secretary of State said, sanctions only hurt and killed innocent civilians, not Saddam Hussein. According to the United Nations Children's Fund, sanctions on Iraq caused an additional 4,500 children under the age of 5 to die every single month since they started in 1990. That's over 1,000 more than the number of Americans killed on September 11, 2001, but in this case it happened to children every single month. The UN estimated that a total of 250 civilians in Iraq died every single day as a direct result of the embargo. These were innocent human beings and should not have been held responsible for the wrongdoings of their dictator. Sanctions contributed to a downward spiral in health and education. There was an explosion in waterborne diseases, like cholera, because sewage could no longer be treated. Sanctions also led to a disintegration of the educational and healthcare systems. Iraq is the only country in the world in which the literacy rate decreased in the 1990s. Iraq used to make healthcare and education through the graduate level virtually free, resulting in a large, well-educated middle class. Sanctions changed that and created a situation where a few very wealthy businessmen profited from the embargo while the vast majority suffered from extreme poverty. U.S. officials claimed that the sanctions allowed in enough food and medicine, but that the Iraqi government hoarded it. This is completely false. UN observers, who have overseen every step of the 46 Iraqi government's distribution of food and medicine, have called it exemplary. Sanctions on Iraq were also a violation of international law. Although Security Council resolutions mandated the sanctions, there were serious questions about their legality. Article 54 of the protocol additional to the Geneva Convention prohibits starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. Targeting civilians to pressure the government is also prohibited. The sanctions also violated the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and numerous other international agreements. Many Americans think that the U.S. is justified in holding Iraqi civilians responsible and punishing them for the indiscretions of their leader. Would these same Americans like to be held responsible for the massive atrocities performed by their own elected government if the U.S. was ever to some sort of justice? It was also quite hypocritical for the United States to insist upon having weapons inspectors in a very minimally armed Iraq. In 1997, the United States passed a bill that denies international inspections of U.S. weapons facilities, despite the fact that the U.S. is required to allow UN inspectors in accordance with treaties banning chemical and biological weapons. A blatant hypocrisy is the U.S. trying to keep weapons out of Iraq, while supplying weapons to neighboring countries. The U.S. has been arming other countries in the region at a ferocious pace, with over $30 billion in arms sold in the region since the Gulf War. This includes Turkey, one of the largest importers of U.S. arms, which used U.S. weapons to attack the same Kurdish population in Iraq that Saddam supposedly did. Additional deaths have been caused by unexploded bomblets and depleted uranium. A 1999 Human Rights Watch report revealed that over 1,600 civilians had been killed from bomblets. Depleted uranium kills more discreetly. DU tested positive for radioactive residue in its experimental stages. The uranium-238 used in DU can cause cancer and genetic defects if inhaled. This should come as no surprise, since it is a byproduct of the nuclear weapons and power industries. Despite knowing possible dangers, the Allied forces used DU shells in its ammunition because of its significant performance advantages over other metals and the effectiveness of its 47. Strength and armor piercing. It was used to make tank killers and performed better than the Pentagon expected, which ensured its future use. Britain's Atomic Energy Authority concluded that just 25 tons of DU has the capability of causing 500,000 potential deaths. More than 300 tons of debris containing DU remain scattered across Gulf War battlefields. The uranium dust also blanketed vegetables, livestock, and rivers throughout Iraq's countryside. The DU has produced freakish products like football-sized tomatoes and purple carrots. Thousands of children in Iraq are now suffering from unexplained cancers. Countless children who were born after the war are dying from leukemia and lymphoma cancer. The cancer rates are exponentially higher than before the First Gulf War. There are also thousands of 1991 Gulf War veterans in the U.S. who were exposed to depleted uranium dust while firing weapons and are suffering from unexplained and potentially terminal illnesses. Kidney problems, respiratory failures, and cancers are now being diagnosed among the veterans, and these cases appear to be identical to those afflicting Iraqis. The media is greatly responsible for the continuous suffering in Iraq. The media in the United States has been completely ignoring or downplaying the effects of sanctions and bombings in Iraq. The media has been personifying Iraq as Saddam Hussein, not the over 20 million individual human beings who live there. The media showed footage of all the great technology the US has, including camera footage on the bombs. They never showed the massive numbers of innocent civilians turned into corpses. Journalists have been speaking with the voice of the US government, and haven't taken on the moral responsibility to deliver the truth. The media has greatly exaggerated the threat of Iraqi weapons in order to create fear in the hearts of the masses and encourage continued military spending and support. The media has also used a very narrow selection of experts, most of them who have worked or are working for the government or corporations. In 2002, President George W. Bush launched a new propaganda campaign against Iraq in an attempt to justify an all-out war. He first tried to link Iraq to the attacks of September 11, 2001. This is completely ridiculous. Saddam and bin Laden are enemies. Saddam has been notorious for persecuting the Wahhabis. Saddam spent over 30 years opposing Islamic fundamentalism, allowing women to be properly educated and to go out in public without veils. Iraq would not have provided Al-Qaeda with weapons, because Saddam's government would have been one of the top targets for the fundamentalists to use the weapons on. Despite this, when the new war in Iraq started, most of the American public actually believed that there was a direct link between Iraq and the attacks on September 11, 2001. Bush then tried to claim that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. He didn't point out that America originated and has the world's majority of weapons of mass destruction. He didn't point out that the US has supplied countless oppressive nations with such weapons, including Israel, which has a nuclear arsenal. He also didn't point out that chemical weapons such as sarin and tabun have a shelf life of only 5 years, which means that any supposed Iraqi stockpiles became worthless sludge years ago. Despite most political leaders, the leaders of every major religion, and approximately 90% of the world's population being opposed to a US attack on Iraq without United Nations backing, Bush started the new war with Iraq on March 19, 2003. He started the war claiming to be making a preemptive strike, the exact same rationale Adolf Hitler provided for invading Poland. Can you imagine children going to school, beating up or murdering any classmates they think might hurt them someday in the future, ignoring everyone else's opinion? Bush claimed that the US would be liberating Iraq. Bush didn't admit that the US has never installed true democracies during past interventions. Bush didn't admit to the fact that US officials oppose any democracy in Iraq, because about 60% of the population are Shia Muslims, aligned with Iran and linked to anti-American, Islamic fundamentalism. The second largest group is the Kurds, who will face strong resistance to taking power due to internal conflicts and opposition from Turkey and others. Then there are the Sunnis, Saddam's group, making up about 17% of the population. Bush also did not advertise the fact that the war would ultimately cost approximately $200 billion. He did not advertise the fact that such money would be wasted, even though the economy was in ruins, the stock market had been collapsing, over 2.5 million Americans had lost their jobs since the Bush regime invaded the White House, and that 49. Veterans' benefits, Social Security, education, and library funding were being slashed. He did not advertise the fact that the US was planning on providing $2 billion for the restructuring of Iraq. A clear indication of US priorities, $200 billion for the destruction of Iraq, and 1% of that to rebuild it. A large amount of the $200 billion was spent on weaponry, including the 1,500 cluster bombs dropped and the new 2,000 IB. Udum bombs. These have been dumped all over, including countless numbers in the city of Baghdad, with over 5 million inhabitants. Any life form within a 120-meter radius of where a JOAM bomb is dropped is killed instantly. Anyone within a 365-meter radius has a huge chance of shrapnel wounds. We saw that a truck was delivering dozens of totally dismembered dead bodies of women and children. It was an awful sight. Roland Hugnan, International Red Cross worker. The Education for Peace in Iraq Center reported the following on April 2, 2003. Yesterday, Razek Al-Kazem Al-Kayfahi and his extended family loaded into a pickup truck and fled their hometown, Hilla, a farming community 50 miles south of Baghdad. As they drove south in search of safety, a U.S. Apache helicopter fired a missile and destroyed the truck. Razek now sits among 15 coffins at the local hospital in Hilla. He lost his wife and 6 children, his father, his mother, his 3 brothers and their wives. Robert Frisk stated the following on March 23, 2003, after visiting a hospital and meeting a 5-year-old girl, Doha Suhail. She looked at me yesterday morning, drip feed attached to her nose, a deep frown over her small face as she tried vainly to move the left side of her body. The cruise missile that exploded close to her home in the Radwaniyeh suburb of Baghdad blasted shrapnel into her tiny legs and far more seriously, into her spine. Now she has lost all movement in her left leg. Razek and Doha are by no means unique victims. The number of debilitating injuries and deaths are countless. Thousands of Iraqi civilians died within the first couple weeks of America's Operation Blood for Oil. 50. Despite the Bush administration's claims that Iraq posed an imminent threat to the U.S., weapons of mass destruction were not found. The weapons of mass destruction were Bush's main excuse for the attack and the media's main reason for cheerleading for war. But, as of this publishing, weapons of mass destruction have not been found. Also, real links of Saddam to Al-Qaeda were not found and Saddam's status is unknown. America did accomplish its goals once again. Iraq and its oil supply are now under control of the US and Britain. Vice President Dick Cheney, who received tens of millions of dollars while CEO of Halliburton, gave $500 million in rewards and support back to Halliburton subsidiaries involving oil contracts in Iraq. The US has showed once again that it is superior in military strength. The US has sent a message to any country not succumbing to US demands. The US has supposedly justified all the money it wastes on military, and the US distracted its citizens from the real problems facing them as a result of George W. Bush's domestic policies. Indonesia. Suharto's a jolly good fellow. Which Clinton won't deny. Armed with wide-blade knives called parangs, Muslim bands crept at night into the homes of communists, killing entire families. Travelers tell of small rivers and streams that have been literally clogged with bodies. River transportation has at places been seriously impeded. Time magazine, December 17, 1965. Nearly 100 communists, or suspected communists, were herded into the town's botanical garden and mowed down with a machine gun. The head that had belonged to the school principal, a PKI member, was stuck on a pole and paraded among his formal pupils, convened in special assembly. New York Times Magazine, May 8, 1966. The United States and its major involvement in violence in Indonesia began in 1965 when it supported General Suharto and his takeover. Indonesian President Sukarno was in office from 1945 to 1965 and was not popular amongst U.S. leaders because of his non-aligned, anti-imperialist movement and association with the Communist Party. When a CIA-backed violent uprising against Sukarno failed in 1958, the U.S. assisted the Indonesian military in getting Sukarno replaced by General Suharto in 1965. Suharto's coup destroyed the Indonesian Communist Party, the largest communist party outside the Soviet bloc and China and the only mass-based political party in Indonesia. The destruction of the PKI involved the slaughter of 700,000 people, mostly landless peasants, during a few months in 1965. Suharto had death squads working from hit lists provided by the U.S. State Department. American diplomats watched over these comprehensive hit lists of communist operatives. The Americans checked off their names as the Indonesian army hunted them down and killed them. In addition to the financing, assisting, and arming of the brutal Indonesian army, 1,200 Indonesian officers, including senior military figures, had received training in the United States. The US-backed intervention worked. Sukarno was removed, and General Suharto took over, beginning a new order of brutality that would last about 3 decades under his power. Death squads roamed freely, killing not only subversives, but also suspected criminals by the thousands. Torture and murder by the military became the norm. East Timor has been the main victim of Indonesia since December 7, 1975, when Indonesia invaded, occupied, and annexed the former Portuguese colony after it declared independence when Portugal relinquished control. This invasion occurred the day after U.S. President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger met with President Suharto in Indonesia and gave Suharto their stamp of approval for the genocide. 5 days after the invasion, the UN even voted to condemn the attack, but the US abstained. This invasion led to the slaughter of about 200,000 people, almost one-third of the population. During the 1975 invasion, Indonesia relied almost entirely upon US arms and diplomatic support. There are even reports of numerous occasions when American advisors were directing and participating in combat. This American support strengthened in 1978 when Indonesia's forces, led by General Suharto, peaked in fury. 52. And performed more mass killings upon the people of East Timor. Suharto purposefully made the horrible deaths public and left the dead unburied, stating, "The corpses were left lying around as a form of shock therapy." José Ramos Horta stated the following while speaking at a church in Brooklyn, shortly before winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 1996. In the summer of 1977, I was here in New York when I received a message telling me that one of my sisters, Maria, 21 years old, had been killed by an aircraft bombing. The aircraft, named Bronco, was supplied by the United States. Within months, another report about my brother, Guy, 17 years old, killed along with many other people in his village by Bell helicopters, supplied by the United States. Same year, another brother, Nunu, captured and executed with an M16. In 1997 and 1998, the Pentagon continued training the Indonesian military under the code name Iron Balance. One of the most rigorously trained units was called the Kopassus, an elite force with a bloody history. Training focused on techniques that could only be used against civilians, including urban guerrilla warfare, counterintelligence, and psychological operations. Additional mass destruction, torture, murders, and terror came to East Timor in 1999, with continued U.S. support. On August 30, 1999, despite the fate that lingered in the aftermath, close to 80% of East Timor voted for independence. Upon the results of this vote, US-backed Indonesian forces violently reversed the outcome by slaughtering and evicting the population, while reducing much of the country to ashes. A specialist of the New York Times stated that the Clinton administration has made the calculation that the United States must put its relationship with Indonesia, a mineral-rich nation of more than 200 million people, ahead of its concern over the political fate of East Timor, a tiny impoverished territory of 800,000 people that is seeking independence. The U.S. encouraged Indonesia to remain in control of the illegally occupied territory, while Indonesian forces virtually destroyed the country and drove 750,000 people out of their homes. About 10,000 people in East Timor were slaughtered in 1999. At the end of 1999, 150,000 refugees from East Timor were held as virtual prisoners in Indonesian West Timor. Amnesty International 53. Reported that these civilians were trapped in makeshift camps and living in a state of constant fear under the rule of the militia groups that destroyed East Timor, often intimidated, extorted, and in some cases sexually assaulted and killed. Hundreds have died due to inadequate sanitation and medical care, mostly children, victims of diarrhea and dysentery. The hundreds of thousands of innocent lives massacred in East Timor by Indonesia since 1975 could have been saved if the US had withdrawn support. The US could have limited the death and destruction by ending support of the brutal General Suharto and the Indonesian army. The US could have insisted that the right of self-determination that had been upheld by the United Nations and the International Court of Justice be adhered to and respected. Instead, the US did the opposite. It supported the atrocious forces and ignored East Timor's granted right to independence. Government-approved weapons sales to Indonesia come to over $1 billion since 1975, including $150 million during the Clinton years. When the atrocities peaked between 1977 and 1978, France and Britain pitched in too, with support and weaponry. The Clinton administration has even praised General Suharto as our kind of guy. This shows that the US truly appreciates and admires mass murderers who can kill over 1 million peasants during a 30-year period. The bloody union of the US and the Indonesian military continues today. Indonesia's military and domestic police forces are one of America's best customers for weapons, training, and torture devices. Vietnam. The Vietnam War developed when Vietnamese nationalists refused to be exploited by the new global superpower, the USA. Vietnam didn't pose a threat as a conqueror. It posed a threat as a dangerous example of national independence that would inspire other nations in the region. It is for this reason that the US decided Vietnam must be subjugated. President John F. Kennedy explained why Vietnam and Southeast Asia was of such importance. He stated, "It provides a lush 54. Climate, fertile soil, rich natural resources, a relatively sparse population in most areas, and room to expand." He went on to say, "The countries of Southeast Asia produce rich exportable surpluses such as rice, rubber, teak, corn, tin, spices, oil, and many others." Vietnam had been occupied by China from before the time of Christ until 939 AD. They had repelled an attempted invasion by the armies of Kublai Khan in 1288. France conquered them in a 26-year war between 1858 and 1884, and remained their imperialist colonial masters until the Japanese invasion in 1940. During August and September of 1945, Ho Chi Minh expelled the Japan-sponsored regime headed by Bao Dai. For a few weeks in September 1945, Vietnam was, for the first time in its modern history, free from foreign domination, and united from north to south. In October of 1946, France bombarded Haiphong, a port in northern Vietnam, beginning the 8-year war between the Viet Minh movement and the French who wanted to recolonize Vietnam. The United States provided 80% of the financing for the French army. After much bloodshed, this war ended with the Geneva Conference of July 20, 1954, temporarily dividing the country at 17 degrees north latitude. The US was alone in refusing to sign the final declaration, because the settlement included an agreement to end military efforts to defeat the Viet Minh. The US did what it could to prevent the unification of Vietnam, including setting up Ngo Dinh Diem as the head of South Vietnam in Saigon in 1955. The US puppet regime created a terror state, which killed 70,000 South Vietnamese by 1960. Ngo Dinh Diem became increasingly unpopular. Another reason for this is because of Diem's anti-Buddhist campaign in a country that was mostly Buddhists. The US also encouraged religious division with propaganda slogans and leaflets that stated Christ has gone to the south and Virgin Mary has departed from the north. The US participated in direct attacks in the early 1960s, long before the Vietnam War. In 1961 and 1962, the US conducted one-third of the bombing missions in the country and also initiated crop destruction. Starting in 1964, Ho Chi Minh led the Viet Minh in an attempt to drive French and US powers from the south, and reunite their country. Southern Viet Cong assisted them. This united effort was 5. Known as the National Liberation Front and was strongly supported by the masses. After the capture and execution of Ngo Dinh Diem in 1963, Subsequent generals were unable to suppress the National Liberation Front, resulting in the U.S. decision to directly intervene. U.S. government planners feared that the Viet Minh might succeed in their liberation, and thought that the rot would spread and the virus would infect the region. The U.S. undertook standard virus procedure. First it had to destroy the virus. Then it had to inoculate potential victims, so that the disease would not spread. This was and is the U.S. strategy in the Third World. President Lyndon Johnson began waging an undeclared war in Vietnam in 1964. This began as airstrikes, ultimately dropping 7 million tons of bombs. The raids dropped cluster bombs, conventional bombs, napalm, Agent Orange, and white phosphorus explosives. Ground forces were also brought in. Over 500,000 American military personnel were sent nearly halfway around the world to wage a war against peasants seeking freedom. About 10% of the U.S. troops were killed, and many more injured. The CIA also launched its Phoenix program and similar programs, in which tens of thousands of Vietnamese were captured, tortured, questioned, and killed. These Vietnamese were thrown out of helicopters, tortured with electric shock, and killed by 6-inch dowels pushed through their ears and into their brains. It was reported that none of the prisoners questioned lived through the interrogation process. At least 2 million Vietnamese died as a result of the Vietnam War. Most of these casualties were civilians, and the majority of those civilians were women and children. In June of 1994, the Vietnamese government claimed that 3 million Vietnamese were killed and 4 million were injured during the war. Over 6.5 million Vietnamese became homeless refugees. Agent Orange, a chemical that kills vegetation and also causes birth defects, skin lesions, and other diseases and fatalities, destroyed the fields and forests. There are still children being born without limbs and other birth defects as a lasting effect of Agent Orange. The U.S. Army also used CS, DM, and CN gases. CS gas was pumped into 56 Vietnamese caves and tunnels, causing countless Viet Cong to choke to death on their own vomit. A variety of gases were used on the civilians too, causing destroyed eyeballs, blistered faces, scorched and erupted skin, and death amongst innocent women and children. Dow Chemical made huge profits supplying Agent Orange to the military, as did Lockheed Martin and other weapons manufacturers. Executives from those companies and their political whores had actively promoted expanding the original misguided intervention. Some even advocated use of atomic weapons. Lyndon Johnson constantly insisted that only military targets were being bombed. This was definitely not the case, as in all U.S. interventions. There has never been a president honest enough to admit that U.S. forces overseas are slaughtering civilians. This information is not documented and made public until it is too late. Then, the general public forgets, and the U.S. repeats the same exact course of action again in another impoverished country. In the case of Vietnam, civilians were terrorized because they supported positive changes and the National Liberation Front's revolt against the repressive dictatorship and foreign exploitation. Vietnamese were victimized in an attempt to silence their rebellious voices and spirits. As always, it's important to not be desensitized by the numbers, and to realize that each of the lives slaughtered in Vietnam was an actual human being, complete with family, friends, memories, emotions, etc. It is important to tell the stories of witnesses. The following was the testimony of James Duersey, a rifleman, in reference to my life war in the Quang Ngai province, where 500 inhabitants, mostly women, children, and elderly, were forced into a ditch and methodically shot to death by American soldiers. This was his account as printed by the New York Times. Lieutenant Calley and a weeping rifleman named Paul D. Meadlow, the same soldier who had fed candy to the children before shooting them, pushed the prisoners into the ditch. There was an order to shoot by Lieutenant Calley. I can't remember the exact words. It was something like "start firing." Meadlow turned to me and said, "Shoot, why don't you shoot?" He was crying. T said, "I can't. I won't." Then Lieutenant Calley and Meadlow pointed their rifles into the ditch and fired. 339. People were diving on top of each other, mothers were trying to protect their children. Do you recall seeing this image in the latest recruitment commercial for the Army on TV? Colonel Oron Henderson, who had been charged with covering up the My Lai killings, admitted that every unit of brigade size has its My Lai hidden someplace. Another eyewitness account reported in Time magazine. Just outside the village there was this big pile of bodies. This really tiny little kid, he had only a shirt on, nothing else. He came over to the pile and held the hand of one of the dead. One of the GIs behind me dropped into a kneeling position, 30 meters from this kid, and killed him with a single shot. On June 5, 1965, the New York Times carried a dispatch from Saigon that reported that U.S. jet bombers pounded a mountain region claiming to target soldiers, but 75% of the Vietnamese visiting the nearest hospital afterwards for burns from napalm or jellied gasoline were women. On September 6, 1965, a press dispatch reported the following. In Bien Hoa province south of Saigon on August 15, United States aircraft accidentally bombed a Buddhist pagoda and a Catholic church. 1T was the third time their pagoda had been bombed in 1965. A temple of the Cao Dai religious sect in the same area had been bombed twice this year. In another Delta province there is a woman who has both arms burned off by napalm and her eyelids so badly burned that she cannot close them. When it is time for her to sleep, her family puts a blanket over her head. The woman had 2 of her children killed in the airstrike that maimed her. Few Americans appreciate what their nation is doing to South Vietnam with air power. Innocent civilians are dying every day in South Vietnam. One sergeant recalled his march from capture to the POW camp stating the following. Until we got to the first camp, we didn't see a village intact, they were all destroyed. I sat down and put myself in the middle and asked myself, is this right or wrong? Is it right to destroy villages? Is it right to kill people en masse? After a while it just got to me. 58. Brian Wilson, an Air Force officer, stated the following in reference to a field assessment he did of a Vietnamese village shortly after it was bombed, with over 100 humans massacred. At my feet there was a woman, trying to hold 3 children. She obviously had been fleeing the bombing, and her eyes were open, and I thought maybe she was alive, so I bent over, and I started crying. Of course they were dead, but the napalm burned off their skin and eyelids. The following is from a letter a GI sent to his family that was reported by Seymour Hersh, a journalist. Dear Mom and Dad. Today we went on a mission and I am not very proud of myself, my friends, or my country. We burned every hut in sight. It was a small rural network of villages and the people were incredibly poor. My unit burned and plundered their meager possessions. Let me try to explain the situation to you. The huts here are thatched palm leaves. Each one has a dried mud bunker inside. These bunkers are to protect the families. Kind of like air raid shelters. My unit commanders, however, chose to think that these bunkers are offensive. So every hut we find that has a bunker we are ordered to burn to the ground. When 10 helicopters landed this morning, in the midst of these huts, and 6 men jumped out of each chopper, we were firing the moment we hit the ground. We fired into all the huts we could. It is then that we burned these huts. Everyone is crying, begging, and praying that we don't separate them and take their husbands and fathers, sons and grandfathers. The women wail and moan. Then they watch in terror as we burn their homes, personal possessions, and food. Yes, we burn all rice and shoot all livestock. As you read other sections, you will see that the behavior of U.S. soldiers is fairly consistent. Why are there parents who are proud of their sons and daughters who serve their country in the armed forces? One of the most recent commercials for the Army had some proud parents looking at the wall where they had a picture of their son in the military, complete with medals. Immoral murder and mayhem in the 59. Name of democracy, freedom, or national interests has become a virtue in the eyes of the government and its brainwashed citizens. It should also be noted that in 1972 President Nixon even wanted to use nuclear bombs to destroy North Vietnam, a don't give a damn in reference to innocent Oi Lee, or they could face 5 long years in jail. Muhammad Ali refused to go, saying no Viet Cong ever called me nigger. He lost his boxing title for his refusal to murder and was also initially sentenced to 5 years in prison. Martin Luther King became a main target of the FBI and CIA when he spoke out against the Vietnam War. It's absolutely hypocritical of the US to punish those for maintaining their responsibility to God, life, and the planet by refusing to go to war. As previously noted, the International Military Tribunal imprisoned and executed numerous Nazis who pleaded to be only following orders. The tribunal declared that the very essence of the charter is that individuals have international duties which transcend the national obligations of obedience imposed by the individual state. Participation in the Vietnam War is one of those instances. People refusing to fight were maintaining their international duties. If the Nazis were sentenced to death or prison for following orders and executing innocent lives, shouldn't the same so-called justice be applied to those who went to Vietnam and killed innocent civilians? 60. Oddly enough, the wealthiest and most powerful nation in the history of the world failed in its attempt to completely defeat a nationalist revolutionary movement in a tiny, peasant country. However, the US did succeed in completely destroying every prospect that Vietnam once had, from excellent agricultural production to healthy living standards. America ensured that even the most competent, humane government would not be able to save Vietnam from the annihilation and dire conditions brought upon the Vietnamese by the US after the United States withdrew forces. It continued to give aid to the Saigon government. Finally, in April 1975, the North Vietnamese troops took over Saigon. The American embassy staff fled, the long war was over, Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City, and both parts of Vietnam were united as the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Negative outcomes of the war were brought home to the US also. Over 50,000 US soldiers died, and many committed suicide after the war. The Vietnam War was also a primary cause of the drug abuse problem America suffers from today. By 1970, 30,000 Americans in Vietnam were addicted to heroin, and many brought narcotics back with them on military transports. America's dependence upon foreign investment and deteriorating balance of payments also began during the Vietnam War, as the US borrowed to finance a war that ended up costing over $500 billion. The costs of the war led to President Nixon announcing the termination of the gold guarantee of the US$, dismantling the Bretton Woods Agreement that guaranteed $35 could always be exchanged for a troy ounce of gold. After this, the politicians became increasingly addicted to deficit expenditures and printing money to finance the military and foreign exploitations. As previously stated, 7 million tons of bombs had been dropped on Vietnam by the end of the war. That's one 350-pound bomb for every Vietnamese. It was estimated that war resulted in 20 million bomb craters in the country. 400,000 tons of napalm were dumped. Countless assorted chemical weapons were dispersed over forests and crops. On January 27, 1973, the US signed the Agreement on Ending the War and Restoring Peace in Vietnam, which promised positive contributions to healing Vietnam's wounds. On February 1, 1973, President Nixon promised the Prime Minister of North Vietnam the 61. Government of the United States of America will contribute to post-war reconstruction in North Vietnam without any political conditions. Nixon went on to pledge preliminary United States studies will fall in the range of $3.25 billion of grant aid over 5 years. Other forms of aid will be agreed upon between the two parties. Guess what? Vietnam has yet to see a single dime of reconstructive aid from the US. In fact, just the opposite happened. The United States imposed a complete embargo on trade and assistance to the country. This embargo lasted until 1994. To add insult to injury, In 1997 Vietnam began to pay off about $145 million in debts to the US, left by the South Vietnam government for food and aid during the war. How insane is this extortion? Vietnam is being forced by the US and its bill collectors to pay for the privilege of having their people massacred and land destroyed a few decades ago. Keep in mind that Vietnam's massive suffering was not just confined to the Vietnam War. Vietnam was the victim of about 25 years of US aggression, and lost about 3 million people in the process. As stated before, effects last up to this very day. The residual effects of the Agent Orange dumped so many years ago are birth defects, pregnancy complications, and general health problems that shouldn't exist. The large quantities of dioxin that were dumped affected millions and led to abnormally high rate of cancer, chromosomal damage, long-lasting neurological disorders, etc. In February of 1997, the Wall Street Journal reported that 500,000 children might have been born with dioxin-related deformities as a result of the chemicals dumped by the U.S. Korea. U.S. forces entered Korea in 1945 in order to dispose of the popular local government, which consisted primarily of anti-fascists who resisted the Japanese. The U.S. then inaugurated a brutal repression using Japanese fascist police and Koreans who had collaborated with them during the Japanese occupation. 62. About 100,000 people were murdered in South Korea from this U.S. repression in the late 1940s, and this was even before the Korean War. That number includes between 30,000 and 40,000 killed on Jeju Island, a small region where a peasant revolt was crushed. The U.S. sought to massacre any rebellions and communist-inspired citizens. Hodge, the commander of U.S. forces in Korea, viewed any Korean who wasn't an extreme patriotic rightist as a communist and potential traitor. General Hodge encouraged American soldiers as they fired on crowds, conducted mass arrests, combed the hills for suspects, and organized posses of Korean rightists, constabulary, and police for mass raids, according to a correspondent for the Chicago Sun, who was in Korea at the time. After World War II, Korea was divided into North Korea and South Korea at the 38th parallel. On June 25, 1950, North Korea invaded South Korea in attempt of reuniting the two. Despite what the US told the public, this attack was provoked. South Korea attacked North Korea 2 days prior and even captured the North Korean town of Haeju. Syngman Rhee was the head of South Korea at the time of the Korean War. Rhee was brought back to Korea in 1945 after decades of exile in America. The U.S. Army military government in Korea maneuvered him into power while the unit suffocated the Korean People's Republic. He led an oppressive regime that did very little in the interests of the people of Korea. One of his motives for war was a desperate attempt to rally support behind his unstable and unpopular regime. In response to the North retaliating against the South, the United States decided to obliterate both North Korea and South Korea as it subjected Korea to a 3-year scorched earth policy, including massive aerial bombardment, complete destruction of civilian infrastructure, wiping out of rice crops, annihilation of countless civilian villages, extensive use of napalm, and extensive use of germ warfare. Within 1 year, Korea was virtually destroyed. 1 year into the war, Major General Emmett O'Donnell testified before the Senate stating, "I would say that almost the entire Korean peninsula is just a terrible mess, everything is destroyed. There is nothing standing worthy of the name." 63. A typical example of the behavior of U.S. and South Korean forces is the Kukang incident of February 1951, in which about 600 men and women, young and old, were herded into a narrow valley and mowed down with machine guns by a South Korean army unit. Rhee's forces killed over 100,000 people in his own territory of South Korea during government executions, in which Koreans seen as communist were shot without a trial. These executions were usually done at dawn on any ground where one could dig a trench and line up a row of prisoners in front of it. Over 6,000 communist POWs also died in US/South Korean camps. During 1952, the U.S. dropped an average of 70,000 gallons of napalm each day. A vivid account of the results of napalm was reported by a BBC journalist with the following description. In front of us a curious figure was standing, a little crouched, legs straddled, arms held out from his side. He had no eyes, and the whole of his body, nearly all of which was visible through tatters of burnt rags, was covered with a hard black crust speckled with yellow pus. He had to stand because he was no longer covered with a skin, but with a crust-like crackling which broke easily. I thought of the hundreds of villages reduced to ash which I personally had seen and realized the sort of casualty list which must be mounting up along the Korean front. Another description of the effect of napalm was in the New York Times on February 9, 1951. A napalm raid hit the village 3 or 4 days ago when the Chinese were holding up the advance, and nowhere in the village have they buried the dead because there is nobody left to do so. The inhabitants throughout the village and in the fields were caught and killed and kept their exact postures they had held when the napalm struck, a man about to get on his bicycle, 50 boys and girls playing in an orphanage, a housewife strangely unmarked, holding in her hand a page torn from a Sears Roebuck catalog crayoned at mail order number 3,811,294 for a $2.98 bewitching bed jacket, coral. There must be almost 200 dead in the tiny hamlet. There were some U.S. soldiers who were somewhat capable of independent thought and saw the terrible wrongs committed by America in this brutal war. A good share of these soldiers actually turned against the U.S. Up to 30% of American POWs ended up collaborating with. 64. North Korea. Another 1 in every 7 soldiers was guilty of serious collaboration, including agreeing to spy or organize with the communists after the war. Sadly, as always the case, most of the U.S. soldiers were proud to be serving their country and protecting freedom and democracy. Captain Everett L. Hundley from Kansas City represented the general mentality when he exclaimed, "You can kiss that group of villages goodbye," after a U.S. bombing raid. The estimated number of Korean civilians killed from 1951 to 1953 during the Korean War is from 2 million to over 3 million. An estimated 600,000 to over 1 million Korean soldiers were killed also. U.S. oppression continued after the war, including an incident in May of 1980, when the U.S. unleashed military forces upon protesters and citizens who were demanding an end to martial law, an end to rigged elections, an end to the arrest of dissidents, an end to torture, and an end to unmet social needs. Up to 2,000 civilians died during this crackdown. Even to this day, South Koreans and North Koreans are still not allowed to contact or visit their relatives across the 38th parallel. U.S. politicians and their puppets have done everything they can to prevent reunification. Despite Korean opposition, 40,000 U.S. troops are still stationed in South Korea. U.S. economic sanctions against North Korea also continue to exist, despite the U.S. agreeing to end the sanctions when it signed a Geneva Agreement in October of 1994. Cambodia. Join us or die? Oops, we meant join us and die anyway. Prince Norodom Sihanouk was the popular ruler of Cambodia, which happened to be sandwiched in between 2 U.S. client states, South Vietnam and Thailand. One of his main goals was to avoid involvement in the Vietnam War. From 1955 to 1970 he adhered to a policy of neutralism, interacting with communist and capitalist states equally. U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles tried to get Sihanouk to join the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. Sihanouk stated that he viewed SEATO as an aggressive military alliance directed 65 against neighbors with whom Cambodia had no quarrel. He also stated, "We look after ourselves as neutrals and Buddhists." America was adamantly opposed to neutrals with pacifist and Buddhist philosophies, so the CIA did what it could to try to sway Sihanouk. They presented fraudulent documents that predicted communist aggression against Cambodia. The CIA tried 2 assassination plots against him. They even backed various incursions and accidental bombings in Cambodia, performed by forces that were recruited, financed, armed, and trained by the CIA and the U.S. Special Forces. Sihanouk remained unwilling to join the US-led crusade against communism, and that made him America's enemy. In March of 1970, he was removed from power by US-backed forces and replaced by a CIA puppet named Lon Nol, who of course immediately committed Cambodian troops to the war in Vietnam. War quickly escalated in Cambodia as Vietnamese penetrated the country. Richard Nixon initiated carpet bombings in March of 1969. During the first 14 months alone, there were over 3,600 B-52 bombing raids upon Cambodia. When U.S. bombing intensified near the Vietnamese border, large numbers of North Vietnamese troops were driven into Cambodia. Until 1975, the U.S. conducted a massive covert bombing campaign against Cambodia, resulting in famine, economic chaos, and unfathomable massacres. The U.S. also set the stage for the grotesquely violent Khmer Rouge to rise to power, resulting in continued death and destruction for the country. With CIA assistance, the U.S. funneled tens of millions of dollars to the Khmer Rouge. This brought the US-related Cambodian death toll to over 1 million. Laos. Laos was one of the poorest countries in the world in the 1960s. Most of the people who lived there were unaware of concepts such as nations and governments. They just lived simple lives in their fields and small villages. Between 1957 and 1965, Laotian governments would come and go, with the CIA sponsoring at least one coup a year. The developing threat was a leftist group called the Pathet Lao, which kept getting votes. 66. To be included in coalition governments. Starting in the late 1950s, the CIA recruited a mercenary force of about 40,000 men called the Armée Clandestine to attack Pathet Lao forces. The CIA recruited these men from Laos, Thailand, South Vietnam, the Philippines, Taiwan, and South Korea. Resisting CIA recruitment was dangerous. The Mio villages of Laos tried to remain neutral and refused to allow the CIA to recruit their 13-year-old boys. The CIA responded to this neutrality by blocking out imports and exports, and eventually targeting the villages in an air raid. By 1964, the Pathet Lao was forced out of the electoral process. When the Pathet Lao started receiving aid from the North Vietnamese and tried to win back political power, the U.S. military got directly involved. Washington subjected Laos to a murderous secret bombing campaign that wiped out over 500,000 civilians by dumping over 2 million tons of bombs from 1964 to 1973. The bombing was so devastating that over a quarter of the population became refugees, with many people living in caves for years at a time. One American community worker in Laos affirmed, village after village was leveled, countless people buried alive by high explosives, or burnt alive by napalm and white phosphorus, or riddled by anti-personnel bomb pellets. The Far Eastern Economic Review stated, operating from Thai bases and aircraft carriers, American jets have destroyed the great majority of villages and towns in the Northeast. Severe casualties have been inflicted upon the inhabitants. Refugees from the Plain of Jars report that they were bombed almost daily by American jets last year. They say they spent most of the past 2 years living in caves or holes. Alexis Johnson, former U.S. Undersecretary of State, bragged about the murderous Laos missions in 1971, declaring, "Is something of which we can be proud as Americans. It has involved virtually no American casualties. What we are getting for our money there, is, I think, to use the old phrase, very cost-effective." Over 500,000 human beings were slaughtered in Laos when America subjected civilians to devastating, cost-effective, secret bombing from 1964 to 1973. 67. The U.S. genocidal bombing still has its lasting effects today. Countless unexploded cluster bombs littered the country during the U.S. 10-year raid and continue to kill and maim tens of thousands of Laotian civilians. There have been 11,000 accidents related to the unexploded bombs so far, with about half of the victims dying immediately after the accident. The survivors oftentimes spend the rest of their lives without certain limbs or functional organs. The U.S. adamantly refuses to assist in any cleanup efforts. Japan. The power of E=mc got into the wrong hands. Japan was an imperialistic empire that was out of control, but not quite as reckless as the US empire. The US was completely destroying the societies it conquered, while Japan actually tried to develop the societies it took over. The December 7, 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor should have come as no surprise. On November 15, 1941, General Marshall revealed that the US had already broken Japan's naval codes. Additionally, the Roosevelt administration knew they were encouraging war when they issued an ultimatum to Japan on November 26, 1941, ordering them out of China. America was also encouraging war when it imposed sanctions on Japan. The embargoes on scrap iron and oil were very threatening to Japan's existence and livelihood. The attack was exactly what President Franklin Delano Roosevelt needed. 60 to 80% of the American public had been opposed to America getting involved in World War II prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Americans now saw participation in World War II as not only justified, but absolutely necessary. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, anti-Japanese hysteria spread like the plague. The US was determined to punish those who dared to stand up to the glorious United States. The US succeeded in its execution by killing more than 100 times the number killed in Pearl Harbor and imprisoning over 120,000 American Japanese. Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066 in February 1942, which gave the Army power to arrest Japanese on the West Coast. 68. Take them from their homes, transport them to internment camps far into the interior, and keep them there under prison-like conditions. This led to the detainment of 120,000 men, women, and children for 3 years. Many were even crammed into horse stables during the process. This was something that not many influential people opposed. One congressman stated, "I'm for catching every Japanese in America, Alaska, and Hawaii now and putting them in concentration camps, damn them. Let's get rid of them." Racism was everywhere. When Time magazine reported about the Battle of Iwo Jima, it proclaimed, "The ordinary unreasoning Jap is ignorant. Perhaps he is human. Nothing indicates it." Prior to the nuclear bombs, the firebombing of Tokyo in March of 1945 was the most horrific of the US attacks. Tokyo was a non-military target, and the city had many buildings made of wood, which led to the immense firestorm. The attacks on Tokyo left an estimated 80,000 to 200,000 killed and over 1 million homeless. After the war, the US Strategic Bombing Survey concluded, probably more people lost their lives by fire in Tokyo in a 6-hour period than at any time in the history of man. On August 6, 1945, a lone plane dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, in the name of American democracy and freedom. This bomb left about 100,000 Japanese dead, with the vast majority civilians. Tens of thousands slowly died after that from radiation poisoning. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, instantly killing about 50,000. The United States dropped these nuclear bombs despite knowing about the looming Japanese surrender. The US had previously broken the Japanese code and was intercepting Japanese messages, including one to their ambassador in Moscow regarding peace negotiations with the Allies. In fact, the Emperor of Japan wrote President Truman a letter on July 18, 1945 looking for peace. Despite knowledge of the Japanese desire for peace and plans to surrender, America preferred to murder hundreds of thousands of innocent lives rather than seek a peaceful resolution. It is suspected that America dropped the atomic bombs in order to keep US economic interests in Japan instead of the Russians, who might have gained control of it. Pearl Harbor was a military target. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Tokyo were civilian metropolises. The US Strategic Bombing Survey 69 said in its official report, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen as targets because of their concentration of activities and population. An estimated 250,000 lives were lost from the total carnage caused by the atomic bombs the US dropped, bringing the number of Japanese killed by the US to between 350,000 and 500,000. China and Taiwan. China was under the corrupt dictatorship of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in the 1940s, which was also supported by the United States. Chiang's tyranny was plagued with corruption and cruelty, and the majority of Chinese people firmly despised his rule. In 1945, Mao Zedong and his communist forces surrounded Peking and Shanghai. The US quickly got involved in suppressing the People's Movement. The US used its transportation to ship 500,000 of Chiang's nationalists' troops all over the country. The US also sent 50,000 Marines to China to guard strategic sites. These US soldiers eventually became involved in the conflict and destroyed multiple Chinese villages. They also used planes to shoot and bomb communist targets. In 1946, the US had 100,000 military personnel in China supporting Chiang. In 1947, the US started to withdraw its forces. Even with forces removed, the US strongly supported the oppressive dictatorship of Chiang with about $2 billion in cash and $1 billion worth of military hardware. The US also trained and equipped 39 nationalist army divisions. Chiang's dictatorship steadily crumbled, and the US helped him and his cohorts flee to Taiwan. 2 years prior to the fleeing, Taiwan was forced into submission in a US-backed campaign in which 28,000 people were massacred. Continued deaths after Chiang's arrival into Taiwan are estimated at over 10,000. Mao's revolutionary communist movement moved into Peking and took control in January of 1949. US interventions continued, including several assassination attempts on Prime Minister Zhou Enlai during the 1950s and dropping large quantities of bacteria and objects carrying disease in 1952 as a means of biological warfare. Chairman Mao Zedong and his policies have long been topics of controversy. Critics point out how his perverse form of totalitarian 70. Communism led to the deaths of millions of peasants. The most noted tragedy is the famines of 1958 to 1961, which resulted in a death toll of 25 to 40 million. Proponents of Mao use India as a good comparison. India and China were very similar in many aspects 50 years ago. Unlike policies in India, Mao's policies made vast improvements in health and nutrition from 1949 to 1979, by establishing fairly equitable distribution of medical resources, rural health services, public distribution of food, and other programs addressing the needs of the population. Economist and 1998 Nobel Prize winner Amartya Sen noted that if India would have adopted China's social programs, there would have been about 3.8 million fewer deaths a year around the middle 1980s. Some estimates show that if Mao's communist policies weren't established, China would have had a much greater death toll than the number killed by Mao's countryside rampages. This is not to justify Mao's strategy, and there is never any good in the loss of innocent lives. Regardless of what one's opinion of Mao is, America's contribution to the damage in China and Taiwan can't be denied or justified. The Philippines. Tame those savage beasts. History is replete with experiences that show US imperialism is a deceitful and brutal enemy of the people. The widespread poverty, social inequity, and deep exploitation we suffer today is in large measure due to its domination of Philippine society. Sator Ocampo, congressional member in the Philippines. The United States took over the Philippines from Spain in 1898. President McKinley had the following to say about the Philippines to a group of ministers visiting the White House. The truth is, I didn't want the Philippines, and when they came to us as a gift from the gods, I did not know what to do with them. I sought counsel from all sides, Democrats as well as Republicans, but got little help. I thought first we would only take Manila, then Luzon, then other islands, perhaps, also. I walked the floor of the White House night after night until midnight, and I am not ashamed to tell you, gentlemen, that I went 71. Down on my knees and prayed to Almighty God for light and guidance more than one night. And one night late it came to me this way, I don't know how it was, but it came, that we could not give them back to Spain, that would be cowardly and dishonorable. PSS that we could not turn them over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient, that would be bad business and discreditable. 3. That we could not leave them to themselves, they were unfit for self-government, and they would soon have anarchy and misrule over there worse than Spain's was, and 4. That there was nothing left for us to do but take them all and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift, and civilize and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could by them, as our fellow men for whom Christ also died. And then I went to bed and went to sleep and slept soundly. Apparently the Filipinos missed that divine memo. They objected and rebelled against the American rule. The Philippines declared itself its own republic before Spain ceded it to America. Led by Emilio Aguinaldo, they proposed Filipino independence within a U.S. protectorate, but the U.S. rejected this proposal. America's legacy of destruction and oppression in the Philippines began when it waged a savage war in 1899, obliterating countless villages and killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. There were countless stories of immense human casualties, including the town of Caloocan, which had its 17,000 peaceful inhabitants slaughtered. 100,000 were killed by combat, famine, and disease in the Batangas province. 1/6 of the Luzon population was killed by the U.S. directly or died from dengue fever. The U.S. claimed that all this death and destruction was for the Filipinos' own good, and America was doing God's will, since President McKinley determined, they are unfit for self-government. For this reason, General Smith adopted the policy of killing everything over 10. General Smith was also stern about his take no prisoners policy, and instructed soldiers to kill and burn everything on sight. General Shafter, the U.S. field commander, quipped, "It may be necessary to kill half the Filipinos in order that the remaining half of the population may be advanced to a higher plane of life." Senator Albert Beveridge was one of many congressmen who rationalized the civilian massacres, saying, "Senators must remember that we are not dealing with 72 Americans or Europeans. We are dealing with Orientals. There are people in this world who think that animals are soulless creatures without pain or emotion, guided completely by instinct." At this time it seems that the politicians applied the same philosophy towards non-whites. 200,000 were killed directly by U.S. hands during the invasion of the Philippines. Countless hundreds of thousands more died from the famine and disease that immediately followed, resulting in over 600,000 deaths. When American forces conquered the Philippines, they persuaded and forced many Philippine tribes to assist. This created conflicting local groups, resulting in violent chaos. The strategy of getting local groups to join their conqueror and betray their own people is one that the United States has used consistently throughout its history, especially in the Pacific. It should also be noted that the Filipinos received help from some of the American forces who had a conscience, including African Americans. The Filipinos reached out to the African Americans, asking them why they were fighting against people who never harmed them and why they were fighting for people who lynched their race continuously back home. There were 4 black regiments on duty in the Philippines, and many of the black U.S. soldiers turned their back on the U.S. Some joined the Filipino revolt against American domination, including David Fagan, who led an insurgent army that significantly harmed the American forces. During the 1940s and 1950s the U.S. participated in the war against the Hooks. The primary goal of the Hooks agenda was land reform and helping Filipinos rise above their backward state. The people of the Philippines suffered from extreme poverty, illiteracy, and diseases like tuberculosis and beriberi. The Hooks movement arose from the misery and discontent that peasants had. It was these people seeking a better life that the U.S. saw as a dangerous enemy. The U.S. had huge lumbering and sugar interests there, which forced tens of thousands of villagers to leave areas they had occupied for centuries. If the Hooks took power, this kind of theft and exploitation might be put to a stop. The U.S. was closely tied with its puppet regime in the Philippines. In addition to training and equipping the tens of thousands in the Philippine Army, the U.S. also had over 50,000 troops and 23 military bases there. One of the first steps taken was that anyone who was associated with the Hooks or the Democratic Alliance of liberal and socialist peasant political groups was not allowed to take their seats, even though the people voted them into office. Another predictable step was the murdering, jailing, and torturing of thousands of peasants who supported the Hooks and wanted a better life. An additional step was sending Lt. Col. Edward Lansdale to lead a counterinsurgency program. This program greatly involved psychological warfare in which the Hooks were framed, the people of the Philippines were tricked, and countless numbers were slaughtered. In the end, the US got its way just like almost always. By 1953, the Hooks were basically squashed, and the US put a new stronger puppet in power, Ramon Magsaysay. A couple decades later, the United States supported another political takeover in the Philippines by Ferdinand Marcos in 1972. After the 1978 National Assembly elections, Marcos imprisoned 10 of the 21 opposing candidates. During this time, Marcos was responsible for many prisoners being tortured and many civilians being killed. Marcos still received support from the US for his brutality. In fact, President Carter urged Congress to give Marcos $300 million in military aid over a 5-year period. In 1981 Marcos won an election where there was great evidence of vote rigging. In 1983, Benigno Aquino, a popular senator who opposed the US-backed Marcos, was assassinated. Benigno's widow, Cory Aquino, ran against Marcos in 1986. She led a campaign of civil and social disobedience, boycotting businesses linked to Marcos. Unable to rig the election due to close monitoring, Marcos fled, and Aquino took office. The US didn't end its lease for military bases in the Philippines until 1991. The Philippines amended their constitution to not allow foreign troops in the country, except for training, but then, at the beginning of 2002, the US brought in 160 troops in special forces, including Navy SEALs, Green Berets, and 500 technical and supportive personnel to the Philippines. They were sent to expand the U.S. war on terrorism, by eradicating Muslims in the southern 74 provinces of the country, focusing on Basilan and Jolo. The U.S. forces joined 5,000 Filipino troops, and the U.S. supplied over $100 million in military aid. Israel, Palestine, and Lebanon. The Zionist argument to justify Israel's present occupation of Arab Palestine has no intelligent or legal basis in history. Malcolm X. Before 1948 there was no Israel. There was only Palestine, which was about 80% Arab. In 1947, the United Nations proposed that Palestine should be split into 2 independent states, one Arab and one Jewish. In May of 1948, US and British forces proceeded to drive out 700,000 Palestinians from their homes and land into refugee camps. After the 1948 war, Israel took over about 8,000 square miles of Palestine, leaving the Arabs half as much land as what was granted to them by the 1947 UN partition. Some justified these actions with stories from the Old Testament. Foreign aid legislation from 1977 blocks funds to any country that secretly develops nuclear weapons. Israel, America's best friend, is the only country in the Mideast with nuclear weapons, and receives an immense amount of aid from the US. The US has continuously blocked any peace process in the Middle East that included acknowledging Palestinian independence. The US and Israel have ignored Palestine's right to self-determination despite international legislation that includes the following. The Fourth Geneva Convention of August 12, 1949 granted Palestine independence and underscored territories including Gaza, the West Bank, and Jerusalem. The UN Security Council passed Resolution 242 on November 22, 1967, which called for the withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. This area amounts to only 22% of historical Palestine, but Israel has continued to ignore the 75 UN Declaration. These territories granted to Palestinians included East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza. The UN Security Council passed Resolution 338 on October 22, 1973, calling for the implementation of Resolution 242. On November 15, 1988, the Palestine National Council proclaimed the State of Palestine with a Declaration of Independence. The UN Security Council adopted Security Council Resolution 799 on December 18, 1992, which reconfirmed the validity of the Fourth Geneva Convention. With U.S. authorization and assistance, Israel also occupied South Lebanon for 22 years in violation of Security Council orders. During those years, tens of thousands of people were killed. The civilian infrastructure was destroyed and hundreds of thousands were driven from their homes. During one of the invasions in 1996, a UN compound was attacked and 100 civilians were killed who had taken refuge there. Israel has killed tens of thousands of human beings over the past few decades in Lebanon and Palestine. Israel's 1982 attacks alone killed about 20,000 Lebanese and Palestinians, overwhelmingly civilians. 45,000 Lebanese have been killed since 1982. Israel has also created millions of refugees over the past 30 years. In violation of international law, Israel refuses to acknowledge Palestine's right to self-determination. Israel continues to expropriate Palestinian land, tax Palestinians without representation, enforce travel restrictions and curfews, and arrest and jail Palestinians without trial. The bloodshed continues to this day. From September 2000 to January 2002, 300 Israelis and over 1,000 Palestinians were killed. The U.S. continues to strongly support Israel's efforts with $3 billion a year, including a new $500 million package of advanced Apache helicopters that was announced on February 19, 2001. The U.S. is alone in its passionate support for Israel and denial of Palestinian rights. The U.S. and Israel blatantly ignore UN Security Council Resolutions 242, 338, 799 and the Fourth Geneva Convention. The U.S. and Israel were the only vetoes on Resolution 3575 of December 5, 1980, which condemned Israeli policy regarding the living. 76. Conditions of Palestinian people. The United States and Israel were the only countries that cast dissenting votes on each of 11 different 1981 resolutions, which condemned Israel for its atrocious human rights abuses committed against the Palestinians. On December 11, 1984, the U.S. and Israel were the only vetoes on Resolution 39/49A involving the rights of Palestinians. On December 18, 1984, the U.S. and Israel were the only vetoes on Resolution 39/224, regarding economic and social assistance to Palestinians. On December 2, 1987, the U.S. and Israel were the only vetoes on Resolution 42/69J, which opposed the removal and resettling of Palestinian refugees of the West Bank. These are just a few of countless examples of voting records that continue up to this very day. As most people are aware, bloodshed in the Middle East has exploded recently. As expected, the U.S. media has turned its attention towards the suicide bombers, and refuses to address the Israeli atrocities or explain why Palestinians are turning towards acts of desperation. The corpses will continue to pile up until Israel and the U.S. finally acknowledge and support Palestine's independence. Czechoslovakia. Alan Dulles, former deputy director of the CIA, led an anti-communism campaign focused on Eastern Europe called Operation Splinter Factor. Former Czechoslovakia suffered the most, with 169,000 Czech Communist Party members arrested by 1951. Hundreds were put to death and countless others died in prison or lost their mental stability. There were similar cases of tens of thousands of imprisonments in Poland, Hungary, East Germany, and Bulgaria. Turkey. Since World War II, Turkey has been considered a strategic ally and military outpost by the United States, and has received a substantial flow of U.S. arms. The arms transfers sharply increased in 1984, when Turkey initiated a violent campaign against the oppressed Kurdish population. Some of the worst ethnic cleansing of the 1990s took place in southeastern Turkey, with the massive death and destruction relying. 77. Upon a huge flow of arms and military training from America. When the atrocities peaked in the mid-90s, the United States provided about 80% of Turkey's arms. 1994, the worst year of repression in Kurdish provinces, was the year that Turkey became the single biggest importer of American military hardware. This hardware included M60 tanks, F-16 fighter bombers, Cobra gunships, and Black Hawk helicopters, all eventually used against the same Kurds that the US condemned Saddam for killing. Because of the never-ending supply of US arms, training, and diplomatic support, Turkey was able to crush the Kurdish resistance. This pounding left 35,000 Kurds killed, between 2 and 3 million homeless, and 3,500 villages destroyed. One of the regions most devastated by the Turkish assault was Tunceli, where US helicopters and jets wiped out one-third of the villages in 1994. On April 1, 2000, thousands of Turkish troops began a new sweep of the Kurdish regions and even crossed into Iraq with helicopter gunships to attack Kurds. Serbia/Kosovo. Justifications for US military interventions in the Kosovo region of former Yugoslavia were stated in January of 2000 when Secretary of Defense William Cohen and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Henry Shelton claimed the following were the primary motivating factors. L. Ensuring the stability of Eastern Europe. P. Thwarting ethnic cleansing. 2. Ensuring NATO's credibility. The first and third factors are credible and were accomplished from the US standpoint. The second factor was merely a false motive to drum up public support. The United States considers a region stable if it is incorporated within the US-dominated global system, with American interests served by the region and the right powers in charge. So, in this sense, military intervention did ensure the stability of Eastern Europe. 78. The third factor of ensuring NATO's credibility simply meant credibility of US power. Armed forces were sent to Kosovo to remind the world that the disobedient nations will suffer brutal consequences if they fail to heed the orders of the global dominator in Washington. In addition to accomplishing the IST and third goals, the US accomplished another goal that it feels the need to carry out regularly, justifying and garnering support for increasing the already astronomical military budget. The second factor, thwarting ethnic cleansing, is the one the media focused on to gather support for the war effort. One should immediately be suspicious of the Clinton administration and underscore its motives, considering that it encouraged ethnic cleansing in Turkey when it supplied America's #1 arms importer with the equipment to slaughter tens of thousands of Kurds. It also ignored the situation in Rwanda, where 800,000 Tutsi civilians were slaughtered in only 100 days in 1994. That's 400 times the number of Albanians killed by ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. Isn't it odd that all of a sudden the White House wanted to stop ethnic cleansing in Kosovo? It should be noted that the war between Albanians and Serbs had more to do with land and autonomy than ethnicity. Albanians had been demanding degrees of independence for many years, and this resulted in bloodshed between the groups. Albanians were just as violent as the Serbs. Albanians attacked Slavic Orthodox churches, poisoned and burned crops, killed Slavic boys, and encouraged some of the young Albanians to rape Serbian girls. Another inconsistent fact is that documented major ethnic cleansing didn't even occur until Kosovo verification mission monitors withdrew in anticipation of the bombing. If the US wouldn't have made plans for bombing, and the monitors wouldn't have withdrawn, none or fewer of the reported mass slayings may have occurred. Rapid escalation in atrocities and most ethnic cleansing didn't occur until after the bombing. In fact, documentation from Washington and NATO shows evidence of ethnic cleansing after the bombing began, but lacks evidence before the intervention. Evidence also shows that the CIA was involved in some sort of manipulation in Kosovo in order to promote a war and build propaganda for public support of US involvement. The propaganda exaggerated Slobodan Milosevic's unfathomable evil and tried to make him look like a reincarnation of Hitler. 79. In a report to the U.S. Commission on Human Rights in March of 2000, UN Special Investigator Yuri Dienstbier reported, "The bombing hasn't solved any problems. It only multiplied the existing problems and created new ones. The intervention created thousands of homeless refugees in the region who needed aid. It has been stated that the cost of half a day of bombing would have been enough to help the Albanians survive, but of course the US doesn't like constructive support when its preferred method is destruction. It should be known that the US did give Milosevic and the Serbian parliament a choice. NATO presented the Rambouillet Accord, which required the surrender of the entire Federal Republic of Yugoslavia to foreign military occupation and rule. NATO would have absolute power and control and would be able to do anything it pleases with the country without restrictions. The parliament rejected this, and has suffered greatly from option B. Thousands of Serbs and Albanians were reported killed or injured by US bombs. Many deaths have also resulted from unexploded cluster bombs. There are over 25,000 unexploded cluster bombs scattered over Kosovo. Washington refuses to allow US weapons disposal experts to remove them, despite farmers and children constantly being killed. One Yugoslav orthopedist reported, "Neither I nor my colleagues have ever seen such horrific wounds as those caused by cluster bombs. They are wounds that lead to disabilities to a great extent. The limbs are so crushed that the only remaining option is amputation. It's awful, awful." The US always targets civilian infrastructures that are essential to society. In addition to direct civilian slaughter, the US also bombed nearly all power plants and bridges, causing massive devastation upon the civilian population who were deprived of electricity, water, and transportation. The bombing left about 500,000 people jobless. Serbian TV was also targeted for broadcasting things the US didn't like, such as the truth. This target led to the deaths and amputations of the station's staff. Other US hits included places such as maternity and pediatric hospitals. In one bloody incident, the US managed to bomb the Chinese embassy in Belgrade on May 8, 1999, killing 3 Chinese journalists and injuring 20 more. Another horrible incident that stands out, 80, occurred on April 18, 1999. As mentioned in a previous section, it was on this day that the US deliberately destroyed an American-built petrochemical complex in the Serbian city of Pančevo, releasing tons of harmful chemicals, infecting or killing thousands. There were many international protests against NATO's campaign. 2 weeks after the bombing began, a group of international law professionals from Canada, the United Kingdom, Greece, and the American Association of Jurists filed complaints with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Charges included grave violations of international humanitarian law, involving willful killing, willfully causing great suffering and serious injury to body and health, employment of poisonous weapons and other weapons to cause unnecessary suffering, wanton destruction of cities, towns, and villages, unlawful attacks on civilian objects, devastation not necessitated by military objectives, attacks on undefended buildings and dwellings, destruction and willful damage done to institutions dedicated to religion, charity and education, the arts and sciences. The US was the major provider of funds for the tribunal, and it should come as no surprise that these charges were completely ignored. Just as expected is the fact that despite Serbia's compliance to US demands, the US refuses to contribute a single penny of constructive aid to help rebuild the society NATO destroyed. Another dangerous lasting effect of the US bombing in Kosovo is the depleted uranium. It has been found that the radiation levels are up to 30 times what they were before, and estimates claim that the will result in more than 10,000 fatal cancer cases in the region. 81. Iran. Saddam, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Hope they kill each other. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in reference to the Iran-Iraq War. In 1953, U.S. policymaker John Foster Dulles led the overthrow of Iran's Prime Minister, Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, and killed hundreds in the process. The nail in Mossadegh's coffin was when he sought to nationalize the only operating oil company in Iran, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, declaring that Iran would retain control of its oil. After the disposal of Mossadegh, the CIA worked to place the Shah of Iran in power, resulting in much suffering for the people of Iran in years to come. The US caused immense destruction to the country when it supported Iraq in its war against Iran in the 1980s. The Iran-Iraq War began on September 22, 1980 with an Iraqi land and air invasion of western Iran. The war evolved primarily from a dispute over the Shatt al-Arab, a waterway that empties into the Persian Gulf and marks the border between the two countries. The US made sure that Iraq had plenty of support in its war, and it extended a $400 million credit guarantee for US exports to Iraq. Oddly enough, the US was also providing for Iran, because Israel was transferring US-originated weapons to Iran. The US also had secret arms sales to Iran in 1985 and 1986. The US strengthened its support of Iraq in 1987 after Iran targeted oil tankers. One of the worst US actions against Iran was on July 3, 1988, when the USS Vincennes shot down an Iranian commercial airliner, killing 290 people. Despite this horrible crime against civilians, President George Bush responded, "I will never apologize for the United States of America, I don't care what the facts are." After up to 1.5 million lives were lost, the war ended with a UN-mandated ceasefire that was agreed upon on July 18, 1988. 82. Afghanistan. Let's give money, weapons, and power to fanatical Muslim extremists. Afghanistan set a record for the biggest CIA operation of all time, both in dollars spent and personnel involved. This was done in an attempt to bleed the Soviet Union, and make the USSR experience its own Vietnam War. When the Russians invaded, they tried to install a client regime. This upset the US and the powerful people of Afghanistan. Many of the mullahs, who controlled large chunks of the Afghan territory, objected to Soviet efforts to educate women, eradicate illiteracy, strengthen the private sector, separate church and state, and institute land reform. Various parties were outraged by the USSR's attempts to suppress the heroin trade. The CIA poured cash and weapons into many guerrilla groups, greatly escalating the violence and disorder of the impoverished country. The CIA strongly supported the Mujahideen. These Islamic fundamentalists were violently opposed to progressive changes, such as allowing women in public without veils. The Mujahideen were the most dangerous force in Afghanistan's civil war from the early 80s to 1992, and were led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, a man the CIA and State Department officials labeled as scary, vicious, and a fascist. The torture methods used by the Mujahideen were labeled as indescribable horror by US officials. Despite this acknowledgement, the US fervently supported the Mujahideen. One of the CIA's collaborators in the war was Osama bin Laden, who also supplied the Mujahideen with money and weapons. This intervention, like many other CIA interventions, also involved drug trafficking for extra financing needs. A favorite tactic of these extremists, who President Reagan called freedom fighters, was torturing victims by cutting off their noses, ears, and genitals, and then removing one slice of skin after another. This produced a slow, painful death. The civil war in Afghanistan left over 1 million dead, 3 million disabled, and 5 million as refugees. After all the bloodshed, the US-backed Mujahideen took power in 1992. During the next 2 years, they turned against each other, resulting in 10,000 deaths. The 83. Mujahideen forced women to wear their veils by spraying acid on the faces of those who didn't. Other methods of female intimidation were amputation, public executions, and rape. Oppression and violence were abundant throughout the country. The American support of oppressive, Islamic political forces would eventually come back to haunt the US. The Taliban emerged out of the self-destruction of the Mujahideen and was financed and advised by the CIA. Support for the Taliban continued, despite the Taliban being linked to American attacks and oppressing its people. President George W. Bush even gave the Taliban a gift of $43 million in May of 2001. The world has America to thank for giving these fanatical Muslim extremists money, power, equipment, and sensitive weapons technology. Italy. Italy has been one of the primary targets of CIA subversion ever since the agency was created in 1947 by the National Security Act. The CIA was very concerned about the leftists winning power legally in the crucial Italian elections of 1948. The leftists had a strongly supported group called the Popular Democratic Front. Numerous strategies were used, including restoring the fascist police, breaking the unions, blocking out food, and serious threats of sanctions. Millions of dollars were spent in propaganda and payoffs in support of Washington's favored party, the Christian Democrats. The U.S. also helped the Christian Democrats by canceling Italy's $1 billion debt to the U.S. The very first National Security Council Memorandum, NSC-1, specified a number of actions the U.S. would take if the Popular Democratic Front won these elections, which included armed intervention by means of military aid for underground operations in Italy. The U.S. got its way in 1948 without resorting to violence, but the U.S. was more than prepared if things went astray. The CIA organized a secret army in post-war Italy, with hidden stockpiles of weapons and explosives throughout the country. This was under Operation Gladio, which had 15,000 troops trained to 84. Overthrow the Italian government if it were to stray from America's preferred government for the country. Similar secret armies were also formed in France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and West Germany. The CIA also financed a devious organization known as P2, which specialized in the art of provocation. P2 had a strategy of tension with the primary goal to convince Italian voters that the left wing was violent and dangerous by forging such a portrayal. P2 coordinated and was involved in assassinations in 1978 and the bombing in Bologna in 1980. Both events were blamed on leftists. American intervention in Italian politics continued strongly from the 1950s to the 1970s. Victor Marchetti, former executive assistant to the deputy director of the CIA, divulged that the CIA spent $20 to $30 million a year in the 1950s while financing its programs in Italy. The agency spent about $10 million a year during the 1960s. Corporations also interfered with Italian politics, trying to bring about favorable circumstances for profit. Exxon Corp gave between $46 and $49 million in Italian political contributions between 1963 and 1972. Greece. The first major U.S. military involvement in Greece was during the Greek Civil War, in which there was a people's rebellion against the dictatorship. The U.S. sent military advisors and weapons in support of the oppressive dictatorship. 250 U.S. Army officers advised the Greek army in the field. The U.S. sent 74,000 tons of military equipment to the right-wing government in Athens during the last 5 months of 1947. This equipment included artillery, dive bombers, and napalm. In 1947, with U.S. recommendation, the Greek authorities rounded up any citizens who were considered unsupportive of the current corrupt regime. 4,000 people were arrested in the period of just 1 week. There were even cases of citizens being sentenced to over a year in prison for writing insults against Americans. Near the end of 1947, the U.S. took practical control over many aspects of the government in Greece. These included the national budget, taxation, currency issuance, price and wage policies, imports and exports, military construction, and many other important facets. The result of the U.S. intervention and the $400 million in military and economic aid was that the rebellion was defeated by 1949, after tens, 85 of thousands of deaths. Illiteracy, poverty, and starvation remained widespread under the brutal and backward military dictatorship. Most importantly for the U.S., the investment climate was ideal once again for U.S. corporations such as Esso, Dow Chemical, and Chrysler. American intervention continued in April 1967, when a Greek election campaign was about to begin with George Papandreou being expected to win and be re-elected as Prime Minister. George Papandreou had not been and was not going to be completely subservient to the United States. His son, Andreas Papandreou, also spoke publicly about Greece remaining neutral during the Cold War. 2 days before the election campaign was scheduled to begin, a group of colonels overthrew the government and established military rule. The leader of the group, George Papadopoulos, had been on the CIA payroll for 15 years. For the next 6 years, martial law and war dominated the birthplace of democracy. There were barbaric beatings and killings, countless tortured, tens of thousands exiled, and widespread censorship existed. All these offenses were performed by a US-supported government and resulted in 160,000 deaths. People were tortured just for possessing pamphlets critical of the government. Torture methods included pulling out one's toe and fingernails, painful penetration of the anus and vagina with objects, and shoving urine-soaked rags down one's throat. The US justified this horrible repression, claiming it was necessary to prevent a communist takeover. However, George Papandreou was not a communist. He was an independent nationalist, something that conflicts with US interests also. The strong US involvement in the bloodshed in Greece accomplished its real goals. It ensured an ideal economic environment for US investors and wealthy local businessmen. Colombia. Uncle Sam doesn't want Coca competing against Joe Camel. In 1999, Colombia replaced Turkey as the leading recipient of US military aid when it received $300 million. In 2000, Congress approved a Plan 86. Colombia, a $1.3 billion aid package. Most of these funds go to US weapons and chemical manufacturers, such as United Technologies, Sikorsky, and Monsanto. The US also trains more than 4,000 Colombian troops each year. In addition to being one of the leading beneficiaries of US military aid and training over the past decade, Colombia has had the worst human rights record in the Western Hemisphere over the past decade. Amnesty International reported that Colombian forces killed 20,000 people with US-supplied military equipment between 1986 and 1994. In recent times there have been about 3,000 murders and 300,000 people driven from their homes each year. This is all done by Colombian forces with US military aid. The US-backed Colombian government has killed over 35,000 civilians during its war against left-wing rebels. The vast majority of atrocities in Colombia are credited to paramilitaries, who are closely linked to the US-aided and trained military. One infamous paramilitary group, the Calima Front, is responsible for thousands of forced disappearances and dozens of known executions since 1999. They even raided a home in 1998 during a 15-year-old's birthday party, killing 5 civilians. Another notorious group is the 4th Brigade, led by SOA graduate Gen. Carlos Ospina Ovalle. The 4th Brigade has participated in burning down homes, eye gouging, and the slicing off of tongues and testicles. All of the militaries are also heavily involved in drug trafficking. For example, in November 1998, 1,639 pounds of cocaine were found in a Colombian Air Force cargo plane in Ft. Lauderdale, Florida. In 1996, Colombian Air Force officers were caught attempting to smuggle heroin into the U.S. The ever-increasing U.S. military aid is under the pretext of a drug war in which the U.S. firmly believes it has the right to use chemical and biological warfare to eradicate a crop it supposedly doesn't like. It's never publicized that Colombian drugs kill less than 5,000 Americans each year, but tobacco subsidized by the Department of Agriculture kills well over 400,000 per year in the United States and millions worldwide annually, including nearly 40,000 in Colombia alone. Meanwhile, the US shamelessly promotes the most deadly drug on the planet, from which its corporate sponsors profit hundreds of billions. Despite these facts, the US spends countless millions dumping toxins on the farms of Colombia, supposedly targeting coca fields. 87. One real effect of these toxic droppings is the destruction of legitimate farming, ruining the crops of struggling farmers. Perhaps the most haunting effect of the U.S. attempted eradication involves the children who live and play in the fields. These innocent lives have had many cases of skin lesions, diseases, cancers, birth defects, and deaths as a direct result of the U.S. dumping herbicides. Guatemala. In 1944, there was a revolution in Guatemala in which Jorge Ubico, a vicious tyrant, was overthrown, establishing a democratic government with Juan José Arevalo as president. During the next 10 years, successful independent economic development was blooming in the country. This caused a commotion in Washington, and Eisenhower proclaimed that the self-defense and self-preservation of the United States was at stake unless the virus was exterminated. A CIA memorandum in 1952 described Guatemala as adverse to U.S. interests and accused the country of supporting communists and anti-American activities, citing examples such as a substantial gift to José Figueres, the founder of Costa Rican democracy. Dwight Eisenhower and policy-makers John Foster Dulles and Alan Dulles decided that the legally elected government of Jacobo Arbenz Guzman in Guatemala was communist, and therefore had to be destroyed. When Arbenz took office, 70% of the land was owned by less than 3% of the landowners. The United Fruit Company also had annual revenues twice that of the Guatemalan state. Arbenz initiated major land reform and expropriated over 1.5 million acres of land, including much of the United Fruit Company's uncultivated land. The land was then distributed to 100,000 landless peasants. The United Fruit Company and others were paid exactly the value that they claimed the land to be worth for tax purposes. The Guatemalan government's desire for social progress and participation in progressive liberal reforms were considered the behavior of communists. Also upsetting to the U.S. were Arbenz's goals to strengthen the economy in Guatemala and limit the power of foreign companies by competing with them. Under Arbenz, Guatemala constructed an Atlantic port and a highway to compete with the United Fruit Company. 88. Guatemala also built a hydroelectric plant in order to offer cheaper electricity than the high prices that the US-controlled electricity monopoly was charging. In 1953 and 1954, America took offensive action in Guatemala claiming, in the words of a State Department official in 1954, Guatemala has become an increasing threat to the stability of Honduras and El Salvador. Its agrarian reform is a powerful propaganda weapon, its broad social program of aiding workers and peasants in a victorious struggle against the upper classes and large foreign enterprises has a strong appeal to the populations of Central American neighbors where similar conditions prevail. The CIA acted quickly to decimate this social program of aiding workers and peasants, beginning with a massive propaganda campaign and hiring about 300 mercenaries to sabotage trains and oil supplies. As part of the propaganda campaign, the U.S. Information Agency distributed over 100,000 copies of a pamphlet entitled Chronology of Communism in Guatemala and 27,000 copies of anti-communist cartoons and posters. The CIA also barked constant propaganda over the airwaves on radio stations. The CIA even arranged for a pastoral letter that was read on April 9, 1954 in Guatemalan churches demanding the people to rise up as a single man against this enemy of God and country. This attempt to convince the people that communism is the work of the devil targeted Guatemala's highly religious peasant class. Throughout America's intervention in Guatemala, the United States would outright lie about its participation. A State Department spokesman even had the audacity to claim, "It is the policy of the United States not to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations." This policy has been repeatedly reaffirmed under the present administration. This kind of blatant deception by the government can be exposed by looking into any U.S. intervention, even currently. On the morning of June 18, 1954, unmarked CIA planes staged multiple raids on the Guatemalan capital and dropped leaflets demanding that President Jacobo Arbenz resign or bombing would commence. The CIA planes returned that afternoon, firing machine guns and dropping bombs. In response, intense protesting against the United States began and the governments of Ecuador, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile made statements of solid condemnations in regard to the U.S. actions in 89. Guatemala. Predictably, Life magazine noted these protests, claiming world communism was efficiently using the Guatemalan show to strike a blow at the U.S. Newsweek reported that Washington interpreted the protests as an indication of the depth of Red penetration into the Americas. Arbenz did resign, and was replaced by the CIA's hand-picked puppet, General Castillo Armas, who was also trained by the U.S. military at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Armas celebrated the liberation of Guatemala by arresting thousands on suspicion of communist activity and by passing a law that set up a committee that could declare anyone a communist, with no right of appeal. This committee registered 72,000 names within 4 months. Castillo Armas stole the land that was distributed to the peasants by Arbenz's government. Armas also managed to ban workers' unions and murder labor organizers. Voters who were illiterate, who belonged to labor confederations, or who were members of peasant organizations lost their right to vote. Newspapers that voiced stories and opinions in contrast with the government-affiliated one were shut down, and numerous subversive books were burned. The terror and hardship brought upon by the U.S. and Castillo Armas in the 1950s was only the beginning. The oppression continued without suspension for the next 40 years. One case of the U.S. violently interfering was after an armed rebellion took action against the U.S. puppet government of General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes. The rebels were tired of the corruption and the Ydígoras regime and army, and were especially upset about the government allowing the U.S. to use Guatemala as a launch pad for attacks on Cuba. The rebellion seized 2 military bases and the port city of Puerto Barrios on November 13, 1960. America responded by using the forces it was planning to use on Cuba to bomb and strafe the rebellion's headquarters outside of Guatemala City and by bombing the town and airfield of Puerto Barrios. The rebels were caught off guard and were defenseless, as the U.S. forces quickly destroyed their movement. 90. In 1962, several officers formed a guerrilla movement that declared the following in their opening statement: "Democracy vanished from our country long ago. No people can live in a country where there is no democracy. That is why the demand for changes is mounting in our country. We can no longer carry on in this way. We must overthrow the Ydígoras government and set up a government which represents human rights, seeks ways and means to save our country from hardships, and pursues a serious self-respecting foreign policy." Very few Guatemalans were not suffering from hunger and malnutrition during the 1960s. Almost half the children died before the age of 5, with the leading cause being gastroenteritis. There was nearly a complete lack of public education and most people were illiterate. Most people lacked electricity or water in their tin or cardboard houses. Those who were lucky enough to get a job on a plantation made between 25 and 50 US cents per long, tiresome day. Protests continued, but only fueled the fire of the United States. The U.S. went all out in its efforts in Guatemala, and included the CIA, aid, ops, and numerous military men, including a group of Green Berets. Millions of dollars of aid were given to Guatemalan forces, and they were supplied with all sorts of equipment, including helicopters, weapons, and ammo. In May of 1962, the U.S. established a base in Guatemala dedicated to teaching its regime counterinsurgency techniques. The U.S. taught vicious methods to a 5,000-man Guatemalan army. The ops also trained 30,000 Guatemalan police. No U.S. training course would be complete without torture 101. In addition to the electric shock devices for torturing supplied by the U.S., another favorite method was putting a hood filled with insecticide over the head of the victim. The army hired civilian collaborators to assist them and gave them a license to kill peasants who they considered guerrillas or potential guerrillas. The U.S. Green Berets also assisted in the fields, not just the classrooms. Potential victims of the US-backed forces were anyone who vaguely leaned to the left politically or who was even moderately critical of the glorious United States or Guatemalan government. Some of the 91 main targets included journalists, lawyers, students, teachers, and labor organizers. Father Thomas Melville tried to defend his people against the irrational behavior and complete illogic of the U.S. and Guatemalan regime with the following statement in 1968. One say here that I am a communist only if Christ was a communist. I did what I did and will continue to do so because of the teachings of Christ and not because of Marx of Lenin. And I say here too, that we are many more than the hierarchy and the US government think. When the fight breaks out more in the open, let the world know that we do it not for Russia, not for China, nor any other country, but for Guatemala. Our response to the present situation was not because we have read either Marx of Lenin, but because we have read the New Testament. When one of the death squads, Mano Blanca, sent a death warning to a student leader, a priest named Blase Bonpain had the courage to confront the squad. He asked the members why they considered the student a communist. One member responded, "I know he's a communist because I heard him say he would give his life for the poor." The killing spree became so bad that no one could even fish in the Gualan area because of the enormous number of corpses getting caught in their nets. Many of the bodies found dead had their eyes gouged out, their hands missing, and slash or their tongues sliced off. It was common for females to have their breasts cut off and for males to have their testicles stuffed into their mouths. One of the most extreme murderers that the US backed in Guatemala was Rios Montt, a man that President Reagan claimed was totally dedicated to democracy. In the early 1980s, Rios Montt and other US-backed executioners slaughtered tens of thousands of Guatemalans, mostly Mayan Indians in the highlands. Countless others were tortured and raped, with very large regions destroyed. A newspaper reported in 1983 that Indians tell harrowing stories of village raids in which homes have been burned, men tortured hideously and killed, women raped, and scarce crops destroyed. It is Guatemala's final solution to 92. Insurgency. Only mass slaughter of the Indians will prevent them joining a mass uprising. As stated before, the murders committed by these US-supported forces were incredibly brutal and sadistic. In one incident on August 19, 1981, a military group occupied the town of San Miguel Icatan. They forced the mayor to give them a list of all those who had contributed funds for the building of a school. They then picked 15 from the list, made them dig their own graves, and shot them. There are over 1,000 stories like this one. The following is a quote from Nobel Peace Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú Tum, who witnessed the events firsthand. On December 9, 1979, my 16-year-old brother Petrocino was captured and tortured for several days and then taken to the square in Chajul. An officer of Lucas Garcia's army of murderers ordered the prisoners to be paraded in a line. Then he started to insult and threaten the inhabitants of the village, who were forced to come out of their houses to witness the event. I was with my mother, and we saw Petrocino. He had his tongue cut out and his toes cut off. The officer Jackal made a speech. Every time he paused, the soldiers beat the Indian prisoners. When he finished his ranting, the bodies of my brother and the other prisoners were swollen, bloody, unrecognizable. It was monstrous, but they were still alive. They were thrown on the ground and drenched with gasoline. The soldiers set fire to the wretched bodies with torches, and the captain laughed like a hyena and forced the inhabitants of Chajul to watch. This was his objective, that they should be terrified and witness the punishment given to the guerrillas. Try to keep in mind that incidents such as the preceding accounts could not have been so widespread without rabid support in all forms from the US. Nearly all of the massacres wouldn't have even occurred if the US had simply condemned Guatemalan abuses instead of strongly supporting, providing for, and assisting them. The atrocities didn't end in the early 80s. In one incident in 1989, a nun was kidnapped, burned with cigarettes, raped repeatedly, and lowered into a pit full of corpses and rats. Similar events continued through the 1990s, while President Clinton made an annual contribution of $5 to $7 million a year to the Guatemalan regime. One of the most recent assassinations was of Bishop Juan Girardi, who was murdered in 93. April of 1998, 2 days after going public with a report about the atrocities committed in Guatemala. More than 200,000 Guatemalans have been killed by US-backed forces from 1960 through 1996 according to a report from the Historical Clarification Commission. Does envisioning the horrible deaths Uncle Sam delivered these men, women, and children make you want to wave your flag, sing the national anthem, and scream out "God bless America"? Does the thought of rotting corpses with their testicles stuffed in their mouths give you a sense of patriotism? El Salvador. The US-installed and supported dictators who've ruled over El Salvador have never hesitated to eliminate problems that get in their way. Among the people who fall into this category have been the Catholic clergy, because of their occasional concern for the poor. Because of this, a popular slogan among the Salvadoran rightists is "Be patriotic, kill a priest." The 1980s were horrible years for the people of El Salvador. The people suffered greatly from the brutal force of the US-backed government. In the first few months of 1980, hundreds were killed or wounded by DDT and sniper bullets when marching and protesting conditions. The situation was so bad that El Salvador's Archbishop Oscar Romero begged US President Jimmy Carter to stop military support for El Salvador's murderous rulers, noting that such support was violently oppressing people struggling for basic human rights. Carter ignored Romero's plea, and the Salvadoran rulers had Romero publicly assassinated, by SOA graduates shooting him through the heart while he was saying Mass. Romero was the 11th priest murdered in El Salvador in 3 years. Romero was targeted because of his outstanding goodwill, outspoken pleas, position as archbishop, and his nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize the previous year. At Romero's funeral, the El Salvadoran government went after the mourners by bombing and shooting up the event. Over 40 people were killed and hundreds more were injured. A junta that the US fought to keep in power committed these acts. 94. The church was not the only target. El Salvador was seen as a threat to the US in the late 70s when peasant associations, cooperatives, unions, church groups, and other organizations sought to make changes and improvements in the lives of the people of El Salvador. What the impoverished of Latin America saw as a struggle for decent living conditions, the powers in Washington saw as an infringement of US domination. When the New York Times asked the US-backed El Salvadoran leader José Napoleón Duarte why there was a guerrilla movement, he openly admitted, 50 years of lies, 50 years of injustice, 50 years of frustration. This is a history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education, all the opportunities. Duarte was in power to make sure things stayed that way. With much encouragement from the CIA, the United States gave billions of dollars in military aid, organized air raids, shared intelligence, and trained military units that formed death squads. The US spent $6 billion on hardware alone. This does not include the cost of training thousands of Salvadorian military personnel in the United States, the Panama Canal Zone, and in El Salvador. The United States managed to beef up the brutally violent forces from 12,000 men in 1979 to 53,000 in 1986. The army would snag teenagers as young as 13 from slums and refugee camps and force them to become soldiers. These young soldiers were then prepared for real-world experiences and learned brutalization, rape, and killing with extreme sexual and sadistic overtones. One deserter of the Salvadoran army reported that young draftees were forced to kill dogs and vultures by biting their throats and twisting off their heads. These draftees also had to watch their fellow soldiers torture and kill suspected dissidents by tearing out their fingernails, cutting off their heads, chopping their bodies to pieces, and playing with the dismembered arms for fun. This was American taxpayer dollars in action. It was on March 7, 1980 that the gory extermination of the defenseless Salvadoran population began with strong US support, involvement, and even participation. US soldiers were joining the death squads in the air and on the ground. About 20 American soldiers were killed during air. 95 missions. Some more were killed on the ground while fighting side by side with the Salvadoran troops. Daniel Santiago, a Catholic priest who worked in El Salvador, graphically described the behavior typical of the Salvadoran military. A peasant woman he knew came home one day to find her 3 children, her mother and her sister sitting around a table, each with their own decapitated head placed carefully on the table in front of the body with the hands arranged on top as if each body was stroking its own head. Santiago noted that these sick atrocities were the norm and elaborated. People are not just killed by death squads in El Salvador, they are decapitated and then their heads are placed on pikes and used to dot the landscape. Men are not just disemboweled by the Salvadoran Treasury Police, their severed genitalia are stuffed into their mouths. Salvadoran women are not just raped by the National Guard, their wombs are cut from their bodies and used to cover their faces. It is not enough to kill children, they are dragged over barbed wire until the flesh falls from their bones, while their parents are forced to watch. Please feel free to take a minute and imagine being forced to watch a child you love being dragged across barbed wire, peeling off his or her skin, and screaming in pain until the release of death. Many suffered through long torture sessions before being murdered. U.S. Drug Enforcement Agent Seal Reno Castillo III discussed the torture sessions involving the USPIC Dr. Hector Antonio Regalado, also known as Dr. Death. As the torture began, they wrote down every name their victim cried out. Regalado practiced his impromptu dentistry on the unfortunate captives with a pair of pliers. I could see these doomed, bleeding men, screaming names with faint hope their pain would end if they fed their captors enough future victims. The pain usually ended with a bullet or the edge of a blade. The first major attack was a big massacre won in conjunction with the US-backed Honduran army at the Rio Sumpul, where at least 600 people were butchered. Numerous clergymen witnessed the bloodshed as infants were cut to pieces with machetes and women were tortured and 96 drowned. Pieces of their bodies were found in the river during the countless days that followed. Civilians were far and away the main victims of the bloodshed in El Salvador. The guerrillas were more prepared and knowledgeable when it came to avoiding the strafing and napalming from air raids. The civilian deaths were very intentional, as the countless village massacres show. Civilian slaughter is a basic principle of counterinsurgency, because the oppressors can win the war by killing the sympathizers. One massacre that stands out occurred in the village of El Mazote in December of 1981. Between 700 and 1,000 people were killed, mostly elderly, women, and children. The standard practices were performed on this village too, hacking people to death with machetes, beheading, throwing children into the air and killing them with a bayonet, raping very young girls before killing them. 10 of the 12 officers responsible for this massacre were School of the Americas graduates. When one soldier showed reluctance in participating, an officer snapped at him saying, "If we don't kill them now, they'll just grow up to be guerrillas." Of the 143 bodies found after the massacre that could be identified in a laboratory, 131 were children under the age of 12. Rufina Amaya, a witness and survivor of the El Mazote massacre, stated, "First they forced everyone out of their houses, and made us all lie face down on the street, both men and women. There were soldiers lined on both sides. Then they moved away to see the women lying down on the ground to pray. They killed all of them. Not a single one of them survived, just me, by the grace of God. I hid under a tree. When I heard the screams of the children, and I knew which ones were mine, they were crying, 'Mommy, they're killing us.'" Another publicly known incident occurred on January 30, 1982 when Salvadoran soldiers yanked 20 people out of bed in the middle of the night, tortured them, and killed them. They even took the time and leisure to rape several teenage girls. At one point, the Salvadoran army even raped and killed 3 American nuns and a female religious worker in 1980. Despite the victims being from the U.S., the event was quickly overlooked and forgotten due to the Carter administration and media avoiding and downplaying the story. In fact, President Carter gave an additional $5 million to the Salvadorian junta just weeks after the event. 97. In addition to the Salvadorian army, The U.S. created, trained, and equipped the Atlas-Atl Battalion, an elite unit of ferocious soldiers formed in March of 1981. The right-wing death squad coordinator was Roberto D'Aubuisson, a graduate from the School of Americas who would also become a principal founder of the Nationalist Republican Alliance Party. In December 1981, the battalion took part in an operation that killed over 1,000 civilians in a concoction of murder, rape, and burning. It then participated in the bombing of numerous villages and murder of hundreds of civilians by shooting, drowning, and other methods. The vast majority of the victims were women, children, and the elderly. The battalion was also responsible for an incident in November of 1989 in which 6 Jesuit priests, their cook, and her daughter were murdered. In that same week, the head of a major union, the leader of the Organization of University Women, 9 members of an Indian farming cooperative, and 10 university students were brought to their demise also. In early 1992, after about a year and a half of efforts, a United Nations Commission finally got the fighting sides to agree upon a ceasefire and peace agreement. In 1994 an election was held, but was extremely corrupted and fixed by the Nationalist Republican Alliance Party. The Arena Party used a variety of methods to make sure it remained dominant and in complete power, including denying 300,000 voter registration cards and denying 320,000 people access to the polls. The UN Truth Commission concluded that 63,000 Salvadorans were killed between 1979 and 1992. Other estimates are over 75,000. The primary victims of this war were peasants, labor organizers, students, priests, and anyone suspected of working for the interests of the people. For the most part, America's approach in El Salvador was a success. The popular organizations striving for basic human rights were squashed and the U.S. ensured stability in the region for years to come. After he left office, President Carter finally admitted that El Salvador's government was the bloodthirstiest in the hemisphere. Yet it was President Carter, just like his predecessors and successors, who was funding it. 98. Nicaragua. Anastasio Somoza Debayle became president of Nicaragua in 1967. Just like his father who was also once president, Somoza had strong U.S. ties and was an ally of President Carter. It was in 1979 that the Sandinistas challenged his tyranny and overthrew the dictator. President Carter's plan was to keep Somoza's private National Guard in power, while Somoza retired to enjoy his $500 million fortune. Despite Carter's goals, the National Guard ended up falling when Somoza did. They didn't go without a fight though. The National Guard carried out some immense carnage in its war against the Sandinistas, including bombing neighborhoods in Managua and killing tens of thousands of people. Large portions of the National Guard were evacuated on U.S. planes disguised with Red Cross markings. The U.S. reassembled them, armed and supplied them, and trained them with Argentinian death squads before sending them back to fight the Sandinistas. Members of the sadistic National Guard were hated so much in Nicaragua that they had to be given a new name, Contras. In reference to the Sandinista government, Oxfam, an international development organization that worked in 76 developing countries, reported, Nicaragua was exceptional in the strength of that government's commitment to improving the condition of the people and encouraging their active participation in the development process. Others had similar reports that for the first time, Nicaragua has a government that cares for its people. The U.S. saw this as a potential threat and quickly moved to ensure stability in the region and protect its interests. The U.S. tried to justify its intervention in Nicaragua, claiming that the Sandinistas were sending arms to the Salvadoran rebels. This was far from the truth. One CIA officer, David McMichael, even openly admitted, the administration and the CIA have systematically misrepresented Nicaraguan involvement in the supply of arms to Salvadoran guerrillas to justify efforts to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. The U.S. tried to rally additional support for its violence. 99. In Nicaragua, claiming that a Cuban takeover was looming, but this was completely untrue also. President Reagan was frank and outspoken about his goals to pressure the second poorest nation in the hemisphere until it caved into U.S. demands. In 1981, a State Department insider bragged that the U.S. would turn Nicaragua into the Albania of Central America, meaning an impoverished, exploited country, instead of the improved, democratic society that the Sandinistas strived for. The U.S. quest to destroy the Sandinistas in Nicaragua involved economic strangulation. The U.S. pressured the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and Inter-American Development Bank to withhold loans to Nicaragua. This was done at a time when Nicaragua was struggling to overcome the devastation brought upon by the Somoza family and National Guard. The U.S. also did what it could to reduce trading, including destroying agriculture, keeping out oil, and general economic embargoes. The oil blocking involved the bombing of ports and Eso, Nicaragua's leading supplier of oil, stopping its supply. The United States gave the Contras astronomical amounts of military support and financial aid as they terrorized rural Nicaragua, killing tens of thousands. The U.S. gave direct orders to its forces to attack soft targets. Teachers and doctors were two of the professions that became main targets out of spite for the Sandinista government, which was providing Nicaraguan peasants with educational and medical attention never offered by any of the previous governments. A survivor of a Contra raid in the Jinotega province reported the following in London's The Guardian. Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats and pulling the tongue out through the slit. These horrible acts upon civilians were done by people that President Reagan referred to as freedom fighters of the moral equal of our founding fathers. Considering what America's founding fathers did to the indigenous populations, that second part sounds about right. The CIA helped when it could. It put 15 Honduran journalists and broadcasters on its payroll to attack the Sandinistas and praise the Contras. The CIA even blew up harbors and fuel tanks and 100. Told the Contras to take credit. It also attempted to assassinate the Nicaraguan leadership and spent millions on opposing politicians. Nicaragua did take the initiative to stand up for itself by taking its case of mass bloodshed at the hands of the U.S. to the World Court. Edgar Chamorro, a former colonel with the Contras, stated the following when he testified before the World Court. We were told that the only way to defeat the Sandinistas was to use the tactics the agency attributed to communist insurgencies elsewhere: kill, kidnap, rob, and torture. Many civilians were killed in cold blood. Many others were tortured, mutilated, raped, robbed, or otherwise abused. When I agreed to join, I had hoped that it would be an organization of Nicaraguans, turned out to be an instrument of the U.S. government. With plenty of evidence, the World Court ruled in Nicaragua's favor, condemned the U.S. and its unlawful use of force, and ordered the United States to terminate the crime and to pay massive reparations. The United States dismissed the judgment with total contempt, announced that it would not accept jurisdiction of the court from then on, and escalated the war in Nicaragua very quickly. The U.S. continued its manipulative bloodshed in Nicaragua for many years to come. The U.S. was content with its intervention, and officials said they were pleased that the Sandinistas were forced to divert their scarce resources to war instead of its social programs. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams boasted, "When history is written, the Contras will be folk heroes." Those who would disagree with this statement include the friends and family of the 30,000 people who were slaughtered by the U.S. Contras. In 1989, as the election approached, the U.S. made it clear that the embargo that was ruining the country and the terror brought upon them by the Contras would continue if the Sandinistas won the election. The National Endowment for Democracy put $9 million into opposing the Sandinistas, including a $4 million campaign contribution to Violeta Barrios de Chamorro. After 10 years of economic and military warfare, the Nicaraguans surrendered and voted for the US-backed candidates on February 25. 101. 1990. They didn't want to suffer the same fate as Panama, which was invaded directly by U.S. forces just a month before the election. Similar to other countries the U.S. has suppressed, people in Nicaragua are still suffering continuously. It was reported that 100,000 Mosquito Indians were starving throughout the 1990s as a result of U.S. policies imposed on Nicaragua. Nicaragua is still one of the poorest countries in the hemisphere and has one of the highest per capita debts, owing about $6.4 billion. Much of its debt and poverty can be directly attributed to the U.S. with its harsh military and economic warfare with Nicaragua. Honduras. The first jolt was so bad I just wanted to die. Gloria Esperanza Reyes, a woman who was tortured in Honduras by electric wires attached to her breasts and vagina. They always asked to be killed. Torture is worse than death. Jose Barrera, Honduran torturer. Honduras was used by the U.S. as the base for the Contras in its war against the Sandinista government of Nicaragua in the 1980s. It was also used for operations against Guatemala and El Salvador. During this, the U.S. gave the Honduran military and police training, arms, equipment, and funds in order to suppress the dissidents. Most notorious was the CIA-trained and supported Battalion 316. Battalion 316 kidnapped, tortured, and killed hundreds of citizens using methods and equipment provided by the U.S. Targeted civilians included student leaders, labor organizers, journalists, progressive religious figures, and basically anyone who showed concern for the people of Honduras, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. The methods employed by Battalion 316 included shock and suffocation while the victims were naked. When the subjects were no longer useful, they were killed and buried in unmarked graves. 102. The director of the battalion was General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, known for his brutality in Argentina. In 1983, the Reagan administration awarded Alvarez the Legion of Merit for encouraging the success of democratic processes in Honduras. Costa Rica. Despite continuous cooperation, the CIA went after Costa Rican President José Figueres in numerous ways, beginning in the mid-1950s. They continuously tried to have him removed from office during his 3 terms. The CIA had 2 failed assassination attempts. They provided support for opponents of Figueres. They failed in a desperate attempt to connect Figueres to the Communist Party. According to Figueres, the CIA used the same F-47 planes and pilots that attacked Guatemala to machine gun 11 defenseless towns in Costa Rica during a clash between Costa Rica and Nicaragua in 1955. There are many possible motives that the CIA had for taking action against José Figueres. Costa Rica was and is a haven for those in Latin America fleeing US-backed right-wing dictatorships. Figueres provided moral and material support for people trying to overthrow such regimes. Figueres criticized America's support of oppressive governments, spoke out against foreign investment, and even attempted to get the Bay of Pigs invasion called off. Panama. Panama was created by the U.S. nearly 100 years ago. The United States engineered a revolution against Colombia, which resulted in the Republic of Panama being set up. It was of course set up under U.S. conditions, which included that the U.S. could have military bases there, and that the U.S. maintained control of the Panama Canal. The U.S. has invaded Panama 7 times since its creation. The most recent and well-known invasion was in December of 1989, when the U.S. sent 25,000 troops to Panama supposedly to capture Manuel Noriega. Noriega had previously been a good friend of the U.S. In 1959, he started reporting Panamanian leftists to America, and by 1966, he was on the CIA payroll. He was even trained at the School of the 103 Americas when it was based in Panama City. Although reports about Noriega's drug trafficking came out as early as 1972, he was making a 6-figure salary off the CIA payroll by 1980. He received the royal celebrity-style treatment during his frequent visits to Washington. Noriega was infamous for all sorts of shady activities, but he remained on good terms with Washington until 1989, when he weakened his opposition to the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and showed other signs of disobedience. Other signs of disobedience included subjecting the rich to the same taxes that previously only the poor were paying. U.S. interests in the Panama Canal were also at stake, since most of its administration was scheduled to be shifted to Panamanian control on January 1, 1990. This scheduled shift was the result of years of anti-American protests in Panama to the U.S. theft and control of the canal. The Panama Canal gave the U.S. $150 million a year in tolls and saved American companies $1.5 billion a year in delivery costs. Noriega made the same mistake that many buddies of the U.S. have made, swaying from U.S. interests and suddenly being considered a villain. One of the first steps taken by the U.S. was an embargo that involved harsh and widespread sanctions. These sanctions brought about economic depression and forced thousands of businesses to fold. The U.S. invaded Panama on December 20, 1989, just in time to ensure a compliant government for the administrative changeover of the canal. In addition to the capture of Noriega, Operation Just Cause succeeded in bombing and demolishing entire sections of poor working-class neighborhoods, leaving tens of thousands homeless, and killing over 4,000 civilians. The U.S. troops were very brutal in their civilian slayings. Poor neighborhoods were bombed and set on fire. Civilians were executed on the streets. The U.S. did what it could to cover up the body count by quickly burying the bodies in over a dozen mass graves. Isabel Coro, an eyewitness who worked with the Association of the Dead, digging up the corpses, stated, "We found many young people, 15, 16, 18 years old. We found people in their 60s and in their 70s. We found people killed by a shot to the back of their heads, dead with their hands tied, dead with casts on their legs or arms." 104. The governments of Latin America strongly condemned the Panama invasion. The Organization of American States even approved a resolution to deeply regret the military intervention in Panama by a vote of 22. Violence, fraud, and drug trafficking have continued in Panama without interference since the removal of Noriega. The new government that the U.S. instigated had the same drug ties that Noriega did. The president, one of the vice presidents, and the attorney general all had links to drug trafficking and money laundering. Venezuela. America can't let us stay in power. We are the exception to the new globalization order. If we succeed, we are an example to all the Americas. Miguel Bustamante Madrias, member of President Chávez's cabinet. Hugo Chávez won 2 presidential elections in Venezuela in 1998 and 2000, with the largest majority vote in 40 years. His promises involving redistribution of wealth and land reform appealed to the 80% of the country living in poverty. Chávez kept his promises, following the principles of a movement called Bolivarism, named after the South American independence hero Simón Bolívar. Opponents of Chávez include powerful executives in the business sector, religious conservatives, and veterans of prior oppressive regimes. The U.S. can also be included on this list. The State Department has ridiculously accused the Chávez government of supporting terrorism in Colombia, Bolivia, and Ecuador. In truth, Venezuela has opposed the American-funded terrorism in those countries. Hugo Chávez's actions that turned the U.S. and others against him include: in November 2001, the Venezuelan Congress adopted 49 laws, including laws involving serious land reform, guarantees of indigenous and women's rights, and the providing of free health care and education up to university level. 105. Laws have been passed to allow the state to expropriate and redistribute idle land to people without land. Laws have been passed restricting the exploitation of oil reserves, increasing royalty taxes on new finds, and banning the privatization of the Venezuelan oil company. Chávez has been setting up thousands of Bolivarian circles in communities and workplaces. The job of these Bolivarian circles is to raise the consciousness of citizens and develop all forms of participatory organizations in the community, releasing projects in health, education, culture, sport, public services, housing, and the preservation of the environment, natural resources and our historical heritage. He has promoted a regional free trade bloc and united Latin American petroleum operations as a way to break free from U.S. economic dominance. He has focused on agricultural development in order to help Venezuela become less dependent on imports. Chavez has refused to provide U.S. intelligence agencies with information on Venezuela's Arab community. He has denied Venezuelan airspace to U.S. counter-drug flights. Chavez has been very friendly with Fidel Castro and sold oil to Cuba at discount rates. In regard to U.S. attacks on Afghanistan, Chavez stated the U.S. was fighting terrorism with terrorism. He demanded an end to the slaughter of innocents. And while holding up photographs of children killed by the American bombing attacks, he said their deaths had no justification, just as the attacks in New York did not either. As usual, the biggest threat that Venezuela poses to the U.S. is the threat of a good example for the Third World. An incident where over 100,000 people protesting PDVSA, Venezuela's oil company, encountered a pro-Chavez demonstration on April 11, 2002, resulted in some violence. The media made it look like the Chavez supporters were the perpetrators, when actually all groups were involved. In the end, it was the pro-Chavez people who suffered the most injuries. Shortly after this incident, Chavez was removed from 106 power. Massive protests erupted as a result, and the leader was returned to power 2 days later. U.S. involvement in opposing Chavez is uncertain. It usually takes some time for the truth to leak out. On April 13, The Washington Post did reveal that meetings at the U.S. Embassy in Venezuela had been taking place for weeks. At these meetings, military leaders and politicians had been discussing the removal of Chavez. Similar meetings regarding Chavez have also taken place in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials have discussed plans to put Venezuela in diplomatic isolation, and Secretary of State Colin Powell has warned Chavez to correct his understanding of what a democracy is all about. The situation in Venezuela is the typical type of situation that the CIA becomes involved with, and it is likely that the CIA was behind Chavez's temporary removal in April of 2002 and is a major supporter of opposition to Chavez. One can be sure that the U.S. will be keeping a close eye on Chavez, while thwarting and inhibiting his reforms and aspirations. Brazil. President João Goulart's government increasingly agitated the U.S. during the early 1960s. Goulart supported social and economic reforms and even allowed communists to hold positions in government agencies. Goulart annoyed corporations when he passed a law limiting the amount of profits multinationals could transmit out of the country. The CIA supported anti-Goulart candidates, spending up to $20 million on behalf of these candidates. The CIA also performed the usual propaganda campaign with a chain of right-wing newspapers and distributing 50,000 anti-communist books to students. The Kennedy administration ended up enthusiastically backing a military coup led by General Castelo Branco in 1964. Arms and ammunition were supplied to the coup, and a U.S. Navy task force was sent down to Brazil's coast. The US-backed coup took over Brazil and managed to destroy Brazilian democracy. Within days of gaining power, General Branco assumed presidency and instituted a neo-Nazi-style national security state with torture, repression, etc. Branco shut down Brazil's Congress, made criticism of the president illegal, had the government take over 107 labor unions, and violently squashed any protests and dissenters. The most lethal ingredient of the US-created government was the death squads. These brutal police and military coups were organized and trained by the United States. The U.S. Office of Public Safety had over 100,000 students trained. One-third of the lectures focused on the necessity to battle against the communist menace. Amnesty International discussed the practices of the Brazilian death squads in a report that stated the following. Tortures range from simple but brutal blows from a truncheon to electric shocks. Often the torture is more refined. The end of a reed is placed in the anus of the naked man hanging suspended downwards on the end. A piece of cotton in petrol is lit at the other end of the reed. Pregnant women have been forced to watch their husbands being tortured. Other wives have been hung naked beside their husbands and given electric shocks on the sexual parts of their body, while subjected to the worst kind of obscenities. Children have been tortured before their parents and vice versa. Brazil is abundant with natural resources, has high industrial development, and should be one of the richest countries in the world. But, thanks to the US-backed 1964 coup and the continued domination of Brazil by American servants, the situation for many Brazilians is dire. The Ministry of Education reported that over one-third of the education budget goes to school meals, because most of the students either eat at school or not at all. Lasting effects of the US-backed oppression include 22% of the population below the poverty line, millions of abandoned and homeless children, a high infant mortality rate, and tens of millions living in sordid homes like shacks or holes under bridges. Ecuador. In the early 1960s, Ecuador was plagued with economic despair and underdevelopment. Two-thirds of the people had an average family income of $10 a month. José María Velasco Ibarra won an election and came to power in September of 1960. He had a somewhat liberal, something for everyone platform. He ended up on America's hit list because of his opposition to 108. Breaking off relations with Cuba and refusal to clamp down on activists of the Communist Party and other leftist organizations. The CIA took action originally by deception and infiltration. They formed fake leftist organizations that openly condemned poverty, disease, illiteracy, capitalism, and the United States. They did this to attract activists and militants and sway them from the real leftist organizations. CIA agents then bombed churches and right-wing organizations and made it appear as if the leftists were responsible. They provoked the military at parades and other public events, under the disguise of leftists. The CIA also performed its standard practices by running false articles in the newspapers and putting government officers on its payroll. In November of 1961, after just over a year, Velasco was forced to resign, and was replaced by his vice president, Carlos Julio Orozmana. Orozmana disappointed the U.S. by having agendas similar to his predecessor, and he was finally replaced on July 11, 1963 by a military rule ideal for U.S. interests. The junta's first act was to outlaw communism. It had communists and leftists imprisoned, and worked off of data supplied by the CIA's subversive control watch list. It also managed to suspend civil liberties in general and cancel the 1964 elections. Throughout all of this, the U.S. media completely ignored the U.S. intervention in Ecuador. The typical American was completely unaware of the events taking place in any part of South America. U.S. intervention in Ecuador has been intense more recently. Things weren't going so well for the general population in Ecuador in the late 1990s. There was an inflation rate of 60% and an unemployment rate of 80%. Both were largely attributed to Ecuador's regime being in cahoots with the IMF. Protests engulfed the nation. Iván Yanez of Acción Ecológica, an Ecuadorian-based NGO proclaimed, "We want to expose the real culprits. The IMF-imposed policies, carried out by the Ecuadorian government in exchange for more loans, have resulted in more than 50% of Ecuador's national budget going to pay off the foreign debt, have burdened the country with the highest rate of inflation in Latin America, the highest levels of corruption, the most advanced rates of deforestation and 109. Environmental degradation, and the worst example of maldistribution of wealth in the continent." In 1999, US puppet and Ecuadorian President Jamil Mahuad put Ecuador under direct control of the U.S. central bank by fixing the currency to U.S. dollar values. Basic food and necessities rose to the U.S. price levels, while wages were still at a level of the devalued local currency. This, of course, led to many irate empty stomachs. On January 21, 2000, a popular rebellion, led by Indians, peasants, and urban workers, took control of Ecuador. President Clinton quickly intervened with threats and military presence, and the popular regime was overthrown. It was replaced by former Vice President Noboa Bejarano, ensuring that Ecuador would remain ideal for U.S. investment. In March of 2000, the U.S. dollar even became the national currency. Since the U.S. economic intervention, the US-led IMF has forced Ecuador to adhere to certain demands, including raising the price of cooking gas by 80%, eliminating 26,000 jobs, cutting the wages of many workers by 50%, and granting pipeline and water system contracts to foreign business. Uruguay. The Office of Public Safety was officially a division for the Agency for International Development, but it seemed to be more like the CIA, which it worked closely with in its operations in Uruguay. In 1965, OPS began supplying government forces in Uruguay with equipment, arms, and training so that they could combat the Tupamaros, revolutionaries struggling for social changes and improvements. The Tupamaros were well organized, dedicated, and heavily supported by the people of Uruguay. They were different from other Latin American guerrilla groups, in that they avoided bloodshed whenever possible. Instead, they created embarrassment for the corrupt government and general upheaval. They would do things like kidnap prominent figures and get them to admit to their wrongdoings, which would then be published. Dan Mitrian was the head of the OPS mission in Montevideo. It was Mitrian who led the teaching and encouragement of torture in Uruguay until it became established as a normal, frequent, and habitual. 110. Occurrence inflicted upon Tupamaros and others. Mitrian and his students applied harsh electric shocks to genitals, electric needles under fingernails, burning with cigarettes, slow compression of the testicles, brutal treatment to pregnant women, etc. Manuel Javier Cosculluela, a Cuban who was with the CIA and worked with Mitrian, had the pleasure of witnessing one of Mitrian's hands-on training courses on torture, and reported. As subjects for the first testing they took beggars, known in Uruguay as bichicums, from the outskirts of Montevideo, as well as a woman apparently from the frontier area with Brazil. There was no interrogation, only a demonstration of the effects of different voltages on the different parts of the human body, as well as demonstrating the use of a drug which induces vomiting, I don't know why or what for, and another chemical substance. The four of them died. After countless Tupamaros were killed, tortured, and injured by Mitrian and his program, the Tupamaros kidnapped Mitrian on July 31, 1970. They demanded 150 of their prisoners in exchange for him, but with US support, the Uruguayan government refused. Mitrian was killed and had an elaborate funeral, with guests such as Secretary of State William Rogers, Frank Sinatra, and Jerry Lewis. Family members referred to Mitrian as a perfect man and a great humanitarian. William Cantrell, a CIA operations officer stationed in Montevideo, set up the Escuadrón de la Muerte in Uruguay. This group received tear gas, explosives, and training to use on Tupamaros sympathizers. The CIA also launched the usual propaganda campaign. By the end of 1972, Tupamaros were virtually extinguished. The military took over the country, and for the next 11 years, Uruguay had South America's most repressive dictatorship. At one time, it also had the largest number of political prisoners per capita in the world. 111. Chile. Salvador Allende was a Marxist presidential candidate in the Chilean 1958 election who came within 3% of winning. He had platforms that the U.S. detested, such as aid for the poor and redistribution of income. At this time, the richest 2% of the population received 46% of the country's income. Allende also planned to nationalize many industries, including the U.S. copper mining companies, which would put an end to one of America's most profitable ventures in Chile. In order to prevent Allende from winning the 1964 election, the U.S. started a propaganda campaign to do whatever it could to keep him out of office. The U.S. spent more money per capita to get its favored candidate to win in Chile than it spent per capita on both candidates in the 1964 election in the United States. The CIA encouraged, organized, and trained anti-communists. It launched a scare campaign in an attempt to get the general population to greatly fear communism. In one of its many radio spots, It featured the sound of a machine gun, followed by a woman's cry, "They have killed my child, the communists." The announcer then came in and declared, "Communism offers only blood and pain. For this not to happen in Chile, we must elect Eduardo Frei president." The CIA also had 24 daily newscasts, distributed 3,000 posters daily, and had 26 weekly commentary programs. The American program worked and Frei received 56% of the vote, compared to Allende's 39%. Similar measures were taken in the 1970 elections, including a horrendous propaganda campaign. Despite Washington's efforts, Salvador Allende was finally elected president of Chile in September of 1970. One goal on his agenda was the redistribution of wealth to help the poor. Allende nationalized industries, including the U.S. mining companies. He initiated employment and literacy programs. He instituted a free milk program for 500,000 impoverished, malnourished children. Allende also called 112 for a policy of international independence, meaning that Chile would not subordinate itself to the U.S. The United States was worried that the successful economic developments in Chile would have a contagious effect. If other struggling nations saw Chile create an economy benefiting general population instead of private corporations and foreign investors, America's economic domination of many third world countries would be at risk. Shortly after the 1970 election, the U.S. ambassador to Chile was given the task to do everything within the U.S. power to drive Chile and the Chileans into immense deprivation and poverty. One message sent from CIA headquarters to the U.S. station chief in Santiago on October 16, 1970 stated, "It is the firm and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown by a coup. Please review all your present and possibly new activities to include propaganda, black operations, surfacing of intelligence or disinformation, personal contacts, or anything your imagination can conjure." The U.S. intervention began with propaganda campaigns and a harsh trade embargo. The intervention violently culminated in September of 1973 when military forces came, led by 6 graduates of the School of Americas. In regard to the death and destruction that these forces caused, Amnesty International reported, "Many people were tortured to death by means of endless whipping as well as beating with fists, feet, and rifle butts. Prisoners were beaten on all parts of the body, including the head and the sexual organs. The bodies of prisoners were found in the Rio Mapocho, sometimes disfigured beyond recognition." The US-backed military coup achieved its goals. The government was overthrown on September 11, 1973, thousands of people were slaughtered, tens of thousands more were imprisoned and tortured under the Augusto Pinochet dictatorship that took power, and poverty doubled over the next 10 years. The United States rewarded the military coup and the new Pinochet government with undying support. 113. Peru. The situation in Peru when the U.S. intervened in the early 1960s was not a bright, shiny one. John Garrissey, a veteran Latin American newsman, described the conditions at the time. In Lima, the capital, whose colonial mansions enveloped by ornate wooden balconies help make it one of the most beautiful cities in the world, half of the 1.3 million inhabitants live in rat-infested slums. One, called El Montón, is built around, over, and in the city dump. There, when I visited it, naked children, some too young to know how to walk, competed with pigs for a few bits of food scraps accidentally discarded by the garbage man, chew cocaine producing coca leaves to still hunger pains, and average 500 calories a day. Where there is grass, the Peruvian Andes Indian eats it, and also the sheep he kills when it gets so hungry that it begins tearing another sheep's wool off for its food. The peons who work the land of the whites average 1 sol a day, and labor from sunup to sundown. During this time of hardships and horrible poverty, Hugo Blanco led a movement that organized peasants into unions, staged strikes, seized the land, and engaged in limited guerrilla warfare. This movement was quickly annihilated by the Peruvian police and army, which received arming and training from America. In May of 1965, several guerrilla groups, inspired by the Cuban Revolution and the positive social changes it brought, organized and became determined to fight the current state of oppression. The next month they took action, and once again, a Peruvian-American counterinsurgency operation exterminated the rebellion. US-backed forces burned down peasant huts and villages to punish those suspected of supporting or favoring the guerrillas, defoliated the countryside to eliminate guerrilla hideouts, bombed with napalm and explosives, and threw prisoners out of helicopters. The obliteration of rebel forces sufficiently crushed the people of Peru who fought for social and political changes. Future rebellions would not come for many years. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara bragged about this intervention at a Senate hearing, declaring, "In Peru, the government has already made good progress against guerrilla concentrations, and U.S. trained and supported Peruvian Army and Air 114 Force units have played prominent roles in this counter-guerrilla campaign." In response to discontent with the Peruvian government and the problems linked to it such as soaring inflation, the leftist, revolutionary group, Sendero Luminoso formed in 1970. The Shining Path came close to taking power in Peru over the next couple decades, but was defeated by the US-backed Peruvian government, led by Alberto Fujimori, who became president in 1990. In April of 1992, Fujimori suspended the constitution and focused on extinguishing the remaining Shining Path leaders and other guerrillas. This mission was accomplished, but only after killing 25,000 over a total of 15 years of US-backed bloodshed against the revolutionaries. Mexico. The people of Mexico endured over 75 years of the US-supported and financed PRI Mexican dictatorship. The PRI has done everything within its power to remain in control. It spent $1 billion during the 1994 elections alone. The PRI owns and controls 90% of the largest TV stations in Mexico, owns and controls the electoral agencies, controls the largest labor union, and handpicks all the regional government candidates and candidates in the municipalities. 280 members of the largest opposition party have been murdered since 1980. It wasn't until the election of 2000 that PAN candidate, Vicente Fox Quesada, was elected president, ending the over 75 years of PRI rule. The PRI, however, did end up with more seats in the Senate than any other party. The US made sure that the oppressive PRI dictatorship had all the weaponry it needed when in power. From 1988 to 1992 the US exported $214 million in arms to the PRI regime. In 1994, in response to the Zapatista uprising, President Clinton administered a new arms package that included $64 million in sophisticated electronic equipment and satellite-guided Black Hawk helicopters. Mexico has suffered from US-backed oppression for ages, but more recently exploitation stems from the WTO and NAFTA. The US has long supported dictatorship in Mexico and suppressed democratic movements, but the US still needed to pass NAFTA in order to contractually lock Mexico into serving the needs of US investors and corporations. This was done to force the exploitation of Mexican resources regardless of who rose to power in Mexico. Mexico accommodated to NAFTA by rewriting Article 27 of its constitution just prior to the 1994 rebellion. Article 27 was adopted during the Mexican Revolution as a result of organized protests and the demand of revolutionaries like Emiliano Zapata. Article 27 proclaimed that the land and water of Mexico belonged to its people and established an agrarian reform to redistribute the land to the people for communal ownership. The alteration of Article 27 resulted in a situation where land is being taken away from Mexico's indigenous people and auctioned off to the highest corporate bidder. The EZNL formed in the 1980s to demand an end to the PRI dictatorship and revolt against the theft and exploitation of their land. They took their name from Emiliano Zapata, who was a leader in the Mexican Revolution of 1909 against the US-backed Mexican government. Zapata led the Mexican people in fighting oppression and trying to get their stolen land back from hacienda-based landowners. The Zapatistas are based in the Chiapas state of Mexico and have over 10,000 troops. They didn't officially announce their existence until January 1, 1994, the day that NAFTA went into effect. It was on this day that the Zapatistas seized the 4 largest municipal governments in Chiapas. After 13 days of fighting, the government called a truce. Negotiations followed, but the Mexican government failed to uphold its agreements and its resolutions were unacceptable to the EZLN. The Mexican government initiated a strategy of low-intensity warfare against civilian communities supportive of the Zapatistas that is still going on today. This included sending 70,000 military troops to Chiapas and allowing paramilitary groups to terrorize the people and to occupy civilian communities. Military violence drove about 20,000 indigenous people into makeshift refugee camps where they had limited access to food, shelter, medicine, and safe drinking water. In one of the worst incidents, Mexican forces massacred 45 men, women, and children on a Christmas 116 Eve while they prayed in the chapel of a refugee camp in a village in Octeal, Chiapas. There have been numerous human rights violations by the Mexican military in the conflict zones. These violations include summary executions, rape, torture, beatings, kidnappings, mutilation, threats, destruction of property, theft of food and animals, arbitrary searches, arrests, and imprisonment without trial. The IMF has also assisted in the efforts to squash the Zapatistas in order to protect its economic interests. It has even sent military equipment to the Chiapas area to assist the Mexican army in fighting the Zapatistas. Once Vicente Fox Quesada became president, the Zapatistas presented 3 very reasonable demands in order to establish peace. 1. They wanted the San Andrés Accords for indigenous rights and culture to be implemented. 2. The Zapatistas demanded that specified military bases in the Chiapas region be dismantled. 3. They demanded the release of Zapatistas held as political prisoners. None of these demands were met. American economics have affected Mexican people in other ways also. On February 11, 1999, with encouragement from the US and WTO, the Mexican government privatized universities and hiked tuition from 2 cents to $150. This hike shut out large numbers of poorer students completely out of the educational process. Cuba. America's domination of Cuba began just over 100 years ago when it battled Spain and took control of the island, establishing an atmosphere ideal for business interests and for exploiting Cuba's rich resources. The Cubans were given independence, which involved agreeing to the Platt Amendment. The Platt Amendment guaranteed the U.S. a military base in Cuba forever and made sure that the U.S. would determine Cuba's foreign policies and financial affairs. 117. In 1959, a revolutionary rebellion led by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara overthrew the Uzbek dictator, Fulgencio Batista. Once in power, Castro set up a nationwide system of education, housing, and land distribution to landless peasants. Castro closed down the casinos and brothels and nationalized all business. This deprived the mafia and other US-based multinationals of lucrative profits. Included in the affected U.S. interests were mines, cattle ranches, oil refineries, railways, and the sugar industry. US-backed bombing and strafing attacks on Cuba by planes based in the U.S. began in October of 1959. American pilots also conducted multiple firebomb air raids on Cuban cane fields and sugar mills in the 1960s. The State Department admitted to one of the planes crashing and killing 2 Americans, but insisted that the plane took off from Florida against the wishes of the U.S. government. The U.S. was also strongly suspected in blowing up a freighter carrying munitions from Belgium when it was in Havana. This attack killed 75 people instantly and injured another 200. When John F. Kennedy was elected president, he inherited the planned Bay of Pigs invasion. On April 17, 1961, a CIA armed and trained force landed at the Bay of Pigs on the south shore of Cuba. They expected to stimulate a general rising against the popular Castro, but failed when Castro's army defeated them in 3 days. Almost 1,200 of the US-backed troops were captured by Cuba and were returned in exchange for food and medical supplies. The US embargo on Cuba forced Cuba to trade with other nations, which also led to a strengthening of ties with the USSR. In 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis developed when the Russians made a deal with Cuba allowing Russia to install nuclear missiles in Cuba. The hypocrisy of this was that the US had nukes pointing at the Soviet Union in Pakistan and Iran. Russian leader Nikita Khrushchev later remarked, "The Americans had surrounded our country with military bases and threatened us with nuclear weapons, and now they would learn just what it feels like to have enemy missiles pointing at you. We'd be doing nothing more than giving them a little taste of their own medicine." After all, the United States had no moral or legal quarrel with us. We hadn't given the Cubans anything more than the Americans were giving to their allies. We had the same rights and 118 opportunities as the Americans. Our conduct in the international arena was governed by the same rules and limits as the Americans. Khrushchev and Kennedy struck a deal, averting the installation of Russian missiles in Cuba. As part of this deal, the US was required to adhere to a policy of non-aggression in the Caribbean. Instead, the US has adhered to a policy of strong aggression. The US killing over 3,000 Cubans was not enough, so the CIA considered and tried all sorts of ideas to promote violent aggression against Cuba. These included a planned phony attack on the US base at Guantanamo and the planned assassination of Castro. The CIA also backed attacks on oil refineries, chemical plants, railroad bridges, cane fields, sugar mills, and warehouses. The US did whatever it could to damage the Cuban economy and make the Cuban Revolution look bad. Fidel Castro estimates there were 5,000 individual US acts of terrorism in Cuba during the first 2 years after the revolution alone. An excellent example of the demented US mentality is an official document titled Justification for US Military Intervention in Cuba, in which plans and ideas on framing Cuba for horrible attacks were presented in order to justify US military intervention. This document was submitted by the Office of the Secretary of Defense to the Joint Chiefs of Staff on March 13, 1962. Here is some of what it contained. A series of well-coordinated incidents will be planned to take place in and around Guantanamo to give a genuine appearance of being done by hostile Cuban forces. The United States would respond by executing offensive operations to secure water and power supplies, destroying artillery and mortar emplacements threatening the base. Remember, the main incident could be arranged in several forms. We could blow up a US ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba. We could blow up a drone vessel anywhere in the Cuban waters. We could arrange to cause such incident in the vicinity of Havana or Santiago as a spectacular result of a Cuban attack from air or sea, or both. The presence of Cuban planes or ships merely investigating the intent of the vessel could be fairly compelling evidence that the ship was taken under attack. The nearness to Havana or Santiago would add credibility especially to 119. Those people that might have heard the blast or seen the fire. The US could follow up with an air/sea rescue operation covered by US fighters to evacuate remaining members of the non-existent crew. Casualty lists in US newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation. We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, and even in Washington. The terror campaign could be pointed at Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida. We could foster attempts on lives of Cuban refugees in the United States, even to the extent of wounding in instances to be widely publicized. Exploding a few plastic bombs in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents and the release of prepared documents substantiating Cuban involvement would also be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government. A Cuban-based, Castro-supported filibuster could be simulated against a neighboring Caribbean nation. Use of MiG-type aircraft by U.S. pilots could provide additional provocation. Harassment of civil aircraft, attacks on surface shipping and destruction of U.S. military drone aircraft by MiG-type planes would be useful as complementary actions. An F-86 properly painted would convince air passengers that they saw a Cuban MiG, especially if the pilot of the transport were to announce such a fact. Hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. It is possible to create an incident, which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. The passengers could be a group of college students off on a holiday or any grouping of persons with a common interest to support chartering a non-scheduled flight. It once possible to create an incident that will make it appear that communist Cuban MiGs have destroyed a U.S. Air Force aircraft over international waters in an unprovoked attack. Despite the U.S. intervention, the U.S. embargo, and having to devote resources to defense because of the U.S. threat, Cuba managed to achieve economic and social gains. These achievements include becoming the country with the highest number of doctors per capita in the world, having one of the best healthcare systems on the planet, providing all citizens with free healthcare, and having a nearly 100% literacy rate. Cuba's infant mortality rate decreased from 60 per 1,120 births in 1959 to 6.5 per 1,000 births in 2002. By 1991, Cuba also had more doctors serving abroad than the World Health Organization. In 1988, Castro became the only head of government in the world to receive the Health for All Medal Award by the World Health Organization. He received it again in 1998. Cuba's main success is accomplishing what the U.S. has always feared, becoming a good example for the Third World. Cuba has proved that it is possible for a nation that has been oppressed and exploited by the U.S. to gain control, make changes, and improve life for the general population. Unlike so many leaders who fear being outspoken about their true feelings toward the U.S., Castro publicly criticized America. He has continuously discussed the negative effects that 60 years of American control had on Cuba and continuously condemns Guantanamo Base. He has also been an outspoken critic of America's foreign policy, economics, and bloated military. After JFK's death, the CIA continued attempts on Castro's life, which included over 24 direct assassination attempts until 1987. The CIA even tried a pen with poison ink and an exploding cigar. Attempts were also made on Che Guevara and Raúl Castro. There have been numerous cases of CIA sabotage in Cuba, including propaganda in newspapers and radio and more directly in germ warfare. One example is that the CIA dropped African swine fever germs over the country in 1971, forcing the Cubans to destroy 500,000 pigs. The U.S. was also behind the contamination of sugar and a virus that killed 8,000 turkeys. Between May and October of 1981, there were over 300,000 cases of dengue fever, killing 158 people, 101 of which were children under 15. Strong evidence points to the United States being behind this also. On October 19, 1960, the U.S. initiated a trade and credit embargo on Cuba, which includes barring food and medicine. An example of the harshness of the embargo is when Cuba was hit hard by a hurricane in October of 1963. A New York social club raised a large quantity of clothing for relief, but U.S. authorities wouldn't allow it to be sent to Cuba, stating that such aid is contrary to the national interest. In addition to the U.S. having this embargo, it pressured other countries to act in a similar manner. It also sabotaged the items that Cuba was importing from other countries, including numerous 121 mechanical parts. The CIA even openly discussed how it had ball bearings made in West Germany produced off-center, trying to sabotage automobiles in Cuba. The embargo remains today despite the firm opposition of the vast majority of the world. Clinton even tightened the sanctions with the Cuban Democracy Act, which cut back licensed sales and donations by 90%. 117 countries voted in the UN General Assembly to condemn the United States for its economic violence against Cuba. Some nations were once afraid of publicly criticizing the US and its Cuban policies, but they have slowly gained courage. Here is a recent voting record of UN resolutions calling for an end of the US embargo on Cuba. Many other Cuba-related resolutions had similar results. The Organization of American States has also condemned the US for its sanctions, acknowledging that they violate international law. Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Woodrow Wilson initiated a U.S. legacy of oppression in Haiti and the Dominican Republic in 1915 and 1916 when he sent soldiers to squash a peasant rebellion, position U.S. corporations for dominance, and set up the countries for brutal and corrupt dictatorships. 50,000 Haitians were killed, and thousands more were killed in the Dominican Republic. One reporter stated the following in regard to events that took place in America's invasion of Haiti in 1915. American Marines opened fire with machine guns from airplanes on defenseless Haitian villages, killing men, women, and children in the open marketplaces for sport. 122. U.S. intervention on the island containing the two countries has continued throughout modern history. In the Dominican Republic, the U.S. backed the assassination of Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo on May 30, 1961, and forced Joaquin Balaguer into power. 2 months after Balaguer took office, the U.S. forced his resignation. After much conflict and many complications, Juan Bosch took over as president in February of 1963 upon winning an election. Bosch ended up annoying the U.S. officials much more than they had anticipated. He introduced a democratic constitution and legal system, defended civil liberties, cut the salaries of high officials, called for land reform, supported a labor movement, strove for moderate nationalization of business, and refused to persecute communists unless they actually violated the law. The U.S. intensely stirred up and supported a movement that removed Bosch from office. The problem the U.S. had was that Bosch was strongly supported by most of the population, and they wanted to get him back in power. The U.S. took care of this pro-Bosch rebellion by sending 23,000 American troops to aid the Dominican army in the brutal crushing of the revolt. 3,000 people were shot up in the streets. When criticism formed over the U.S. intervention, the United States Information Agency jammed radio stations that condemned U.S. action, dropped propaganda-filled leaflets over the country, and even financed the publication of propaganda for distribution within the U.S. Haiti has had its share of U.S. intervention also. 2 of the presidents that the U.S. supported in Haiti were François Duvalier and his son, Jean-Claude Duvalier. Their oppressive regimes have done such great things like arresting 12-year-olds for expressing sympathy for hungry peasants and violently silencing those who opposed their dictatorships. According to the World Bank, 81% of Haiti was living in absolute poverty in 1985. The people of Haiti began striving for change, and in 1986 the CIA created a new organization, the National Intelligence Service, given the appropriate acronym SIN. SIN was staffed completely by officers of the Haitian army and was supposedly created to fight the cocaine trade. In actuality though, SIN existed for the purpose of persecuting and torturing supporters of Jean Bertrand. 123. Aristide, a priest seeking changes in the interest of the poor, and other dissidents. In December of 1990 Jean Bertrand Aristide was elected president of Haiti. He beat Marc Bazin, the US-backed candidate. Despite Haiti being an extremely impoverished country with terrible conditions, President Aristide was making some improvements and showing some signs of progress. He trimmed the bloated state bureaucracy, reduced government corruption, cut back on drug trafficking, and drastically reduced the flow of refugees to the U.S. He also pushed for doubling the minimum wage, attempted to establish a social security program, and fought for land reform. These activities disturbed the U.S., so alternative institutions that undermined Aristide's power were established. These groups took over on September 30, 1991. The U.S. established military forces, supported by the Bush and Clinton administrations, managed to kill between 4,000 and 5,000 civilians in the early 1990s. After a flood of tens of thousands of refugees coming out of Haiti, costing hundreds of millions, and the public becoming aware of the brutality enforced by the US-backed regime, the U.S. let Aristide return to power on October 15, 1994. The U.S. toned down Aristide and his social goals, as part of allowing him to return. He was not allowed to help the poor at the expense of the rich, and he was required to maintain free market economics open to U.S. exploitation. U.S. troops were stationed in Haiti for the remainder of Aristide's term just in case he swayed from U.S. objectives. 124. Grenada. Grenada is a tiny Caribbean island with just over 100,000 residents and not much production. A slight revolution developed in the late 1970s when Maurice Bishop took power and committed himself to developing a better life for Grenada citizens. He earned popular support for such efforts. He started getting on America's nerves when he refused to join in the quarantine of Cuba. The nail in his coffin was his mildly socialist program that included free healthcare, free education, free school lunches, free distribution of food to the needy, etc. Before long, President Reagan, the media, and a CIA propaganda campaign were portraying Grenada as a terrorist and Marxist state, a Soviet ally, a haven of U.S. hostages, and a country of 100,000 fully armed citizens prepared to attack the U.S. The American public had no chance of getting truthful information, because the U.S. military kept reporters away from Grenada. All flights in and out were cancelled. One boatload of U.S. journalists was even turned away at gunpoint. This enabled the U.S. officials to easily make up lies about a Cuban takeover and a communist threat. Included in the lies were reports about the Soviets building a submarine base and supplying Grenada with helicopters, submarines, and fighter planes. Maurice Bishop was executed on October 19, 1983, and the U.S. invasion of Grenada began 6 days later. The invasion was also preceded by CIA acts of sabotage and huge financial contributions to opposing politicians and neighboring armies. The invasion involved 7,000 American soldiers terrorizing the island. U.S. planes fired multi-barreled Gatling guns in suspected areas of the People's Revolutionary Army. Land troops destroyed civilian areas, including the damaging and looting of the Cuban ambassador's home. They even took the time to leave a lovely all-American message on a wall: "Eat shit, commie faggot." The U.S. assured Cuba that its citizens in Grenada were not a target. The next day, the U.S. attacked Cuban citizens with helicopter gunships. At the end of the one-week invasion, about 90 Cubans and 400 Grenadines were killed or wounded. The vast majority of Latin America and the United Nations frowned upon the U.S. intervention in Grenada. 125. The 7,000 U.S. troops were designated as heroes for their protection of freedom and decorated with medals. America took great pride in squashing the flea that was Grenada. Grenada is still stuck in poverty and despair and is no longer a threat to the U.S. Grenada has acquired a reputation for police corruption and general abuse of authority. It even banned and confiscated over 80 books, including Nelson Mandela Speaks. The U.S. managed to subject Grenada to an invasion of banks after the military invasion. Grenada has over 100 offshore banks and is now a center for money laundering, tax evasion, and assorted financial fraud. The U.S. also greatly succeeded in showing all Caribbean nations the fate they could expect if they attempted to escape the U.S. global corporate system. Ghana. In October of 1965, Kwame Nkrumah, the president of Ghana, published his book, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism. The book was dedicated to the freedom fighters of Africa, living and dead, and accused the CIA of being behind numerous setbacks and crises in the Third World and Eastern Europe. As expected, Washington doesn't like it when the ugly truth about America comes out, and government officials sent Nkrumah a note of protest and canceled $35 million in aid. The U.S. had other reasons before the book publishing to get Nkrumah out of power. He was an anti-imperialist who supported Pan-African organizations and the movement of nations for Cold War neutrality. He also wanted to be less dependent on the West, so he strengthened economic ties with the Soviet Union, China, and East Germany instead. The CIA organized, advised, supported, and generously financed a group to overthrow Nkrumah. A mere 4 months after his book was published, Nkrumah was out of office and replaced by a US-backed Ghanaian regime that was more than willing to act in the interests of its puppet masters. 126. Sudan. Sudan has suffered immensely from political and economic turmoil. By the end of the 1990s, about 2 million people had died during the civil war. The UN Human Rights Commission claimed that Sudan had widespread slavery or forced labor. Ethnic cleansing also was claimed to be occurring. Basically, society in Sudan was completely devastated. The US decided to contribute to the devastation. In violation of international law, President Clinton commanded a sudden bombing of Sudan in August of 1998. The US had no legitimate grievances with Sudan, and the rest of the world harshly condemned the bombings. The US justified the violence on the basis of its never-ending fight against terrorism. One of the worst targets was the Al-Shifa plant. On August 20, 1998, a single US missile attack destroyed the plant, which was the single most important health facility in Sudan. It produced 50% of the pharmaceuticals available in Sudan and 90% of the antibiotics used for malaria. The end result of this single US missile attack was estimated at thousands of civilian deaths. Libya. Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was despised by America ever since he and his coup overthrew King Idris in September of 1969. Idris had given Libya's oil reserves to Standard Oil for basically nothing, but Gaddafi nationalized Libya's oil industry. Gaddafi guaranteed free education and health care to all Libyans. Newsweek even reported that Libya met the basic needs of the people to a greater degree than in any other Arab country and didn't have the problems of hunger and poverty. Gaddafi ended up being one of President Reagan's objects of aggression. The US executed a multi-tentacle anti-Libyan campaign under the Reagan administration. This included economic sanctions, CIA operations, and a propaganda campaign. Reagan blamed Libya for countless terrorist attacks and lied about the evidence. Libya asked for 127 evidence of these acts that they were being accused of, but the US refused to present any such evidence. After a while, the intervention turned into direct violence. In March of 1986, the US performed 2 attacks on Libyan anti-aircraft sites. Multiple ships were destroyed. On April 14, 1986, the US attacked Libya in an attempt to kill Gaddafi, but ended up killing between 40 and 100 other people instead. All of them were civilians, except for one. During this attempt on Gaddafi's life, the US managed to kill his young adopted daughter and another teenage girl visiting from London. All of Gaddafi's other 7 children had to be hospitalized. The French embassy was also destroyed. During this raid, US pilots dropped 500-pound and 2,000-pound bombs on the civilians in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. Some may consider this as horribly wrong, but America considers this as courageous. The US Navy awarded 158 medals to the pilots. Despite Gaddafi's progressive changes later on, Washington still had aggression towards Libya at the end of the 1980s. One of the last acts was a US military exercise in which 2 Libyan planes were shot down at the beginning of 1989. Chad. The Reagan administration's aggression against Muammar al-Gaddafi and Libya extended into the neighboring country of Chad, where Libya had forces at the request of the Chadian government. The US used bribes and political pressure to drive the Libyans out of Chad. The CIA then built an opposition Chadian force in Sudan, providing it with money, arms, political support, and technical support. This army, led by Hissan Habre, overthrew the Chadian government in June of 1982. Habre then ruled for 8 years while his forces killed tens of thousands and tortured up to 200,000. 128. Rwanda. When I came out, there were no birds. There was sunshine and the stench of death. A survivor of the genocide. In 1994, one of the most brutally efficient and well-organized acts of genocide ever committed took place in Rwanda. Citizens of Rwanda were forced to possess identity cards that distinguished if they were Hutus or Tutsis. Hutu militiamen would stop civilians and demand to see their identity cards. If they were listed as members of the Tutsi minority, they were hacked to death or shot. The Human Rights Watch described the executors by stating the following: "They were people who chose to do evil. Tens of thousands, swayed by fear, hatred, or hope of profit, made the choice quickly and easily. They were the first to kill, rape, rob and destroy. They attacked Tutsi frequently and until the very end, without doubt or remorse. Many made their victims suffer horribly and enjoyed doing so. In the Rwandan genocide, an estimated 800,000 people were killed in just 100 days, beginning on April 6, 1994. In order to help conceal this act of genocide, the U.S. lobbied the UN for a total withdrawal of UN forces in Rwanda in April of 1994. The Hutu forces responsible for the massive slaughter were also supplied with technology from the United States. The following was reported by the Human Rights Watch. The sweetly sickening odor of decomposing bodies hung over many parts of Rwanda in July 1994, on Nyanza Ridge, overlooking the capital, Kigali, where skulls and bones, torn clothing, and scraps of paper were scattered among the bushes, at Nyamata, where bodies lay twisted and heaped on benches and the floor of a church, at Nyarabai in eastern Rwanda, where the cadaver of a little girl, otherwise intact, had been flattened by passing vehicles to the thinness of cardboard in front of the church. Steps, on the shores of idyllic Lake Kivu in western Rwanda, where pieces of human bodies had been thrown down the steep hillside, and at Nyakazu in southern Rwanda, where the sun bleached fragments of bone in the sand of the schoolyard and, on a nearby hill, a small red sweater held together the rib cage of a decapitated child. 129. As many as 3/4 of the Tutsi population were murdered, mostly women and children. Thousands of Hutu were also slain by Hutu forces for opposing the murderous campaign. Zaire/Congo. The area that eventually became Zaire was originally the Belgian Congo. The Belgian Congo received its independence from Belgium on June 30, 1960, and immediately became a battlefield for political control. The US and CIA used the same old, absurd excuse to get involved, and CIA Director Alan Dulles warned of a communist takeover of the Congo with disastrous consequences, for the interests of the free world. The Congo's first Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, was obviously not going to act in the interests of the US. At the Independence Day ceremonies he alienated those foreigners who sought exploitation by stating, "Our lot was 80 years of colonial rule. We have known tiring labor exacted in exchange for salary which did not allow us to satisfy our hunger. We have known ironies, insults, blows, which we had to endure morning, noon, and night because we were Negroes. We have known that the law was never the same depending on whether it concerned a white or a Negro. We have known the atrocious suffering of those banished for political opinions or religious beliefs. We have known that there were magnificent houses for the whites in the cities and tumble-down straw huts for the Negroes." One event that further inspired intervention was on July 11, 1960, when the province of Katanga announced it was seceding from the Congo. Katanga was rich with resources and had the majority of the Congo's copper, cobalt, uranium, gold, and other valuable minerals. The US quickly supported the Belgian army in a violent intervention for Katanga. The US also continuously bribed Congolese politicians and used this practice to get Lumumba dismissed from office. On September 14, 1960, Joseph Mobutu took control of the Congo in a military coup designed by the US. 130. Lumumba's removal was not enough. Washington didn't want him spreading his ideals, so CIA Director Alan Dulles decided he had to be assassinated. Mobutu's cronies beat Dulles to it, and Lumumba was executed on January 17, 1961. During all this, the CIA remained an active participant, bringing in its mercenaries for numerous attacks. The CIA's pilots carried out bombing and strafing missions against the insurgents. Later on, the New York Times boasted that the CIA managed to create an instant air force in the Congo. The State Department originally denied any involvement whatsoever in the Congo. It then publicly reversed itself and admitted partially to certain involvement, including the American pilots flying the missions. One of the worst leaders of all time that the US and CIA backed was President Joseph Mobutu Sese Seko. Mobutu began his long reign of exploitation and oppression in 1960 and continued until the May 16, 1997. He hoarded the country's wealth while most of his population was severely malnourished. He took over small businesses and plantations without compensating the owners and divided the control and power amongst his loyal cohorts. A senior CIA officer acknowledged, "Mobutu is screwing up Zaire pretty good, you know, he simply has no idea of how to run a country." Despite this knowledge, the CIA fervently backed him. After all, the US did not want to lose its economic interests in Zaire, such as the mining industry. Angola. Upon the collapse of the Portuguese Empire, Angola gained independence in 1975 and became a battlefield for political control. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger was determined to violently intervene in Angola, despite any real motives. One pathetic excuse Washington used to get involved was that Angola is close to shipping lanes. 131. The CIA poured large sums of money, arms, and assistance into Jonas Savimbi, a brutal autocrat. South African troops were also brought in to fight for Savimbi. After a year of involvement, the US spent $40 million, which resulted in thousands of deaths. For the first time in American history, Congress voted to shut down a CIA operation when it voted against the CIA operation in Angola in 1976. The CIA continued its violent support off the books during the following years. The Reagan administration fought for 3 years and won a repeal of the 1976 prohibition, and was once again allowed to blatantly intervene and provide aid. Millions more dollars were spent and thousands more lives were lost. It wasn't until 1993 that the US cut off support for Savimbi. The results of this gruesome intervention and continuous war include over 300,000 deaths, 80,000 cripples, and over $50 billion in property damages. South Africa. With CIA collaboration, South Africa looted and destroyed Namibia, and then used it as a base for violence against its neighbors. Many of the strikes involved attacks on the African National Congress and other rebellious groups in the nearby countries, including Lesotho, Mozambique, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. The ANC was an organization of South African blacks that protested inferior treatment, and was led by Nelson Mandela until his capture. Despite the UN condemning South African violence, the US simply looked away as South Africa destroyed the southern regions with US and UK weapons. According to a UN commission, the South African violence from 1980 to 1988 led to about $60 billion in damage and over 1,500,000 killed in the countries neighboring Namibia and South Africa. Despite the economic embargo against South Africa, the US created loopholes and actually increased exports to South Africa during this period. The CIA supplied weapons for South Africa. 132. Even during the worst of the violence, including portable anti-aircraft missiles and anti-personnel mines, the US was virtually alone in its support for South African apartheid and violence. The United States was the only country that vetoed on each of 13 resolutions from 1981 to 1983 condemning various aspects of apartheid in South Africa or calling for an end to apartheid. On Resolution 36/12 on October 28, 1981, the vote count was 145 to 1 on condemning apartheid in South Africa and Namibia. On December 17, 1981, the US was the only nation to veto Resolution 36/1720, which called for the cessation of further foreign investments and loans for South Africa. As with virtually all countries, the US capitalizes upon South Africa by any means necessary, even if it means exploiting the diseased. In 1998, Vice President Al Gore put pressure on South Africa in opposition to South Africa considering the use of cheaper, Generic AIDS drugs instead of the expensive ones sold by U.S. companies. Trade sanctions were even threatened if South Africa went through with the switch to more affordable drugs. Somalia. America played a significant role in making Somalia the decrepit nation it is today. The United States supported Siad Barre in Somalia from 1978 through 1990. Siad Barre destroyed the civil and social structures, contributing to the extreme poverty, famine, and disease that the country is still experiencing currently. According to Africa Watch, US-backed Siad Barre killed about 50,000 to 60,000 people. The United States got directly involved in Somalia in 1993, in what the US called a humanitarian mission. This was a blatant lie, covering up America's real motives. The primary concern had to do with oil. Several US oil companies were positioned to exploit Somalia's oil reserves. When in power, Siad Barre arranged for these companies to have billion-dollar concessions to explore and drill about 60% of the land in Somalia. When Mohammed Farah aided overthrew Barre in 1990, the US government and oil companies lost their profitable arrangement. America's other main concern in Somalia was the military bases it had there, which were part of a system aimed at the Gulf region. 133. America was not concerned with the devastated society that it claimed to care for when aid was sent and the Pentagon snagged the photo ops. US forces were not there to stop the evil aided from stealing food. They were there to create an environment ideal for US military and business interests, just as it had done in so many countries prior. A successful movie called Black Hawk Down was released at the beginning of 2002. This film focused on the 1993 Battle of Mogadishu, and sympathized with the US Special Forces who saw a 1-hour mission turn into an 18-hour protracted battle. The film centered on the 18 bravest men who died that day on the US side. What was blatantly not spotlighted were the up to 500 impoverished Somalians that were killed that day. The US soldiers that were interviewed after the battle stated that they fired on crowds and eventually shot at anything and anyone they saw. During all of this, the stupefied American public never questioned why Somalians were fighting the US soldiers who were supposedly there to help them. They just called the Somalians ungrateful heathens and continued waving their flags. After the American losses during the Battle of Mogadishu, President Clinton called off the operation. The UN troops that were there left shortly after also. According to some estimates, the number of Somalians killed by the US in 1993 is up to about 10,000. Another estimate is that 2/3 of the deaths were women. Somalia is of less concern now, since there are much more secure oil fields and US bases in more strategic and stable areas, but the US still supports suppression in Somalia. This is done slightly more covertly now, by funneling support through another US-influenced country, Kenya. The list goes on. There are many additional areas of the world where the US has attempted to or succeeded in victimizing since World War II. These areas include Albania, France, Portugal, various parts of Eastern Europe, Guyana, the Soviet Union, Australia, Bolivia, Argentina, Jamaica, the Seychelles, Fiji, Morocco, Mongolia, Mozambique, Suriname, Bulgaria. 134. Burma, Thailand, Egypt, South Yemen, Croatia, and many others, some of which we may never know about. Quick reminder. The preceding pages have revealed a constant battle on this planet. This battle is between the rich and powerful who seek to dominate and exploit others and the people who refuse to accept domination and injustice. After reading the previous sections on US interventions in specific areas of the world, keep in mind the FBI's definition of terrorism, the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government, the civilian population, or any segment thereof, in furtherance of political or social objectives. Guess which country has participated in the most lethal, widespread terrorism in modern history? Also, the preceding sections included specific examples showing the true purpose of America's endeavors overseas, i.e. to create or maintain easily exploitable labor and resource markets for the benefit of U.S. corporate interests. EP to justify insane amounts of military spending. 2. To encourage complacency of the population in a distractive rally of patriotism. Finally, it's important to remember through all underscore these interventions, L. The American people finance them. DS. The common, poorer people die in them. SH. The rich, the politicians, and the corporations profit from them. American society. How fortunate for governments that the people they administer don't think. Adolf Hitler. Hate. Americans are taught and molded to hate people they have never met and don't know much about. They forget that a human life overseas is just as valuable and precious as a human life within their own imaginary boundaries. In the grand scheme of things, longitude and latitude should have no effect on the respect that human life deserves. Retaliation is counterpoison, and poison breeds more poison. The nectar of love alone can destroy the poison of hate. Mahatma Gandhi. Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal rule. Buddha. The targets of hatred exist within the country itself too. Much to the pleasure of the rich and powerful, the masses have turned against each other and have become distracted from the greater problem. The rich hate the poor. The races and religions are in conflict with each other. The native-born are in conflict with the immigrants. The intellectuals and professionals are in conflict with the uneducated and unskilled. The unemployed are in conflict with the workers. The workers are in conflict with the welfare mothers. Each group attacks and fears the other, while the powers that be get away with international theft and mass murder. 138. U.S. interpretation of words. If they do it, it's terrorism. If we do it, it's fighting for freedom. Anthony Quainton, U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua, 1984. When asked to explain the difference between U.S. actions in Nicaragua and the violence the U.S. condemns as terrorism elsewhere in the world. A major element in the hypocrisy of the United States is its rhetorical slogans and American definitions of words, which are much different from their dictionary definitions. The American version of democracy is a system where corporations and the wealthy elite make decisions. The public are expected to be spectators of action, not participants. The American definition of stability in a region is security for U.S. investments. The American meaning of free enterprise wants a system of public subsidy and private profit, with massive government intervention in the economy to ensure the rich stay prosperous and powerful, while the poor remain impoverished and hopeless. The American version of peacekeeping is the mass murder of large, impoverished civilian populations in order to maintain global domination and a system that is most beneficial to the U.S. elite. The true American meaning of freedom is the delusion that basic human rights such as truth, equality, and liberty are protected and encouraged by the government. Since September 11, 2001, the U.S. has focused on homeland defense, which to the politicians means elimination of civil rights with complete violations of the Bill of Rights. Thomas Jefferson defined aristocrats as those who fear and distrust the people, and wish to draw all powers from them into the hands of the higher classes. It's clear that today's government consists primarily of aristocrats. Through years of propaganda and manipulation, the government, corporations, and media have convinced America that peace is accomplished through war, freedom is accomplished through slavery, and strength is accomplished through ignorance. 139. Freedom. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Americans take great pride in their so-called freedom. Freedom, in its truest sense, is something that should be inherent to every living creature on this planet, not just an empty, rhetorical ideal. Governments will not protect freedom. They take it away. The extent to which freedom is limited varies from government to government. Americans constantly boast about their Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and rights guaranteed by the amendments. What they don't boast about is the fact that these rights were only granted to white, male, land-owning Christians at least 21 years of age. At the time these documents were written, and many years afterwards, you didn't have these rights if you were not white, if you were a female, or if you were not 21 years of age. Another interesting point that is rarely mentioned is that the rights guaranteed by the founding documents were written to protect Americans from their own government, not foreign governments. The rights wouldn't be applicable if America was taken over. Therefore, here is only one entity that the people needed protection from. As stated previously, governments don't protect freedom, they take it away. Articles such as the Bill of Rights were written to limit the amount of freedom that the US government could rob the people of. It's hard to understand how people can call themselves free when they are forced to finance and support civilian slaughters overseas, when they are forced to finance jails to hold fellow citizens who are in their yuccos they weren't allowed to smoke pot, when they are forced to join the armed forces in its bloodthirsty quests when drafted, when they can yet imprisoned for sending food or medicine to dying children in Iraq, when they aren't allowed to vacation on the beaches of Cuba, when they are sentenced to 6 months in prison for protesting the School of the Americas, when slavery is still constitutionally legal, when government organizations can now secretly spy on them and detain them, when the information released on all the major networks is simply a concoction of political and corporate lies, when they can be thrown in jail for years if they are 18 and engage in sex with a partner a few months younger. 140. When they can be imprisoned or fined for participating in the world's oldest profession. When they are subject to the highest alcohol consumption age in the industrialized world, when they can be legally executed by the state, even as minors, when they are denied the right to free health care, a right guaranteed by every other industrialized nation, when radio and television censorship ranks among the strictest in the industrialized world. The list goes on and on. The only thing worse than the fact that the government forces Americans to finance first-degree murder, is the fact that most of them don't seem to care. Admittedly, the majority are unaware of the harsh reality of U.S. military interventions due to the media and government's propaganda campaign, but it should be our inherent responsibility as members of the human race to seek truth. Many citizens of America never even consider the possibility that the United States might be in the wrong. Even the so-called freedoms that Americans take such pride in are not guaranteed and can be taken away at any given time, just like in a tyrannical dictatorship. In 1933, President Roosevelt signed the War and Emergency Powers Act. This act gives the president unlimited powers if there is a so-called national emergency. These powers include denying Americans their constitutional rights, being able to institute martial law, and being able to seize any property or commodities. The Federal Emergency Management Agency can also do as it pleases if it thinks there is a state of emergency. A CIA example of Americans losing their freedom is Operation Chaos, which consolidated the CIA's domestic programs. The CIA had already been spying on thousands of U.S. citizens who didn't agree with U.S. government policies since 1959. Operation Chaos formed when President Nixon drafted the Houston Plan, which demanded stronger operations against subversives, including wiretapping, break-ins, mail opening, and selective assassinations. If we don't believe in freedom of expression for people we despise, we don't believe in it at all. Noam Chomsky. These intrusions of privacy and freedom still happen today, although more covertly. With the new legislation that's been passed since September 11, 2001, all the governments 141 tentacles will be able to do as it pleases with American citizens' privacy and rights. Now citizens no longer have freedom of speech. Now the government can even lock you up on suspicion, in which you are guilty until proven innocent. It should be noted that there is one group of Americans who are completely free and have no restraints, the rich and powerful. The rich are free to lay off American workers and replace them with child labor overseas. They are free to exploit the resources of the world for U.S. consumption. They are free to sell weaponry to almost every country on the planet. They are free to force their demands upon overseas markets with bribes and loans. They are free to profit off of the sick and injured in the only industrialized country without nationalized health care. They are free to contribute campaign funds and to receive legislative benefits in return. They are free to claim headquarters overseas, and avoid paying taxes. They are free to control the media and block out alternative viewpoints. Community violence and crime. Violence is America's true national pastime, and the masses have followed their leaders and became excessively aggressive against each other. Over 10 American youth are killed each day by handguns. Each year about 5 million guns are sold in America, constantly increasing the over 200 million guns that belong to the American public. The violent deaths by guns seem to be a problem only plaguing America. In 2000, there were 73 gun murders in Great Britain, 27 in Japan, 183 in Canada, and 3 in New Zealand. Guess how many gun murders there were in America during the same year? The correct answer is 10,828. There were also 16,586 suicides via firearms in America that year. Praise the Lord for the NRA, whose relentless struggles and financial contributions to politicians have ensured that we won't be seeing any significant gun restrictions anytime soon. It's nice to know that such a fine organization is making sure that any lunatic off the street has his right to buy a weapon that takes another person's life within a fraction of a second if that lunatic should have an emotional whim. So many Americans justify gun possession claiming that they need them to protect themselves or their family. These people fail to note that the overwhelming majority of shootings and fatalities caused by guns in households kill or injure someone who lives in that household. Family members are much more likely to be killed by 143. Gunfire in homes with a gun than homes without one. Gun advocates boast, guns don't kill people. People kill people. People do ultimately choose their actions, but guns make the process much too easy for such an emotionally unstable creature. Unlike less modern methods of murder, guns perform within milliseconds, bringing about the irreversible outcome instantly. With no time to reconsider or to let your reason and morality overcome your passing emotions, guns make the loss of life much too easy. That's why so many people regret what they did immediately after pulling the all-too-convenient trigger. When violence breaks out in communities across America, it seems like everyone and everything gets the finger pointed at them, except for the actual root of the problem. After school shootings such as Columbine, people blame everyone from musicians to film producers to parents. The fact that these children are raised in a country that blatantly solves its problems with violence is ignored. These children are victims of what the government teaches by example, beginning at an early age and reinforced throughout their lives. The lesson taught by the government is that violence is the best means to an end and is very effective in achieving one's goals. Instead of addressing this obvious root, the cycle of scapegoats and passing laws to criminalize children continues. In what should go down as one of the most hypocritical statements of all time, President Clinton said the following after the Columbine incident in Littleton, Colorado: "We must reach out to our children and teach them to express their anger and to resolve their conflicts with words, not weapons." A few hours later, Clinton ordered the most intense bombing of Belgrade since the war began 4 weeks before. When children behave violently, they are merely showing the true face of America. It's necessary to point out that there is another type of crime not addressed very often: corporate crime, or white-collar crime. Corporate crimes cost taxpayers more money each year than all street criminals combined. In 1994, burglaries and robberies cost Americans over $4 billion in losses, but corporate fraud cost Americans nearly $200 billion. In 1995, unsafe working conditions and occupational diseases caused more than 56,000 deaths. The Justice Department estimates that 144. The cost of corporate crime is 7 to 25 times as high as street crime. Despite this, it's the pot smoker who gets sent to prison, not the CEO who knowingly dumps toxins into the sky, land, and water. It's the petty thief who serves the time, not the executive who scams his investors or exploits his employees. The biggest difference between the corporate criminal and the common criminal is the following: the common criminal's behavior is driven by need. The corporate criminal's behavior is driven by greed. Of course, corporate criminals are overshadowed by the biggest criminals of all time, politicians. It is the politicians who order genocide of millions overseas. It is the politicians and lawyers who pass death penalty laws. It is the politicians who accept corporate bribes and push policies and laws adverse to the interests of the people. It is the politicians who raid foreign lands and exploit their labor and resources. The war on drugs. Illegal drugs kill about 15,000 Americans each year, but tobacco subsidized by the Department of Agriculture kills well over 400,000 per year in the United States and millions worldwide each year. Meanwhile, the U.S. shamelessly promotes tobacco, the most deadly drug on the planet, and the cigarette companies make hundreds of billions of dollars. Looking at the world from a non-biased point of view, there would be more justification for annihilating the Carolinas and their gigantic fields of tobacco than there would be for eradicating the crops of Colombia with air raids. The U.S. government has helped to spread tobacco-related deaths. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has provided grants to tobacco firms to promote smoking overseas. Philip Morris has hired underage girls to give away free cigarettes to children in Albania, Niger, and Jordan. In China, Philip Morris is the largest advertiser. Philip Morris has also mailed free cigarettes to minors in China. Estimates show that among the Chinese children under the age of 20 today, 50 million will die from cigarette-related diseases. The U.S. government has gone so far as to threaten trade sanctions against third-world countries that considered limiting tobacco products or advertising. In 1989, the U.S. Trade Representative Panel held a hearing in Washington to consider a tobacco industry request that the U.S. impose 145 sanctions on Thailand in retaliation for its efforts to restrict U.S. cigarette imports and advertising. It's completely ridiculous how many thousands are in jail for smoking pot, while over 450,000 die every year in America from tobacco and alcohol-related deaths. In the year 2000, 734,497 of the 1,579,566 drug-related arrests in America were for marijuana. 88% of these marijuana arrests were for possession alone. Just as crazy is that possession of an ounce of cocaine or a $20 street sale is considered a more serious offense than raping a 10-year-old in some places. A person in New York caught selling 2 ounces of cocaine receives the same mandatory sentence as a person convicted of murder. President George W. Bush even made it so financial aid is denied to college students who have been convicted of misdemeanor drug charges. Isn't this hypocritical for someone strongly suspected of once using cocaine and who was convicted of a DUI? When looking at the war on illegal drugs, it is important to consider how the United States contributed to the drug problem. Opium production by CIA cohorts increased by 1,000% when the CIA set up headquarters in Southeast Asia. Opium and heroin were flown and delivered all over Southeast Asia to serve the personal and financial needs of the CIA's many military and political allies. This ultimately led to over 30,000 GIs becoming addicts before returning to America during the 1970s, bringing the drug problem with them. Heroin was refined in a laboratory right at the CIA headquarters in Laos. CIA involvement led Southeast Asia to becoming the source of 70% of the world's illicit opium in the 1970s and the major supplier of raw materials for America's booming heroin market. One of Afghanistan's few agricultural products is opium poppies. Just like in Southeast Asia, the CIA used this product to help fund its expensive intervention in Afghanistan. During the 1990s, Afghanistan surpassed Southeast Asia as the new heroin producer, providing America with about 60% of its annually used heroin and about 75% of Western Europe's. America's drug trafficking has been horrendous in Latin America. Cocaine was a factor during U.S. interventions in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Panama, and helped the CIA fund its activities. The CIA should be acknowledged as the most prolific drug smugglers in the 146. History of the United States. Oliver North should get some sort of medal for his outstanding contributions and achievements while he was on the CIA payroll too. Prison and the justice system. Fighting crime by building more jails is like fighting cancer by building more cemeteries. Paul Kelly. It's difficult to see the logic in a system that imprisons people for decades for smoking marijuana or stealing food, but doesn't give a slap on the wrist to the leaders of the nation who order the massacre of millions of civilians overseas. On March 3, 1995, the Los Angeles Times reported Jerry Dwayne Williams was sentenced to prison for 25 years to life Thursday under the state's 3 strikes law for stealing a slice of pepperoni pizza. Meanwhile, President Clinton's policies were killing hundreds of thousands of children by enforcing sanctions on Iraq, thousands of Kurds by supporting Turkey's ethnic cleansing, thousands in Latin America, and countless others worldwide. Who is the real criminal? Police brutality has become a standard practice. Amnesty International commented in October of 1998 that in the past 8 years independent inquiries have uncovered systematic abuses in some of the country's largest city police departments, revealing a serious nationwide problem. One example is of the NYPD shooting an unarmed man 41 times, killing him in front of his home in 1999. There are countless other examples of the police annihilating unarmed civilians in New York and across the nation. When protesters gathered in Seattle to exercise their right to express legitimate opposition to the WTO, the Seattle Police Department responded with tear gas, pepper spray, and directly shot rubber bullets and beanbags. There were many cases of brutal police assaults with batons and protesters having their faces smashed into the concrete. The police brutality persisted even though there was not a single arrest for an act of violence against another person. These demonstrators were overwhelmingly nonviolent and orderly, despite what the media claimed when it justified the police department's reaction. 147. The offending officers who participate in police brutality rarely get reprimanded harshly. Human Rights Watch's 1999 World Report on the United States declared, weak civilian review, flawed internal investigations, and rare criminal prosecutions by federal or local prosecutors virtually guarantee that officers who engaged in brutality would avoid punishment of any kind. The death penalty has been sold to the American public as the remedy for violent crime in society. While more than 100 countries have abolished the death penalty, the United States of America has persistently increased its rate of executions and the number of crimes punishable by death. America has the highest death row population on Earth with over 3,700 awaiting their demise. An estimated 90% of death row inmates were victims of physical or sexual abuse during their childhood. 70 of the 3,700 death row inmates are minors or were when they committed their crime. In 1998, the United States carried out the only known judicial executions of juvenile offenders in the entire world. No other industrialized nation executes children. Think about how many of these people about to be executed are actually not guilty, especially when so many of them, like Mumia Abu-Jamal and Shaka Sankofa, were denied a fair trial. A few years ago, Amnesty International reported that since 1973 at least 75 people who were on death row were released after finding out that they were wrongly convicted. That number has since gone up to the 90s. There have been countless cases where humans were executed when there were serious doubts about their guilt. Thanks to the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act that President Clinton signed into law in 1996, the time between sentence and execution is being reduced, which severely limits the appeals available to death row inmates in federal courts. It's hard for anyone in jail to fight for his or her rights. Most criminals are poor and can't afford competent legal support. Politicians prey on them, since they are such easy, defenseless targets. After all, these people for the most part have even lost their right to vote. The media has been crucial in helping the policy of the politicians treating rare and horrible crimes as if they were typical. Even though nationwide homicide rates went down 20% between 1993 and 1997, the coverage of murders on ABC, CBS, and NBC increased. 148. Drastically by 721% according to the November 97 issue of Christian Science Monitor. Despite the fact that crime has gone down 20% since 1991, the prison population has doubled. The prison population was about million at the beginning of the 1990s, and is now about 2 million. This is credited to stricter laws that imprison those who commit minor, nonviolent offenses in the government's misguided quest to reduce crime. The average cost to keep prisoners in jail is well over $15,000 a year per inmate. Some demographics and some areas are much higher. For example, prisoners over the age of 55 in Virginia cost an average of about $70,000 a year to keep in prison. Of course, the taxpayers ultimately pay this price. The majority of inmates are in jail for nonviolent crimes. Justice Department statistics from mid-1998 showed that 74% of local jail inmates, 53% of state prison inmates, and 88% of federal prisoners were imprisoned for offenses which involved neither harm nor the threat of harm to a victim. The report also estimated that at the end of 1998 there was a national total of 1,185,458 nonviolent prisoners. That means that over $20 billion a year is being spent on keeping nonviolent people in prison. Also, 80% of those in prison for drugs are there simply for possession, not dealing. Despite claims of prison being an environment of rehabilitation, educational funding and other positive resources have been virtually eliminated from prison budgets. Prisons do not serve as a means of adjusting criminals into functioning citizens in society. They usually do the opposite. When in prison, inmates are surrounded by and become part of a violent, abusive, insensitive, and generally hostile community. Many leave prison as a greater threat to the general population than they were when they entered. Prisons have become havens for horrible abuses. One example is the Corcoran State Prison in California, where guards deliberately staged gladiator fights between inmates and placed bets on the outcomes. Since 1988, nearly 100 prisoners have been shot by the guards at Corcoran, resulting in many deaths and causing many others to be wounded or paralyzed. Dozens have been killed or seriously injured. In reference to these murders, one of the prison guards, Roscoe Bone Crusher Pondexter, stated, "It didn't matter to us who we killed, who was killed. It didn't matter, and everybody got cleared." 149. Another example was at Arizona State Prison. According to Amnesty International, it was here in August of 1995 that more than 600 prisoners were forced by guards to remain handcuffed outdoors for 96 hours. In addition to defecating and urinating in their clothes, many suffered from severe sunburn, heat exhaustion, and dehydration. One thing that imprisonment does accomplish is the supplying of corporations with cheap labor. Some of the country's largest and most profitable corporations have been using prison labor. These imprisoned laborers often work for about 1/5 the minimum wage. There have been reports of California inmates earning 45 cents an hour before deductions, bringing them a total income of $60 a month after deductions. Companies contracting prison employees directly or through their subsidiaries include AT&T, uses inmates as telemarketers. TWA, uses prisoners as flight reservation specialists. IBM, Texas Instruments, and Dell Computers, use prisoners to build circuits for computers. Eddie Bauer, uses inmates to sew fleece and Gore-Tex outdoor wear. Microsoft, uses inmates to package software and other products. Spalding, uses prisoners to pack and ship golf balls. Toys R Us, uses inmates in their actual stores to stock shelves, etc. Other corporations who take advantage of cheap prison labor include Bank of America, Boeing, DuPont, Honda, Chevron, Costco, Konica Business Machines, Merck, Starbucks, and US West. Prison labor could be considered a modern form of slavery, but it happens to be completely legal. Most people are under the impression that slavery is not allowed in the United States, but look again at the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery or involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crimes whereof the party have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. It's quite disturbing that anyone who is a criminal in the eyes of the American justice system can be enslaved. By the way, there are much 150 higher percentages of American Indians, African Americans, and Hispanics in prison than whites. Just like 200 years ago, most potential slaves are non-whites. Despite the ineffectiveness of imprisonment, jails continue to get massive funds. According to the National Criminal Justice Commission in February 1996, prison costs are rising faster than any other category of state spending. In fact, increases in prison spending are twice as high as the increases in education spending. The Justice Policy Institute reported in December 1999 that America spent over 50% more incarcerating 1.2 million nonviolent offenders than the $16.6 billion spent on welfare programs serving 8.5 million people. The Clinton administration made sure that it contributed to this idiosyncrasy. The Crime Bill of 1996, just like others before it, dealt with crime by focusing on punishment, not prevention. It extended the death penalty to a larger range of criminal offenses and provided $8 billion for the building of new prisons. The United States imprisons more people than any other country in the world. According to the Justice Policy Institute, even though the U.S. only has 5% of the world's population, it has 25% of the world's prisoners. There are 11.5 million admissions to prisons annually in the U.S. According to the National Criminal Justice Commission, there are more people arrested and jailed each year than the combined entire populations of Alaska, Delaware, Hawaii, Idaho, Maine, Montana, New Hampshire, North Dakota, South Dakota, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Wyoming. California has the biggest prison system in the Western industrialized world. California has more inmates than France, Great Britain, Germany, Japan, Singapore, and the Netherlands combined. People will eventually have to realize that hiring more police, throwing more people in jail, and frying more bodies in the electric chair will not solve the problem. The only constructive approach to solving the problem requires dealing with its fundamental causes. This is something not encouraged by the government, media, and corporations, because it leads a trail of evidence back to the most gruesome perpetrators of theft, deceit, violence, and oppression, America's rich and powerful. 151. There are many people who do not want crime rates to go down. For example, if there were fewer crimes, there would be fewer trials. Fewer trials means fewer lawyers, judges, bailiffs, etc. Fewer inmates means a smaller workforce for the corporations seeking to exploit cheap labor. Fewer prisons means less contracts to build overpriced jails. Healthcare. America is the only industrialized nation in the world that doesn't provide health care for its citizens. It doesn't look like the situation will change anytime soon. The US government would rather build bombs than take care of its own people. Additionally, if medical care was provided to US citizens, a large number of companies would no longer be able to profit as much from the sick and injured. Hospitals, doctors, HMOs, insurance agencies, lawyers, pharmaceutical corporations, and many others would see their exorbitant profits plummet. In the 1940s, President Truman tried to establish a national medical program, but it was prevented by a huge corporate offensive, along with accusations that America was going to turn into a Bolshevik society. Every time the issue of national medical care is brought up, there's been a major corporate offensive. President Ronald Reagan even gave a speech in the 1960s, written by the American Medical Association, about how if Medicare was passed we'd end up reminiscing with our children and grandchildren about the old days when freedom existed. Some Americans don't want national health care because they oppose an increase in taxes. They forget that an increase in taxes is completely unnecessary. It would only require a small fraction of that which is spent on military to provide all forms of health care to everyone in America. 152. The INS and asylum seekers. A 1999 Human Rights Watch report on the United States noted that people detained by Immigration and Naturalization Services, including those seeking asylum from other countries, were being held in jails entirely inappropriate considering their non-criminal status. These refugees were mixed with criminal inmates, and were even sometimes subjected to physical mistreatment and inadequate conditions of confinement. These asylum seekers that are held in detention don't even know when they'll be released, unlike the criminals they are locked up with. Even the children who have fled to the US are held in prison-like conditions. Amnesty International has also reported that asylum seekers are frequently denied access to visitors, lawyers, interpreters, and caregivers. Some face obstacles in making the necessary phone calls and receiving the letters and information required to support their asylum claim. These refugees are also tossed around from one facility to another, without notice to their family or legal representation. Immigrants. Immigrants are often blamed in the political arena and media for social problems in America. Politicians seem to be obsessed with keeping out the immigrants, even though they are the hard workers who are willing to take on the low-paying jobs that many Americans refuse to do. Those who complain about immigrants and want to keep them out forget that they were immigrants at one time or descended from immigrants. The countries with the largest percentage of people born in foreign lands are Australia, Switzerland, and Canada. These countries have very high standards of living, and haven't had the high crime rates that America suffers from with only 8.7% immigrants. Some patriots ask critics of U.S. policies, if America is so bad, why are so many people trying to get into it? Of course there are people who want to move to the U.S. These are people who are tired of poverty, oppression, and exploitation. They have given up on revolution and change and have the "if you can't beat them, join them" mentality. They have decided that it is better to be on the winning team, or in this case the all-powerful global suppressors and economic exploiters. This 153 mentality is nothing new. One example is the situation on plantations during the days of blatant slavery. Those who were toiling out in the fields would have given anything to be one of the house slaves. Racism and prejudice. These days you can't see who's in cahoots, cause now the KKK wears three-piece suits. Chuck D. Take that bone out of your nose and call me back. Rush Limbaugh to a black collar. Don't feel we did wrong taking this great country away from them. There were great numbers of people who needed new land, and the Indians were selfishly trying to keep it for themselves. John Wayne. The policy regarding indigenous people and all non-whites was quite clear when Columbus first set foot in the Americas in 1492, nearly 500 years after Leif Erikson and Thorfinn Karlsefni made multiple visits to North America. The Arawaks greeted Columbus when he reached the Bahamas. They offered him and his crew food, water, and gifts. Columbus wrote the following in his log. They brought us parrots and balls of cotton and spears and many other things, which they exchanged for the glass beads and hawks' bells. They willingly traded everything they owned. They were well built, with good bodies and handsome features. They do not bear arms, and do not know them, for I showed them a sword, they took it by the edge and cut themselves out of ignorance. They have no iron. Their spears are made of cane. They would make fine servants. With 50 men we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want. Of course, this is exactly what the Europeans did. During the next couple decades alone, they killed and enslaved countless thousands in the Caribbean. Thus began the conquest and colonization of the Western Hemisphere and the genocide of its indigenous people, which would eventually tally to 70 million deaths. It would take forever to cover the earliest atrocities of the United States involving the genocide, theft, and exploitation of millions of American Indians and the enslavement, barbaric treatment of, and 154. Murder of millions of Africans. However, it is essential to briefly touch on the lasting effects of centuries of horrible racism. After all, it takes much longer for an injury to heal than the time required to create the wound. Exploiting the non-whites enabled the select rich and powerful whites to gain the status that they have today. They achieved their wealth and power from the cheap/free labor of Africans, American Indians, and Latinos. Yet, these same people who achieved their economic superiority by exploiting minorities can't understand why these same minorities have trouble overcoming poverty and the problems linked to it. It is well known that minorities in America make up abnormally large percentages of perpetrators of violent crimes, victims of violent crimes, and inmates in jail. The gangs, the violence, the lack of adequate education, etc. all stem from years of hatred and oppression. As previously stated, it takes time for a cut to heal, especially when the cut lasted for hundreds of years. When the hater taught hate for so long, it should be no surprise that the victims turn on each other in hatred and aggression. Many young African American men continue the cycle of hatred and desperation that was forced upon their ancestors. In some cities, about half of them are under the control of the criminal justice system. In 1996, the National Criminal Justice Commission noted that the figure in Baltimore was 56% and 42% in D.C. In a single year in Los Angeles, 1/3 of the young African American men spend time in jail. In 1997, about 10% of black males in their late 20s were in jail, compared to less than 1% of the white males in their late 20s. Statistics such as these couldn't have emerged without the help of the authorities. It's strongly suspected that government agencies such as the FBI were responsible for getting inner cities hooked on drugs, particularly during COINTELPRO. There are laws that target minorities, such as punishment for crack being much harsher than for cocaine. 5 grams of crack will get a person 5 years in prison. In order to get 5 years in prison for cocaine possession, one must have a prior drug arrest and 500 grams of cocaine. Studies show that black males are 13 times more likely to be given longer sentences than white males for drug-related offenses, even though there are 5 times as many white drug dealers in America. At the beginning of 2003, a study was published revealing death penalty discrepancies between races in Maryland. It was found that blacks who killed whites were 2.5 times more likely to be sentenced to death than whites who killed whites and 3.5 times more likely than blacks who killed blacks. It was also revealed that 77% of the executions in Maryland since 1923 were of blacks. The police and courts have been notorious for targeting minorities. Some more interesting statistics. Even though blacks make up about 12% of the population in the U.S., they have just as many victims of murder as whites. Approximately 80% of black men under 35 have a criminal record. Blacks are sent to prison 13 times more often than whites under the 3 strikes law. Economists Richard Vedder, Lowell Galloway, and David C. Klingaman revealed an excellent example of how far this nation has come in terms of equality. They reported the average black American has an annual income that is 61% less than the average white income. This is the same percentage that it was in 1880. Another example of the current situation with a different minority group can be found is Shannon County, South Dakota. Shannon County has an unemployment rate around 80 to 90%. The average yearly income per person is just over $3,000. This is less than Mexico, Argentina, or South Korea. 1 in 4 homes does not have an indoor toilet. The death rate from alcoholism is 9 times the national average. While most violent acts are performed by an attacker who is of the same race as the victim, American Indians don't follow that norm. According to a 1999 U.S. Department of Justice report, at least 70% of the violent crimes with American Indian victims are committed by non-Indians. Here are more stats from the U.S. Department of Justice report NCJ 173386. Rates of violence in every age group are higher among American Indians than that of all races. The rate of violent crime suffered by American Indian females is nearly 50% higher than that reported by black males. 156. In 1997, about 16,000 American Indians were held in local jails, a rate of 1,083 per 100,000 adults. This is the highest of any racial group. American Indians had a per capita prison incarceration rate about 38% higher than the national rate. The FBI has been vital in suppressing minorities and any progressive movements in America. In a COINTELPRO document, it stated, through counterintelligence it should be possible to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them before they exercise their potential for violence. These troublemakers who they sought and often succeeded in neutralizing included the Black Panthers, the American Indian Movement, Students for a Democratic Society, the Women's Movement, and Martin Luther King. One of the most oppressed demographics of all time is the female population. They have their own forms of oppression for their gender in addition to whatever race they happen to be. Unlike most males, many women suffer from sexual harassment, rape, domestic abuse, and other forms of physical and emotional pain. Women also are victimized by religious superstitions, legal restrictions, and professional stereotypes. About 2 decades ago, a UN report stated that even though women constitute half of the world's population and they perform 2/3 of the world's work hours, they only receive 10% of the world's income and own less than 1% of the world's property. The situation doesn't seem to have changed significantly since the report. The gender inequality isn't as bad in America as it is in many other countries, but it's still quite noticeable. Only one woman has been on the ballot of one of the major parties for president or vice president in the history of the U.S. 494 of the top 500 companies in America are run by men. On the average, women make $650,133 less than men during their lifetime in America. In order to make the same annual salary as her male counterpart, a woman in the U.S. would have to work the entire year plus over 3 months more. The U.S. also has more recorded rapes than any other industrialized nation. 157. Ignorance. Do you have blacks, too? George W. Bush to Fernando Enrique Cardoso, November 8, 2001. We spent a lot of time talking about Africa, as we should. Africa is a nation that suffers from incredible disease. George W. Bush, at a news conference in Sweden, June 14, 2001. It's a sad state of society when so many people can name the entire cast of Friends or a good share of the Los Angeles Lakers roster, but can't locate Somalia on a world map or tell you what NAFTA stands for. One of the main roots of so many problems in this world is ignorance. Previous sections covered the prominent role that the government and media play in this. Teachers in this nation are grotesquely underpaid. It is the educators who are the greatest influence on the knowledge, viewpoints, growth, and emotionally stability of the children. They have one of the most important responsibilities, preparing children for this world. Politicians complain and slander when a teachers' union demands a raise to cover their utility bills. The government can spend half of the tax dollars and revenue on the military, but it refuses fair salaries for teachers and to rebuild the nation's decaying schools. The General Accounting Office declared that $112 billion is needed to renovate and upgrade every school in America. This may seem like a lot, but it's tiny compared to the trillions of dollars given to the Pentagon the past few years. It should come as no surprise that there are 44 million Americans who cannot read and write above a 4th grade level. It's also been reported that the average American spends 1,460 hours a year watching television, but only 99 hours a year reading books. This number would be even lower if the studies didn't include Tom Clancy, Stephen King, Danielle Steele, and Harry Potter books. Other studies show that 42% of college graduates and 58% of high school graduates never read another book after graduation. With 44 million virtual illiterates and nearly 158 million who rarely read, it's no wonder why America is filled with ignorance and misconceptions. With so much illiteracy and lack of reading, it is obvious that any political information that the average American receives is not coming from unbiased, researched written works. In American society, citizens are told what to think and who to vote for in the same way they are told which soda to drink and which shoes to wear. The selling of ideas, opinions, and votes is no different from the selling of physical products. Lack of participation. If you don't turn on to politics, politics will turn on you. Ralph Nader. The greatest price of refusing to participate in politics is being governed by your inferiors. Plato. At the root of many of America's problems is the lack of political participation and involvement. The masses get distracted by their 9-to-5s, primetime television, and shopping malls. This distraction is greatly encouraged by the government, media, and corporations. The government makes the people think that the best way to fulfill their role as U.S. citizens is to go about their daily lives and leave the burdensome social issues to those in office. Our democracy is but a name. We vote? What does that mean? It means that we choose between two bodies of real, though not avowed, autocrats. We choose between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Helen Keller. Part of the lack of participation stems from the two-party system, in which both parties seem to be suspiciously identical in so many ways. America has the lowest voter turnout with over 100 million Americans who don't vote. This should come as no surprise. A restaurant that only offered two choices on its menu, sausage or pork chops, would lose many of its potential customers. In 1998's elections, over 90% of the candidates who won outspent their competitors. Considering that the most influential 159 politicians get 95% of their campaign funds from corporations, we are in a situation where whoever sells out to corporate interests the most wins. In the 2000 Bush-Gore election, corporations spent $3 billion in contributions. It's amazing I won. I was running against peace, prosperity, and incumbency. George W. Bush, June 14, 2001. The people who cast the votes decide nothing. The people who count the votes decide everything. Joseph Stalin. In November of 2000, it was proven that voters are completely powerless in America. About 234 million Americans did not vote for George W. Bush. Al Gore received over 500,000 more votes than Bush, but lost due to a rigged election in Florida where Bush won by 537 votes. Most people already know about the 3,000 voters who thought they were voting for Gore, but punched the wrong hole. But many do not know about how Katherine Harris paid over $4 million to database technologies to block over 90,000 legally registered voters in Florida from voting. Most of these people stripped of their right to vote were blacks and Hispanics. Over 90% of these blocked voters were Democrats. These people included real felons who served their time and received clemency and their right to vote, anyone suspected of being a former felon, anyone with closely spelled names to such suspects, or anyone with similar social security numbers to such suspected felons. The list of blocked voters included over 300 citizens convicted in the future. For example, Thomas Cooper was denied his right to vote because the hit list stated he was convicted of a felony on January 20, 2007. An additional 8,000 people who moved from Texas to Florida were not allowed to vote. These included citizens only convicted of misdemeanors who are legally allowed to vote. BBC researchers reported that Gore lost more than 22,000 votes from this blocked voter scam. Keep in mind that Bush only won by 537 votes. 160. They first came for the communists and I didn't speak up, because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews and I didn't speak up, because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists and I didn't speak up, because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Catholics and I didn't speak up, because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me, and by that time no one was left to speak up. Pastor Martin Niemöller. Lack of involvement in important issues stems from people only being concerned with their own immediate interests. They look away from government wrongdoings and atrocities until they become the victim. They don't fight for those wrongfully imprisoned or those suffering from Gulf War syndrome, unless it's for someone close to them. This also stems to non-political aspects. Most people do nothing to help those who are diseased or suffering until they or their loved ones become one of the diseased or suffering. Magic Johnson didn't care about HIV charities until he became infected with the virus. President George W. Bush and his conservative Republican buddies were adamantly opposed to stem cell research until Nancy Reagan pleaded her husband's case to them in July of 2001. Most people do nothing to help out leukemia victims, until they have a child who suffers from such. Many cheer for violence, until it is their family that is killed by a bomb. You kill one person, it's a tragedy; you kill 10,000 people, it's a statistic. Joseph Stalin. The world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing. Albert Einstein. Our problems stem from our acceptance of this filthy, rotten system. Dorothy Day. Most Americans do not want to hear and know about horrible events. They don't care. They don't want such information burdening their consciences. If they do hear about thousands of kids being slaughtered, it goes in one ear and out the other. They are desensitized by the number and think of these children just as a statistic, not realizing that each and every one of them was a human being with the right to live his or her life. They don't know the kind of pain and suffering the child 161 went through during her final moments on earth. They don't know the heartache and pain that the child's loved ones went through when their young one was dying. People just want to live their own secure lives and participate in their own distractions. They truly believe that ignorance is bliss. If we were living in the movie The Matrix, everyone would be taking the blue pill in order to remain ignorant of the harsh truth of reality. 162. Economic injustice. In America, the superior person understands rightness, the inferior person understands profit. Confucius. As the repulsiveness of the work increases, the wage decreases. The Communist Manifesto. TC. In the near future, a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. Corporations have been enthroned and an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands and the republic is destroyed. I feel at this moment more anxiety for the safety of my country than ever before, even in the midst of war. President Abraham Lincoln. There is a relationship that wealth creates poverty, that you can't have rich slaveholders living on plantations in this gorgeous, glorious opulence unless you have slaves who are working and producing that wealth. Michael Parenti. We can have democracy in this country, or we can have great wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, but we can't have both. Louis Brandeis, United States Supreme Court Justice from 1916. 1939. Although the government and media blatantly ignore and discourage the idea of classes in the United States, they do exist. The corporate and political elite know this, and they plan accordingly. Both corporate and political agendas deal with the danger of the masses, the risk of them rising to power, and how they must be stopped. They openly worry about the rising aspirations of the common man and poor who desire better living conditions. They are in constant fear of such an uprising, because of the effect it would have on those currently hoarding the money and power. 163. President Reagan will go down in history as the one man who did more to make the rich richer and the poor poorer than any other leader. He gave tax cuts to the rich and trillions to the military, and paid for it by printing more money, creating an unreal national deficit, and taking more money from the poorer portion of the nation. When comparing the year 1979 to the year 2001, the richest 1% in the country have seen their wages increase by 157%. Those at the bottom 20% though have seen their wages decrease. It should come as no surprise that the recent poverty level in America is double that of any other industrialized nation. More recently, President George W. Bush's 2001 tax cut helped out the rich even more. 43% of the tax cut went to the wealthiest 1% of Americans. Soviet-style communism failed, not because it was intrinsically evil but because it was flawed. It allowed too few people to usurp too much power. 21st century market capitalism, American style, will fail for the same reasons. Arundhati Roy. The gap between the income held by the richest 20% and the income held by the poorest 20% has dramatically increased over the past 30 years. Currently, the richest 20% earn about 50% of the nation's income, while the poorest 20% only earn 5.2%. According to Forbes, the amount owned by the 400 richest families jumped from $92 billion in 1982 to $480 billion in 1995. The Dow Jones average of stock prices went up 400% between 1980 and 1995. During this same time period, the average wage of workers declined in purchasing power by 15%. The gap between the highest paid worker and the average paid worker in U.S. firms has greatly increased also. In 1975, it was 41-1. As of 2000, CEOs make 531 times the amount that their average employee makes. In America, the richest 10% of the population control 80% of the country's wealth. Even more discomforting is the fact that the richest 1% in America own 40% of the nation's wealth and have more than the bottom 95% combined. Also keep in mind that while many teachers and janitors struggle to survive, Alex 164 Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers baseball team has a 10-year contract for $252 million. His contribution to the human race is hitting a ball with a stick. Corporations. Fortunes for CEOs, welfare for laborers. Fascism should more properly be called corporatism, since it is the merger of state and corporate power. Benito Mussolini. This is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people no longer. It is a government of corporations, by corporations, and for corporations. President Rutherford Hayes, 1884. The recurring theme in American corporations during recent history is this: record profits and record layoffs. It would be understandable if the corporations laying off so many people were going broke, but that is not always the case. The hard workers at these places gave their sweat and blood to help corporations like GM, AT&T, and countless others make record profits. This then enabled these corporations to fire their employees, relocate, and make more money, justifying their heartless treatment of employees as staying competitive in today's market. The irony of it is that if these employees wouldn't have worked so hard and done such a good job, many of them would still have their jobs, because the company wouldn't have been in the position to relocate the plant. How insane is that? The executives profit from these layoffs in more ways than one. Not only does finding cheaper labor create larger profits for them, but these shareholders profit from the layoffs themselves. Stocks oftentimes go up when layoffs are announced. In 1993, when IBM announced it would cut 35,000 jobs, its stock jumped up 3 points the following day. The chief executive officers of America's top 300 companies are earning more in one day than the average worker at the company earns in a year. While these CEOs are already making so much more, they consistently fire more employees in their lusting for slightly more money. AT&T chairman Robert Allen laid off 40,000 workers in 1996 while making a salary of $16 million. Louis Gerstner of IBM fired 60,000 workers, while taking home $2.6 million. General Motors made an astonishing $34 billion in profits over a 15-year period when it eliminated over 240,000 jobs. Procter & Gamble laid off 13,000 employees from 1993 through 1995, even though it posted $6 billion in profits during that same time period. Johnson Controls shut down a plant in Milwaukee and moved to Mexico, even though it had $500 million in profits over the prior 3 years. Coca-Cola has laid off thousands of employees since 2000, despite annual profits in the billions. More recently, Boeing laid off about 10,000 employees between October 12, 2001 and the end of 2001. They did this despite being in 16th place on the 2002 Fortune 500 with almost $3 billion in profits in 2001. Despite the billions in profit, Boeing and other corporations with post-9/11 layoffs claim to be downsizing because of the economy. They'd rather fire the hard workers instead of trimming the bloated salaries of their executives. Despite over $1.2 billion in profits in 2001 and ranking 65 on the 2002 Fortune 500, Intel laid off about 10,000 employees in 2001 and 2002. Despite over $4 billion in profits in 2001 and ranking 70 on the 2002 Fortune 500, DuPont de Nemours cut over 7,000 employees in 2001 and 2002. Despite over $150 million in profits in 2001 and ranking 383 on the 2002 Fortune 500, Levi Strauss cut nearly 4,000 employees in 2002. Verizon Communications employees really got screwed in recent years. Verizon cut an astonishing 39,000 employees in 2001 and 2002. Verizon had $389 million in profit in 2001, had a market value of $129 billion, and was ranked 11th on the Fortune 500 of 2002. Tyco International's corruption was exposed at the end of 2002. Tyco posted $3.9 billion in profits in 2001, but laid off over 25,000 employees in 2001 and 2002. While laying off all their workers, the executives at Tyco rewarded each other with bonuses totaling nearly $100 million, disguised as expense account charges. CEO Dennis Kozlowski made over $460 million, even though shareholders lost $92 billion when stocks plunged. These are only a few of literally thousands of examples. The list of companies laying off employees while enjoying profits goes on forever. Just check out Fortune magazine online to see how much money a corporation is making, and then look at resources such as the Transnational Corporations Observatory or many others to see some of that corporation's layoffs and what goes on in its factories. 166. There was an illusion that if employees worked hard, their company would prosper, and they would prosper too. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where if you work hard and your company prospers, you might lose your job. The company will close its factory and get cheaper labor from prisons or foreign countries in its greed for slightly more profit. The instability of work in America has made Manpower Incorporated the #1 employer in America. Manpower is a nationwide temp agency that only books work for employees on a short-term basis. These massive layoffs create social problems too. A study by the University of Utah showed that for every 1% increase in unemployment, homicide increased 6.7%, violent crimes increased by 3.4%, crimes against property went up 2.4%, deaths by heart disease went up 5.6%, and deaths by stroke went up 3.1%. When people lose their jobs and don't know what to do, they will oftentimes either take it out on themselves or take it out on society. As if things weren't lopsided enough already, the government gives corporations even more money in corporate welfare and other forms of federal handouts. These freeloading corporations grab about $170 billion each year in tax funds. That amounts to about $1,000 that each American worker pays each year in welfare for the rich. This amount is more than 3 times the amount that the U.S. spends on all its social programs combined. Here are just a few specific examples of federal handouts and assistance to the rich. Lockheed Martin, the largest defense contractor in the U.S., has made countless billions from U.S. defense contracts. In addition to these contracts, it constantly receives free money and bonuses, like when it received $250 million from Nixon in 1971. In 1995, the government rewarded top officials with $31 million. Lockheed Martin received $1 billion to cover the cost of plant relocations. It received a $330 million reward from the government when it acquired the GE defense subsidiary. It received over $2.5 million over a 3-year period in a foreign sales award for dealing arms to all sorts of countries. In addition to its $700 million yearly profits during the 1990s, the government gave Archer Daniels Midland a bonus of 54 cents for every gallon of ethanol produced and $1 for every bushel of corn for sweetener produced. Sears, Roebuck & Co. received a $280 million handout just for staying in Illinois, even though it fired 50,000 employees 4 years later. Art Modell, owner and president of the Baltimore Ravens, received $75 million in moving expenses when he brought his team to Baltimore. He also received many waivers and benefits. McDonald's received $1.6 million in federal funds, partly to help them market Chicken McNuggets in Singapore from 1986 to 1994. Westinghouse was saved $215 million in a 1993 tax break while the company fired almost 25,000 people. $278 million was given in government technology subsidies to Amoco, AT&T, Citicorp, DuPont, General Electric, General Motors, and IBM between 1990 and 1994. Combined, these corporations posted profits of $25.2 billion in 1994 alone, while they cut exactly 339,038 jobs between 1990 and 1994. Exxon was allowed to claim nearly $300 million in tax deductions after spilling 11 million gallons of oil into Prince William Sound. Pillsbury received $11 million to promote the Pillsbury Doughboy in foreign countries. Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines was given special tax codes so it didn't have to pay a single cent in taxes from 1989 to 1992, when it made a profit of $158 million. Bob Dole passed legislation that made Ernest and Julio Gallo exempt from a tax code and saved them $100 million. Before this happened, Ernest 167, 168, and Gallo made a campaign contribution to Dole for $1 million. Do you see a correlation here? 42 of the Fortune 500 companies paid no federal income taxes from 1981 to 1985, until the minimum tax was forced on them in 1986. Colin Powell was on the board of directors at AOL. His son, Michael, was the only FCC member who unconditionally backed the AOL-Time Warner merger that made Colin Powell $4 million. George Bush I, James Baker, John Major, and other political, military, and oil leaders make up the Carlyle Group, the 11th largest defense contractor. They once made $237 million in one single day. Koch Industries had a 97-count indictment against it for knowingly releasing 91 metric tons of benzene, a cancer-causing agent, into the air and water, and for covering it up from federal regulators. Koch also faced $352 million in fines. Koch executives contributed $800,000 to George W. Bush's campaign, and after he took office, the 90 most serious counts and $352 million in fines against Koch were dropped. This is only one of many examples of special favors that Koch has received in return for close to $100 million in total political contributions. The world's biggest oil service firm, Halliburton Incorporated, is also a big military contractor. President George Bush and then Defense Secretary Dick Cheney helped Halliburton receive billions in contracts. Halliburton rewarded them by making Dick Cheney their CEO and giving him millions. After becoming vice president, Dick Cheney gave $500 million in rewards and support back to Halliburton subsidiaries involving oil contracts in Iraq, and didn't even allow other oil firms the chance to make bids. The patterns seen above are quite common. Corporations help politicians get funded and elected, and politicians help corporations get richer. In the 2000 tax year, 44 of the top 82 companies in America did not pay the standard rate of 35% in taxes that corporations are expected to pay. 14 of them even got away without paying any taxes at all. 169. Corporations weasel out of paying their share of the taxes via numerous means. In addition to getting favors in return for donations and bribes, corporations claim headquarters in tax-free havens such as Bermuda. By relocating its headquarters on paper, Tyco saved over $400 million in 2001. The IRS estimates that U.S. corporations claiming headquarters in tax-free havens results in the U.S. Treasury losing $70 billion each year. Corporations also spend huge amounts on lobbyists in order to push legislation for their benefit, oftentimes contradicting the public's best interest. Here is a list of what the biggest lobbying spenders paid between 1997 and 1999 to push their corporate agendas. Corporation dollars spent on lobbying. Philip Morris $54,216,000. Bell Atlantic $41,900,000. ExxonMobil $34,100,000. Ford Motor Co. $29,500,000. Boeing $26,600,000. General Motors $26,300,000. AT&T $24,600,000. Citigroup $24,100,000. General Electric $23,300,000. Sprint $22 million. In 2001, the Enron scandal became public. Before collapsing, 100 Enron executives and energy traders cashed out more than $300 million. After filing bankruptcy, Enron lost $68 billion in market value, Enron workers lost $800 million from their pension funds, and 5,000 employees lost their jobs. Most people know about how Enron screwed its employees and investors, but they don't know how closely linked George W. Bush was to this fine corporation. Enron contributed millions to President George W. Bush and the Republicans, and began strong support when George was running for governor of Texas. Enron's Kenneth Lay was great friends with Bush, and even let Bush use the Enron company jet during campaigning. 170. Bush repaid the favor by putting some top Enronians on his payroll. Lawrence Lindsay, former advisor at Enron, was made chief economic advisor. Thomas White, former vice chair of Enron, was appointed Secretary of the Army. Robert Zoellick, former advisor at Enron, was made federal trade representative. Paul O'Neill, whose firm, Vinson and Elkins represents Enron, was appointed Treasury Secretary. Vinson and Elkins was also the third largest contributor to Bush's campaign, and Bush rewarded them by allowing Vinson and Elkins Alcoa to emit 60,000 tons of sulfur dioxide each year, which is a huge violation of Texas environmental regulations. Even when a company is going bankrupt or has plummeting stocks, the executives still manage to rake in the profits. Kmart filed for bankruptcy in 2002, closing 283 stores and laying off 22,000 employees. Despite this, Kmart CEO Charles Conaway received nearly $23 million over 2 years. While WorldCom was defrauding investors of $7 billion, Bernie Ebbers made over $44 million in pay. While Oracle's shareholders lost 57% in 2001, CEO Larry Ellison made over $700 million. While Scientific Atlantis shareholders lost 45% in 2001, CEO James McDonald made over $80 million. While Applira's shareholders lost 59% on their investments in 2001, executive Tony White made over $60 million. While Cisco's stock dropped 71% in 2001, CEO John Chambers still made $154 million. While Quest stock fell 98% from March 2000 to August 2002, CEO Joseph Nacchio still received a compensation package worth $87 million. The events of September 11, 2001 gave President George W. Bush an excuse to get an economic stimulus bill passed. The Republicans' original bill eliminated the law that required a minimum tax on corporations posting profits. Additionally, the government was to give back all the minimum taxes that these filthy rich corporations have paid since 1986. This amounted to $140 billion in givebacks, including $1.4 billion to IBM, $1 billion to Ford, and $800 million to GM. Fortunately, this was cut from the final version that was signed into law on March 9, 2002. This final version still mostly benefited the rich, and so did the tax cut that Bush signed on May 28, 2003. The 2003 tax cut greatly benefited the corporations and the rich by lowering the top tax rate on corporate dividends and capital gains to 15% through 2008. Despite the Bush administration's claims, their tax cuts mostly helped out corporations, with very little relief for individuals. In fact, 171. Corporate taxes have dropped 26%, while taxes for average Americans have increased 13%. 50 years ago, taxes from corporations made up 27% of the federal government revenues. Now that percentage is only 10%. NAFTA. It is foolish to expect politicians to act in the interests of the common people when 95% of their funding comes from corporations. President Clinton fought hard for the corporate version of NAFTA. He claimed that the three-way deal between the US, Mexico, and Canada would lead to higher wages. He was right. The executives' wages skyrocketed to an all-time high. The laborers are another story though. The day after NAFTA passed, the New York Times had its first article on the expected impact in the New York region. The conclusions of the article apply to GATT also. The enthusiastic article applauded NAFTA, saying that banks, investment firms, PR firms, large manufacturers, and corporate law firms would profit from the agreement. It also noted that the losers would include women, minorities, and semi-skilled workers. In addition to American workers, NAFTA also hurts Mexico in the grand scheme of things. The indigenous people of the Chiapas region are losing their mineral-rich land to corporations, the people of Mexico are being exploited for cheap labor, local industries are being driven out of business by large corporations, living conditions have gone down, and more environmental problems are developing as the factories use the Mexican air, land, and sea as a waste dump. In the years after NAFTA went into effect, an additional 8 million people in Mexico fell from the middle class to poverty. After NAFTA went into effect, there were 20% more employees in U.S. companies operating in Mexico than before. The number one downsizing leader in America the past couple decades, General Motors, is currently the number one employer in Mexico. Since NAFTA went into effect, over 400,000 Americans have lost their jobs, most of who found new jobs at an average of only 77% of what their former wages were. 172. Overseas. 5% of the people of the world live in the United States, but we consume 40% of the resources of the world. We have become used to thinking that we have a right to all that we have, no matter what damage we do to the earth or to other people. We have become detached and disconnected from reality. We have become detached from the earth. We have become detached from the feelings and lives of people elsewhere if it interferes with our right to maintain our lifestyle and standard of living. Brian Wilson. When comparing rich countries to poor countries, the gap in income has doubled in the past 30 years. In 1999, the United Nations Development Programme proclaimed, global inequalities in income and living standards have reached grotesque proportions. This should come as no surprise considering the US and its world domination and exploitation of poorer nations. Even though America only represents about 5% of the world's population, it consumes about 40% of the world's resources. Forbes magazine does annual top 10 lists of the 10 richest people in the world. In 1996, 2 of the 10 on the list were Americans, and American had 28% of the wealth on the list. In 2002, 9 of the 10 on the list were Americans, and Americans had 90% of the wealth on the list. David McGowan, a political author, had some interesting insights on accumulated wealth. Please consider the following. Wealth is created by the combined labor and effort of billions of workers around the world. Once created, wealth does not simply vanish. Wall Street does not create or destroy wealth. The markets only serve as a means of transferring and redistributing wealth. American productivity has not drastically increased in recent years. 4 American billionaires have accumulated colossal fortunes in recent years. 173. In the last few years, many countries have been economically devastated by currency devaluation caused by external manipulation of their markets. In places such as Mexico and Indonesia, vast portions of the nation's wealth seem to vanish virtually overnight. Doesn't anyone see what's going on here? The people of this world doing all the work are not receiving the wealth that they've created. Those receiving the wealth are not the workers. They are parasitic leeches. This system cannot continue forever. A report from the United Nations Development Programme entitled, Human Development Report 1999 reveals some of the harsh realities of corporate globalization and the consolidation of wealth into the hands of a few. Here are some of its findings. The income gap between the fifth of the world's population living in the richest countries and the fifth in the poorest was 74-1 in 1997, up from 60-1 in 1990 and 32 in 1960. By the late 1990s, the fifth of the world's people living in the highest income countries had 86% of the world's gross domestic product. The bottom fifth had just 1%. The net worth of the world's 200 richest people increased from $440 billion to more than $1 trillion in just 4 years from 1994 to 1998. The assets of the 3 richest people in the world were more than the combined gross national product of the 48 least developed countries, which comprise about 600 million people. The assets of the 200 richest people are more than the combined income of 41% of the world's people. Other interesting statistics not from the above report include the following. 174. The world's richest 200 companies have combined sales that are higher than the combined gross domestic product of all but 10 of the nations on this planet. The 3 richest men in America own more personal assets than the combined assets owned by the entire populations of the 60 poorest countries. The top 1% of the world's population has the same income as the bottom 57%. The wealthiest 20% of the world's population account for 86% of all spending on private consumption. The poorest 20% account for only 1.3%. A good example of corporate exploitation overseas is Nike. Nike spends $250 million a year on advertising, and has a net income of about $590 million a year. 99% of the 90 million shoes that Nike sells each year are produced in Asia by a workforce of over 75,000. These factory workers slave away under sordid conditions while making less than 40 cents an hour. Many of these Nike products are produced in Indonesia, where Nike relies on U.S. support from the brutal Indonesian government in order to keep the Nike factories operating and the workers suppressed. While children work long hours for little pay for Nike, Michael Jordan made about $130 million from Nike endorsements through 1998. Andre Agassi had a 10-year $100 million contract. Tiger Woods signed a 5-year $40 million contract. Disney is another company that exploits cheap labor. In 2000, the Hong Kong Industrial Committee investigated the working conditions of 12 Disney contract factories in China. Many laborers work for only $1.20 a day, 7 days a week. On the longer 17-hour days, this amounts to only 7 cents per hour, with no benefits such as health coverage or retirement funds. Sweatshops are quite common. Just a few of hundreds of guilty parties include Gap, Guess, Tommy Hilfiger, Levi Strauss, Reebok, Adidas, and Abercrombie & Fitch. Countless pages could be filled. 175. Listing companies that use sweatshops and violate international labor norms and environmental laws. Keep in mind that the Third World isn't just exploited for its cheap labor. It's exploited for everything it has of value. For example, North American and European corporations control more than 75% of the known mineral resources of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. One of the biggest problems third world countries are suffering from is enormous debt. The World Bank and International Monetary Fund, which are dominated by the US because of its ownership and voting power, are greatly involved in the debt that third world countries have. Over the past decades, The IMF has pressured and encouraged non-industrialized nations to accept gigantic loans, resulting in rapidly increasing debts. The need for loans is a complex issue that stems from corporate globalization, which has driven out small businesses and farms with huge corporations that are impossible to compete against. The lenders end up getting compensated multiple times for their loans, while the countries suffer from the debt incurred. In 1981, the Third World's combined foreign debt was about $500 billion. By 2000, the Third World's debt amounted to $2.1 trillion. This increase happened despite the Third World countries making payments totaling over $3 trillion during those 19 years. One of the worst aspects of these loans is that the ordinary citizens don't gain much from them. It is the leaders who hoard the funds, and then it is the civilian population that eternally strives to pay the loans off, once again making the rich richer and poor poorer. Indonesia is a perfect example of this. It has incurred a debt of about $80 billion, 95% of which went into the hands of 50 individuals, not the 200 million inhabitants who will suffer while paying the debt. To make payments on these loans, the impoverished nations oftentimes have to borrow additional money, creating a downward spiral of debt. The impoverished people are then forced to work harder and consume less while suffering the burden of the debt incurred by their nation's leaders, under pressure from the IMF. In order to receive more loans, an impoverished nation is forced to agree to the IMF's restructuring terms, including cutting food and housing subsidies, devaluing its currency, privatizing state-owned enterprises, freezing wages, dissolving labor unions, raising prices, offering 176 enormous tax reductions to foreign enterprises, eliminating tariffs on imports, etc. All of these terms are incorporated into a four-step program, which was divulged by Joseph Stiglitz, a former chief economist of the World Bank. Some closing thoughts. According to the United Nations, nearly half of the world's population lives off of less than $2 a day. Over 820 million people suffer from hunger. 800 million of them live in the Third World. There are 1.6 billion unemployed people. There are over 800 million illiterate adults. 250 million children under the age of 15 are forced to work for their survival. The maternal death rate in Europe is 1 per 1,400 births. In Africa it is 1 per 16. 99.5% of maternal deaths occur in the Third World. 19 million Africans have died from AIDS. Currently, there are over 25 million in Africa who are HIV positive, and 10 million outside of Africa. UNICEF has estimated that it would only require 10% of America's military budget to supply everybody in the entire world with basic social services. UNICEF estimates that about 11 million children die every year from malnutrition and easily curable diseases, most of which could be overcome by treatments that cost a couple cents. Less than 0.1% of Bill Gates' net worth would be enough to purchase the needed food or medication to save 11 million children this year. Even less than 0.005% of the annual amount spent on U.S. military would be enough to purchase the food or medication required to save the 11 million children. 177. Religion. Thou shalt not kill. Exodus 20:13. For if you forgive men for their transgressions, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive men, then your Father will not forgive your transgressions. Matthew 6:14-15. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist him who is evil, but whoever slaps you on your right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew 5:38-39. They are not following Dharma who resort to violence to achieve their purpose. But those who lead others through nonviolent means, knowing right and wrong, may be called guardians of the Dharma. Buddha. Nearly all organized religions promote God, good behavior, and being morally responsible. The main problem is not with the religions, it is with the lost followers. People are easily influenced by government, business, and society and forget about what truly matters in life. Many people are so quick to serve and support their country that they forget or ignore everything that their religion teaches. No major religion encourages senseless murder and oppression of others, especially Christianity, the most popular religion in the US. The commandment is "Thou shalt not kill," not "Thou shalt not kill" unless an army recruits you, pays you a cheap salary, and convinces you that you're attacking bad people. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. Jesus said to turn the other cheek. He did not say to retaliate and massacre. Most major religions have these themes. It doesn't matter if you read the New Testament, Book of Mormon, Gita, the works of Buddha, the Upanishads, Baha'u'llah, etc. Very few religious works encourage violence against complete strangers, especially for the purpose of economic gain. Pope John Paul II, the National Council of Catholic Bishops, the head of the Episcopal Church in the U.S., over 50 U.S. bishops, and many other religious leaders were outspoken in their opposition to the U.S. 178. Imposed sanctions in Iraq, but very few of their followers did anything to oppose the sanctions. After September 11, 2001, the Pope denounced violent retaliations and pled for peaceful resolutions, but 90% of the so-called Christian U.S. nation cried out for a bloody revenge. The same Christians with "What would Jesus do?" bumper stickers were making racial slurs and insisting on a war in one of the most impoverished nations on the planet. In regard to George W. Bush's most recent war in Iraq, the heads of every major religion expressed opposition to the U.S. actions. Pope John Paul II stated that there was no moral or legal justification for America's attack, which he declared threatens the fate of humanity. Yet, it's amazing how many religious Americans completely ignore the moral leaders of their religious organizations, and take their moral advice from an ignorant, bloodthirsty thief who has profited millions of dollars from the oil industry. Why can't these followers actually practice what their faith teaches, instead of just reading, listening to, and repeating the teachings as if they are some sort of meaningless rhetoric? If people would stop being impassive and realize their active duty to participate in doing good, instead of just mindlessly, half-heartedly serving their hour sentence in church every week, this could be a completely different world. 179. United States vetoes. The United States vs. the world. TT is a paradox that the nation that did so much to articulate and codify human rights in its foundation documents has so consistently resisted the effective functioning of an international framework to protect these principles and values. Amnesty International, United States of America, Rights for All, October 1998. For many years the UN has been blocked by the United States, which has vetoed vastly more resolutions than any other country. Resolutions can only pass if they are not vetoed by any of the 5 permanent Security Council members, the US, the UK, China, France, and the Russian Federation. By looking at America's voting record on United Nations resolutions and its reluctance to ratify an assortment of international human rights treaties, one can see how the US continuously opposes the better judgment, rational, and compassion that the rest of the world possesses. Examples: all but 2 countries ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which prohibits the death penalty for juvenile offenders. The 2 nations that didn't ratify it are the United States and Somalia. In 1998, 157 countries voted in protest against the U.S. blockade of Cuba. The U.S. and Israel were the only veto. In October 2001, 167 countries called for an end to the U.S. embargo on Cuba. The U.S., Israel, the Marshall Islands were the only vetoes. The USA is one of very few countries that has not ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. America has refused to recognize any regional human rights treaties. It has not ratified the American Convention on Human Rights, which was adopted by the Organization of American States in 1969. It has not ratified the Inter-American Convention to Prevent and Punish 180. Torture. The Inter-American Convention on Forced Disappearance of Persons, and the Inter-American Convention to Prevent, Punish, and Eradicate Violence Against Women. The U.S. blocked international efforts to end the use of child soldiers when it argued against a proposed optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child that would have raised the minimum age for military recruitment and participation in armed conflict to 18. In the year 2000, the U.S. refused to sign the International Landmine Ban Treaty that was signed by 137 nations. On December 7, 2001, President George W. Bush rejected the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. On December 13, 2001, Bush announced the U.S. withdrawal from the 1972 Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. The UN does not maintain an official list of vetoed resolutions. Researchers compile these lists from witnesses, press reports, meeting records, etc., but it sometimes takes time for compiled voting records to be made available to the public. The following examples apply to UN activity in the 1980s, but are in accordance with a set pattern that is maintained still today. On 4 separate occasions between 1981 and 1984, the U.S. was the only country that voted against resolutions seeking to ban testing and development of chemical and biological weapons. On 4 separate occasions between 1982 and 1984, the U.S. was the only country that vetoed resolutions seeking to prohibit the testing and development of nuclear weapons. In each case, over 100 countries voted for the resolutions. On 2 occasions in 1982 and 1983, the U.S. was the only country that vetoed resolutions seeking to prohibit the testing and development of new systems of weapons of mass destruction. On 2 occasions in 1982 and 1983, the U.S. was the only country that voted against resolutions seeking to prohibit the escalation of the arms race into space, with an overwhelming 147 countries voting for the resolution on one of the occasions. The United States and Israel were the only countries that cast dissenting votes on each of 11 different 1981 resolutions condemning Israel for its atrocious human rights abuses committed against the Palestinians. 181. The United States was the only country that vetoed on each of 13 resolutions from 1981 to 1983 condemning various aspects of apartheid in South Africa or calling for an end to apartheid. The United States was the only country opposed to resolutions calling for education, healthcare, nourishment, and national development to be considered basic human rights in 3 separate resolutions from 1981 to 1983. The U.S. was the only nation that voted against protections against products that harm the environment and/or pose public health risks in 1982 and 1986. Each time the vote was 146 to 1. The U.S. was the only dissenting vote on resolutions affirming the right of every nation to self-determination of its economic and social systems free of outside intervention in 1981 and 1983. In 1983 the vote was 131 to 1. On December 7, 1987, Resolution 42/159 called for measures to prevent terrorism, research into the underlying political and economic causes of terrorism, convening a conference to define terrorism, and differentiating it from the struggle of people for national liberation. The vote was 153 to 2, with the US and Israel vetoing. Maybe they were afraid of where the trail of terrorism evidence would lead. Also on December 7, 1987, Resolution 42/101 called for a convention on the rights of the child. The results of the vote were 150 to 1, with the US being the only nation to abstain. The United States has refrained from signing more international human rights treaties than any other nation. It's no wonder why the United Nations kicked the United States off their Human Rights Commission on May 4, 2001. 182. Environment. TF The troubles from environmentalists cannot be solved in the jury box or at the ballot box, perhaps the cartridge box should be used. Former Interior Secretary James Watt. Today, the dramatic threat of ecological breakdown is teaching us the extent to which greed and selfishness, both individual and collective, are contrary to the order of creation. Pope John Paul II. Only after the last tree has been cut down. Only after the last river has been poisoned. Only after the last fish has been caught. Only then you will find that money cannot be eaten. An anonymous Cree Indian. One issue that will have an unfathomable effect on the entire world and our descendants is the environment. Forests are disappearing rapidly. Commercial logging poses the single biggest threat to the Earth's ancient forests, with 70% of them affected by it. Experts predict that the forests of the Philippines will be wiped out by 2025. Indonesia may suffer a similar fate, with 70% of the raw timber being supplied by illegal logging. 80% of that which is logged in the Amazon once done so illegally. 20,000 square kilometers of the Brazilian Amazon is deforested every year. The Amazon has lost 600,000 square kilometers in the last 30 years. The US imports over 70% of the mahogany from the Amazon, and has high import rates of other products of illegal logging. The previously examples are the norm. Forests are being destroyed all over the world. Studies show that orangutans will be extinct in the wild in 5 to 10 years if current levels of forest destruction continue. Thousands of other plant and animal species will share that same fate. Estimates reveal that 30% of the current species on the planet are likely to disappear by 2050. The United Nations Environmental Programme reported that the destruction of tropical rainforests has already gone too far to prevent irreversible damage and it is too late to regain the planet's former biodiversity. 183. The world's oceans are also being exploited. From Japan and Norway's whaling to the toxic waste dumping of corporations, the seas are bound to lose countless more species and become more contaminated, just like the lands. The hole in the ozone layer is now 10.5 million square miles. It's 2.5 times the size of Europe. NASA acknowledged that global surface temperatures in 1998 set a new record by a wide margin. The US has made its contribution to global warming as the main offender, producing more greenhouse gases than any other country in the world. Like so many other problems, military experimentation and production and industrial greed are main suspects in the destruction of the environment. At the Earth Summit Environmental Conference in Brazil in June of 1992, over 100 countries met to discuss and work on environmental issues. At this summit, statistics were revealed showing the armed forces of the world were responsible for 2/3 of the gases that depleted the ozone layer. When suggestions were made that the Earth Summit look further into the effects of the military on environmental degradation, the United States adamantly objected and single-handedly defeated the suggestion. The US is largely responsible for much of the damage to the environment. The US consumes much more oil and natural gas than any other country. The US is enormously the biggest contributor of carbon dioxide emissions. It has more carbon dioxide emissions than Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, India, Indonesia, Germany, Italy, Mexico, and the United Kingdom combined. The US produces more municipal waste than any other country. The average amount of waste produced by each American is 720 kilograms per year. Corporations are responsible for the biggest share of toxins and pollution in the world. Dow Chemical Company is one of the worst. Dow Chemical is the world's largest producer of chlorine, which creates dioxin, the most toxic synthetic chemical known to man. Dioxin causes birth defects, damage to the immune system, and damage to the reproductive system. Dow Chemical produces 40 million tons of chlorine each year. Dow has been fined over $1 million by the Environmental Protection Agency for its continuous abuses of the 184. Environment and ignoring of health standards. Considering how much money Dow Chemical makes while destroying the earth, these fines aren't even a slap on the wrist. Many have blamed the corporate world for environmental destruction. Businessman Paul Hawken wrote, "Quite simply, our business practices are destroying the life on earth. Given current corporate practices, not one wildlife reserve, wilderness, or indigenous culture will survive the global market economy. We know that every natural system on the planet is disintegrating. The land, water, air, and sea have been functionally transformed from life-supporting systems into repositories for waste. There is no polite way to say that business is destroying the world. President George W. Bush is making a strong contribution to destroying what's left of nature. He broke his campaign promise to invest $100 million per year in rainforest conservation. He broke his campaign promises to regulate carbon dioxide emissions. He cancelled the 2004 deadline for automakers to develop prototype high-mileage cars. He cut funding for research into renewable energy resources by 50%. On July 23, 2001, he pulled the U.S. out of the 1997 Kyoto Protocol Agreement on global warming, which was signed by 178 other countries. Bush approved of a controversial plan to open Florida's eastern shore for oil and gas development. He also announced plans to allow oil drilling in Montana's Lewis and Clark National Forest. He pushed for oil drilling in Alaska. He cut $500 million from the Environmental Protection Agency's budget. Just like many other factors that could improve the world, the powers that be claim that there aren't enough funds for the high cost of alternative energy. They complain about the costs of geothermal plants, hydroelectric plants, solar power, and wind power, yet when it comes to bombing a country and taking over its oil supply, they have unlimited funds. Not surprisingly, environmental problems extend from some basic economic imbalances. In its review, Global Environment Outlook 2000, the UN Environmental Programme warns about full-scale emergencies that may be looming on the horizon, and concludes that the continued poverty of the majority of 185. The planet's inhabitants and the excessive consumption by the minority are the two major causes of environmental degradation. 186. The American hypocrisy. The preceding pages were filled with facts and examples of why America is the land of hypocrisy. It claims to protect freedom, while denying millions of their right to live. It claims to be the land of the free, while granting fewer guaranteed rights to its citizens than most industrialized nations. It proclaims one nation, under God, and in God we trust, while violating the commandments and teachings of the major religions. It claims to encourage free trade and capitalism while using tax dollars to help the rich get richer. It claims to be remaining competitive in today's market, while firing hard workers and exploiting cheap labor around the globe. It claims to be a democracy while it acts strictly in the interests of its corporate sponsors. It claims liberty and justice for all while executing innocent humans and depriving an enormous percentage of the world of basic human rights. It claims to be launching peacekeeping missions while it drops napalm and bombs on civilians from the sky above. It claims to be giving humanitarian aid while piling up human corpses in the streets and rivers. It claims to be stopping the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction while it builds upon its massive arsenal of such weapons. It claims to be fighting terrorism while it assassinates political leaders and bombs civilian buildings. It claims to be liberating Iraq while illegally slaughtering civilians with massive bombs. It claims to be protecting truth while it blatantly lies and deceives the masses. It claims to have a free press while it suppresses independent voices from radio, television, and print. Soldiers claim to be serving their country while actually serving the interests of the politicians and corporate elite. Section 4. What now? 187. By I. J. Tidesy. Pilri. R.I. Hi. QJ. IIU, MS equals we yen, 7, IOEI equals air pat air, pew. A TEGEEY pa. A TI IGA. IE has SAESDF. Vienna, Cities and OIA, EOAF. TE we trot asterisk win ol AE. TC a here regis. 2 a they for me pi IEEE, 20 AE abate thy. ETEEIO we DLN. SE animin IAEMT, if. IRR, C totab salaval bo SGYOE. AIBWIG so XERFI, woman was UI on sisify EE. A is EE. A Imanez Air Sly 2 EE Honorukes EE, AW Hail A Segui 4 AKIAB, ARNIS. AE Bag SSUI, She AE Ezarine FAE where TECAAS TET I is SEITEEYEET 5. Des Hates Pag TE Boa, PN, TEAEAHH Wages IAIA. On is Agra BP's Hone Peri. Paels ing docs ana elen baon eemion. A CATE Pikia, SIXSWIEENTIAAE Nahir IME AE Beats, Tez un, Cage Maya EET High Hives equals SG High Psych. C7 Marshi Y on Rafe et 29 AEV et Sani led Shapi SIEIIE en ed Oli en Eatu. F Bay thy SE Re, in Taike. A BA Pine. XE Copyright, F. 3 EU equals G cent VE equals, IY. I. NI. 4, JF Ma OA Itmaya. Art ATIV Po 45 TE plus I5 Rainian. Vas SAC VIIAL Area OEFLJ Pa TS Low, IE. Dian 7 New York Halk AME. EY /@ LE, Pi EKE, P, IBANS POW A, Iran YI6 Pi LPAGAF Lent IE or. 189. The chickens come home to roost. Fighting terrorism with terrorism. Children killed by the U.S. As should have been expected, after spreading so much methodical bloodshed all over the world, bloodshed returned to the United States mainland on September 11, 2001. The death toll was about 3,000, only 0.1% of the 3 million Vietnamese killed by U.S. aggression. The number of casualties from the attacks on September 11 was also much lower than the over 30,000 children who died from starvation and easily curable diseases on that exact same day. For those who only value American lives, keep in mind that over 7,500 Americans suffered cigarette-related deaths that same week. This is not to devalue the American lives lost on September 1 th. It was a horrible incident. All human lives are equally precious, but it is important not to single out September 11, when so much death and destruction exist in this world, often brought upon by the United States. It is important not to use the loss of innocent lives on September 11 to justify the taking of many more innocent lives. Some very angry people backed the retaliation on September 11. Just read any interview with Osama bin Laden that took place. 190. Before the attack, they were angry at the United States for its support of authoritarian and brutal regimes. They were angry at America's continuous intervention to block any movement towards democracy and economic development, especially in third world countries. They were angry at America for supporting Saddam Hussein through the worst of his atrocities, including gassing the Kurds. They were very angry at the U.S. for its continued genocide on Iraqi people through bombing and sanctions. They were angry at the U.S. for its relentless economic, diplomatic, and military support for Israel and its invasion and occupation of Palestine. The people who organized the attack on September 11 were completely counterproductive in their goals. America is now even more paranoid, intrusive, and violent than before. The U.S. was given a reason to destroy Afghanistan that the people would cheer for. Even though so-called terrorists are violent, self-destructive, and counterproductive, most of them are rational human beings. They are concerned about social, political, or religious injustice, and are willing to do whatever it takes to battle against such injustices, even if it requires giving up their own lives. It's good when people dedicate their lives to opposing atrocities and injustice. It's not good when they turn towards violence out of feelings of hopelessness and desperation. Now America has a vague new evil to make its public fear: terrorism. This was the answer to the prayers of many corporations with defense contracts, military personnel, and politicians who feared that irrational spending on military would fade after the decreased fear in the previous evil of communism. These warmongers can now justify an endless, bloodthirsty, moral quest to wipe out any human beings viewed by the U.S. as terrorists or those who harbor terrorism. The behavior of the media was consistent. From the constantly repeated videotapes of the airplanes crashing into the World Trade Center to David Letterman's formulation of opinions based on absolute ignorance, the media led the cry for revenge. The media also refused to look into why America is the target of hatred and violence. Any such questions were quickly dismissed as the media zombies proclaimed, "Terrorists hate our freedom and democracy." No one ever asked why. 191. Countries with more freedom have not been targeted by terrorists. During the war, the media blatantly ignored the countless thousands of civilian casualties in Afghanistan, but dedicated hours to the deaths of Marine pilots who died in helicopter accidents. President Bush repeatedly called the September 11 attacks cowardly. The hypocrisy of this statement is quite obvious. Dropping bombs on millions of civilians in Southeast Asia, killing mostly women and children, while comfortably hovering in the sky above is truly cowardly. Dropping a single atomic bomb to kill 100,000 people in Hiroshima is certainly cowardly. Training, arming, and funding Central American Contras and death squads to carry out massive gruesome bloodshed in order to protect U.S. economic interest is cowardly. Using unmanned drone aircraft to bomb the women and children of Afghanistan is absolutely cowardly. Nearly all Americans have forgotten the fact that these people who are called terrorists are the same exact people that President Reagan called freedom fighters. Most Americans are completely unaware that the Taliban came to power with CIA funding and advising. Most Americans are unaware of the advanced warnings of the attacks and the suspicious behaviors occurring around September 11. They aren't aware that in 1996, Abdul Hakim Murad confessed plans to hijack planes and crash them into buildings. They aren't aware that shortly before September 11, 2001, FBI agents warned their superiors that Al-Qaeda was planning kamikaze-style attacks on New York and Washington, D.C. They don't realize that according to law, there should have been Air Force jets scrambled at 8:15 a.m. that morning instead of launching at 9:35 a.m. after the damage was done. They don't realize that President Bush personally asked Democratic leader Tom_Daschle to limit congressional investigation into the events of September 11. Most Americans are unaware of the Bush and bin Laden partnership. They don't know about George W. Bush heading Arbusto, an oil company partly financed by the bin Laden family. They don't know about the Taliban's visit to Texas in 1995 to arrange Unocal pipeline plans with Halliburton Incorporated. They don't know about how George and Barbara Bush stayed at the bin Laden Palace in Saudi Arabia during visits. Most Americans are unaware of President George W. Bush sending a plane to escort bin Laden family members out of the U.S. immediately after September 11, despite the FBI's objections. Most Americans are unaware that President George W. Bush gave the Taliban $43 million in May 2001, less than 4 months before the attacks in America. The $43 million was given as a gift, even though Washington was completely aware of the oppression caused by the Taliban and the Taliban's links to past American attacks. Yes, American tax dollars funded the attacks that killed 3,000 Americans. The hypocrisy of George W. Bush declaring an eternal war against those who finance terror is indisputable. If Americans truly want to hunt down the financiers of terror and those responsible for 9/11, they need to target the White House and Pentagon. News coverage showed footage of Iraqis and other people, many of them children, celebrating in the streets after the events of September 11. Americans were disgusted by this and couldn't understand how these people could be celebrating. Imagine that you are an Iraqi child. Your father was forced at gunpoint to join Saddam's army. He was shot dead by U.S. planes while surrendering. Your mother was killed by a cluster bomb. All your siblings were infected with cholera, because of the contaminated water that resulted from U.S. bombings of treatment plants. There was no way to treat your siblings, because U.S. sanctions blocked out the needed medication. Your siblings all die. If one day you found out that U.S. military and economic centers were attacked and damaged, there's a good chance that you would celebrate with others in the streets. On August 15, 2002, it was announced that about 600 family members of September 11 victims filed a $1 trillion lawsuit against the Sudanese government, Saudi officials, banks, and charities for supposedly funding the attacks on September 11. First of all, it was President George W. Bush who gave a gift of $43 million to the Taliban in May of 2001. Maybe this lawsuit should be made against the Bush administration. Secondly, if family members of the victims of American violence were to file lawsuits of equal monetary value per victim, the amount would be in the quadrillions. There isn't enough money in the entire world to pay such a settlement. An eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind. Mahatma Gandhi. The US did of course get its vengeance, but the primary victims were the people of Afghanistan who had nothing to do with the Taliban and were victims of it. An estimated 3,767 civilians were killed in the first 9 weeks alone. On October 16, 2001, U.S. Navy planes bombed 6 food-filled Red Cross warehouses in Afghanistan. In one attack that took place on November 30 and December 1, 2001, the U.S. bombed 3 villages 25 miles south of Jalalabad. On December 30, 2001, the U.S. struck the village of Nizakala, killing about 100 civilians, mostly women and children. According to the UN, unarmed women and children were chased and killed by American helicopters, as they fled to shelter or as they tried to rescue survivors. Another publicly known incident occurred on July 1, 2002 when the U.S. bombed a wedding party, killing 48 and injuring over 100. In addition to the thousands of civilians who were bombed in their villages, millions were affected by the embargo on food and the imposed restrictions on food and supplies that followed. The New York Times reported that 7.5 million people in Afghanistan were in great need of a loaf of bread during the winter of 2001 to 2002. As if the hunger wasn't bad enough, many got to experience freezing temperatures without proper clothing or shelter. An interesting obsession that developed shortly after the War on Terror began was the anthrax scare. It was on the cover of magazines everywhere, and Americans were freaking out over the whole affair. The amazing thing is that there were only a few anthrax-related deaths during the period, yet so many Americans were scared as hell. Over 1,000 Americans die every day from cigarette-related causes and over 80 are killed every day by guns. If Americans are going to freak out about anything, shouldn't it be over cigarettes and guns? Cigarettes killed more Americans in 10 minutes than anthrax did during the one-month scare. 194. On December 11, 2001, after seeing the Taliban's fall and the eventual capture on the horizon, President Bush stated that rogue states would be targeted next, and said the following: America's next priority in the war on terrorism is to protect against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and the means to deliver them. The authors of mass murder must be defeated and never allowed to gain or use the weapons of mass destruction. Rogue states are clearly the most likely source of chemical and biological and nuclear weapons for terrorists. We cannot accept and we will not accept states that harbor, finance, train, or equip the agents of terror. Those nations that violate this principle will be regarded as hostile regimes. It's astonishing that so few Americans see the hypocrisy. When Bush describes rogue states, he is describing America. America is most guilty of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. America is the #1 source of weaponry for terrorists. America harbors, finances, trains, and equips the agents of terror more than all other nations combined. Shortly after his declaration against rogue states, Bush announced that the United States would violate the 1972 Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. Bush made this decision, despite global opposition to doing such, especially from China and Russia. The Patriot Act and other repressive measures were rapidly established following September 11. The Patriot Act alone blatantly violates 6 amendments of the Bill of Rights addendum to the U.S. Constitution. The LST amendments guarantees of freedom of speech, right to assembly, and right to petition are violated. The Fourth Amendment's issue of probable cause is violated, along with its prohibitions against unreasonable search and seizure. The Patriot Act violates the Fifth Amendment's guarantee that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law by allowing indefinite incarcerations without a trial. The Sixth Amendment's guaranteed right to a speedy and public trial is violated. The Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment is violated. The 13th Amendment's prohibition of punishment without conviction is also violated. The Patriot Act also opens the door for the FBI to have total access to any personal data and the CIA to target Americans for surveillance. It appears that the soldiers who fought and died for our 195 freedom did so in vain, since America's own politicians are taking the freedoms away. Not only does the Patriot Act cancel out America's own Bill of Rights, it also violates international law. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights states, "No one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrests, detention, or exile, and everyone is entitled in full equality to a fair and public hearing." After September 11, over 1,200 people, mostly Arabs and Muslims, were rounded up by the FBI and kept in detention. Many of these people were detained on the basis of no evidence at all and without contact with a lawyer. The government refused to reveal the identities, nationalities, and whereabouts of the detained people. Many of them disappeared from their family and friends without a trace. Mohammed Gondal was imprisoned for 125 days, without being charged with any crime connected to terrorism. Iqbal Tahir spent over 2.5 months in jail, without any charges. Nasser Mustafa spent 67 days in the federal detention center before being released. These are just 3 of over 1,200 human beings, many of whom are still unaccounted. They who can give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety, deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. The fearful masses have happily surrendered their civil rights and constitutional protections after September 11, thinking that their government will protect them from the monsters it has created, funded, and motivated. People are being detained without evidence and are found guilty until proven innocent. The Justice Department expanded its authority to eavesdrop on attorney-client conversation, eroding more rights. Freedom of speech is also a thing of the past. Anyone expressing discontent with America is subjecting themselves to social scorn, government surveillance, and possible detainment. There have even been teachers chastised and suspended for presenting nonviolent, alternative views in media and political classes. Some, such as Dr. Sami Alarian, have been fired for expressing their views outside of the workplace. 196. At the beginning of 2002, President George W. Bush proposed the largest military increase in 2 decades. This increase adds $48 billion to the already astronomical annual military budget. This increase alone is larger than any other country's military budget, with the exception of Japan. Before adding $48 billion to the amount spent on military every year, Bush cut $39 million from federal spending on libraries. Reduced the Community Access Program by 86%. The Community Access Program coordinates care for people without health insurance. Cut funding for the Girls and Boys Clubs of America programs in public housing by $60 million. Cut $15.7 million from programs dealing with child abuse and neglect. Cut health care benefits for war veterans. Attempted to eliminate Reading is Fundamental, which gives free books to poor children. The pro-war patriots have a hard time seeing any alternatives to violence. The worst thing about all this is that so many people are obsessing about the American deaths on September 11, but they aren't doing a damn thing to stop the continuous deaths of more civilians. Haven't the tragic events of September 11 taught them how precious life is? Why do they demand policies that will slaughter more innocent lives, instead of doing what they can to save children dying right now, at this very moment? As shown earlier, the US has been supplying and empowering terrorists all over the world, the Taliban, Saddam Hussein, General Suharto, Roberto D'Aubuisson, the list goes on and on. The best way to reduce terrorism in this world is to stop participating in it. This is something that the US politicians have trouble comprehending, as they choose to escalate terrorism instead. They choose to terrorize foreign soils and continue to create, train, and fund armies that will carry out acts of terrorism. They choose destruction over construction. They choose war over peace. They choose hate over love. 197. Dissent in these times. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked, and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. Hermann Goering. The fanatical patriotism has created an atmosphere in which those even moderately critical of the government and/or US policies is branded as an un-American traitor who supports terrorists. Just as the paranoid, angry mob of Salem villagers targeted anyone exhibiting nonconformist behavior, the flag-waving warmongers have focused their crosshairs on anyone who doesn't join the irrational clan with blind, unconditional support. There have never been so many Americans infuriated at pacifists in recent history as there were shortly after September 11, 2001. The bloodthirsty masses can't understand why there are people opposed to violence. Many have declared the protesters would change their tune if they lost a loved one on September 11. These bigots don't acknowledge that there are many family members of 9/11 victims who have been outspoken about peace, and many even participating in anti-war protests. They even formed a peace organization of victims' family members opposed to war called Peaceful Tomorrows. The extreme patriots don't quite grasp the death and destruction caused by the cycle of violence and are completely ignorant as to how the terrorists were created and why there are many people upset with US policies. 198. The inevitable. Believe that there will ultimately be a clash between the oppressed and those who do the oppressing. I believe that there will be a clash between those who want freedom, justice, and equality for everyone and those who want to continue the system of exploitation. I believe that there will be that kind of clash, but I don't think it will be based on the color of the skin. Malcolm X. It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. Emiliano Zapata. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. John F. Kennedy. Too many people have suffered for the benefit of so few for too long. This current arrangement where the rich and powerful exploit and oppress the masses of this planet for the sake of greed and control cannot exist forever. Eventually, the oppressed will not take it anymore, even if their only other option is death. It isn't surprising when people desperately turn towards violence out of disgust of the current system. If people behave violently when expressing discontent with their oppressors, it's only because their oppressors have not left them any options. There are rebellious people in this world who believe that violence is their only option. They see nonviolence and pacifism as ineffective. They believe that the only way to get their message across to the oppressors is through the only language that the oppressors seem to understand, violence. Violence is the US government's primary form of communication and favorite option. As shown in previous sections, countless recent incidents that could have been resolved peacefully were resolved with bloodshed. There are those who may take out their anger with America on American citizens. They might justify aggression against civilians because the US has targeted civilians in countries all over the world. 199. They might justify civilian casualties because it is with civilian financing that the military has slaughtered innocent lives. They might justify civilian casualties by pointing out that the masses are blissfully ignorant and don't say or do anything to change the greedy, violent ways of their government. Let's hope that any future revolutionary movements will avoid violence. The use of violent aggression to achieve true, lasting peace is hypocritical, counterproductive, and self-defeating. The suppressed masses who rise up against their oppressors should not lower themselves to the standards of their oppressors by using death and destruction. 200. Solutions and change. When I despair, I remember that all through history the way of truth and love has always won. There have been tyrants and murderers and for a time they can seem invincible. But in the end, they always fall. Think of it, always. Gandhi. Hatred paralyzes life, love releases it. Hatred confuses life, love harmonizes it. Hatred darkens life, love illuminates it. Martin Luther King Jr. The true revolutionary ones guided by a great feeling of love. Che Guevara. The previous sections have shown how the United States of America has been destroying the earth and the life it contains. The United States will do as it pleases, guided by power and profit, unless constrained from within or overwhelming external pressure. If human equality is to be forever averted, if the high, as we have called them, are to keep their places permanently, then the prevailing mental condition must be controlled insanity. George Orwell, 1984. As stated before, too many people have been oppressed for the benefit of too few. This relationship can't last forever. Any lasting solution must involve a collective constructive effort for a better tomorrow. Handouts may provide immediate relief to those in need, but if the institutions that have created their impoverished or oppressed situations are still functioning, then not much will change in the long run. First and foremost, we as human beings must realize that we are all part of something grand. We are all united and related as members of the human race. That is real. It is our fundamental nature. The imaginary lines drawn upon the soil of this earth are not real. We must wipe out all these imaginary boundaries in our minds and start to think of all children of this world as our own. If we had this 201 mindset, slavery would have never existed, the atomic bombs would have never been dropped on Japan, and so on. If we looked upon each other as our brothers and sisters, crime and war would plummet. If we quit getting wrapped up in our own little selfish worlds, and actually tried to understand others and imagine being in their shoes, suppression and exploitation would basically end. There never was a good war or a bad peace. Benjamin Franklin. All forms of violence, especially war, are totally unacceptable as means to settle disputes between and among nations, groups, and persons. Dalai Lama. Nonviolence leads to the highest ethics, which is the goal of all evolution. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. Thomas Edison. We must realize that violence is rarely effective, and its costs drastically outweigh its benefits. If violence were effective, we would have had a peaceful planet ages ago. One crucial step toward a better tomorrow is educating oneself. It is vital that all the people of the earth look back at history, learn from it, and refrain from the repetition of past mistakes. In every war, the government and media have convinced its citizens that they are fighting for justice and that they are the good guys. They claim that those they are attacking are evil and assure the population that no innocent bystanders are intentionally being caused to suffer. This has never been the case and never will be. There will never be a government honest enough to admit that its main interest in a war is to ensure prosperity for the rich, not to defend democracy and protect your freedoms. There will never be a president honest enough to admit that U.S. forces overseas are slaughtering civilians and that the poor are dying for the benefit of the rich. Americans get caught up in their flag waving, forget about history, and ignore the current facts, which could be found if they looked in the right places. The truth about the U.S. violence overseas is not documented and made available to the general public until it is too late. Because the people who suffered and died are just statistics who the general public have never met, the public quickly forgets about prior. 202. Civilian calamities. The U.S. then takes advantage of the public's forgetful nature by repeating the exact same mistakes and atrocities again, with the same supporters waving their flags. When ignorance reigns, life is lost. Zach de la Rocha. One of the most crucial steps towards justice is to educate the masses and expose the hypocrisy that governs America. It's crucial that the people of America and the rest of the world have full access to all the real information that affects their lives and the lives of everyone on the planet. Independent media is a necessity. Independent media has the capability of bringing people together with limited resources who can multiply their effectiveness through their interactions and efforts. Independent media is a democratic threat that is greatly feared by the oppressors. The federal government, FCC, and major corporations will do almost anything to stop this from happening. It is difficult to start and maintain an independent FM station without corporate sponsorship or funding. It takes major funding to start a widespread publication also. The odds are also very slim of getting anything profound and meaningful produced in Hollywood. The internet is a great tool for independent media, but it is limited because so many people can't afford computers or access. Don't give up hope though. Exposing the truth can be done, especially with enough support and organization. It won't be easy considering America's powerful propaganda choir and all the information it hides. The US government classifies millions of documents each year, some of which are declassified 50 years later, some of which will be shredded or forever hidden from public eyes. The powers that be can shred paper, but they can't shred the truth. One major problem is that those who need change and revolution the most are too busy working for their next meal to bring about change and revolution. People are going to have to make some major sacrifices in our attempt to create a better world. Coordinated group efforts are absolutely necessary. We must work together. This can be hard in a society that stresses the importance of individual gain. People get stuck in their daily routine of going to work for the day, coming home, watching TV, eating dinner, and going to sleep. They repeat this process day after day so that they can pay 203 their bills, feel secure, and possibly save up some money for a big purchase or for retirement. This toiling for needs and wants creates an almost inescapable cycle. We are in a world where the alternative, non-traditional route is seldom taken. In order to bring about a better world, we are going to need more people to take the alternative route of social struggles. This is a difficult choice, especially when you need food on your plate, but the work and time that people would sacrifice could lead to a much better tomorrow for their children. Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. John F. Kennedy. I am not only a pacifist, but a militant pacifist. I am willing to fight for peace. Nothing will end war unless the people themselves refuse to go to war. Albert Einstein. The military infrastructure is so inherent to the American government that it was seemingly impossible to significantly diminish the armed forces. In all likelihood, this goal cannot be accomplished within the current political structure. No one with such goals would ever get substantial contributions or effective lobbying, and no one in the government would ever let that happen without a bloody fight. The military mind is dominant in Washington, and many in office served and/or have strong ties with the military. If military were reduced to the level of most other nations, millions of jobs would be lost. Many corporations with defense contracts would go bankrupt. Many employees would be laid off. Many soldiers would be sent home. Many politicians would lose funding. A positive alternative to military waste would be giving disarmament contracts to former weapons manufacturers and true humanitarian Peace Corps type missions to former soldiers. There are many ways that the money and people dedicated to the armed forces could transcend to a position more beneficial to America and the rest of the world. By reducing the military to the size of other industrialized nations, the U.S. could easily provide its citizens with the best education, jobs, and health care on the planet. As previously stated, only a fraction of the current military budget would be required to supply basic social 204 services to everyone on the planet. The U.S. could become a model for humanitarian aid, instead of destructive, military aid. The U.S. could save tens of millions of lives. This is an idea the poor and oppressed of this world would love and appreciate. The same can't be said about the rich war advocates. The only way military excess and empowerment of the filthy rich will ever end is by a mass movement of the people. The powers that be can kill the revolutionary without much effort, but killing the revolution itself is not an easy task. Think that people want peace so much that one of these days government had better get out of their way and let them have it. Dwight D. Eisenhower. As shown in previous sections, it is the United States that has initiated and/or maintained the suffering and downtrodden conditions that has victimized so many within and outside of the US. It is up to the billions of people who've been affected by US oppression and exploitation to unite against the military/corporate machine inherent to America. It is also the responsibility of all of us, as members of the human race, to support people who rise up against oppression. If you were being oppressed by powerful entities, you would need help from others. Therefore, you should do what you can to help those currently being victimized. It is the responsibility of all of us to end imperialism and bring about true democracy, instead of the violent hypocrisy that exists today. It is the responsibility of all of us to bring about a better tomorrow for all the children of the world, not just the rich elite. Social justice cannot be attained by violence. Violence kills what it intends to create. Pope John Paul II. The alteration of the current U.S. military, media, political, and corporate infrastructures cannot be brought upon by violence. We should not fight fire with fire. Any rebellion that embraces violence would be a mass suicide, if not the end of the world. The U.S. is superior in violence beyond any comprehension. 205. May the arms race and the commerce in weapons that bring only devastation and death truly end. Fidel Castro, September 1, 2001. Basically, this empire can only function with our complicity, and it will only fall when we decide that we no longer will allow this government to exist. Brian Wilson. Strike against war, for without you no battles can be fought. Strike against manufacturing shrapnel and gas bombs and all other tools of murder. Strike against preparedness that means death and misery to millions of human beings. Be not dumb, obedient slaves in an army of destruction. Be heroes in an army of construction. Helen Keller. The military infrastructure cannot exist without financial backing. One possible method of improving the situation would be to go after the backbone of the infrastructure, money. If many stopped financially supporting the U.S. government and U.S. corporations, it would be hard for the infrastructure to continue building weapons and exploiting humans. In order to encourage the termination of support for these institutions, another step is required. This primary step is changing the media. Truth is the most inspirational and crucial ingredient in bringing about change. If people were more educated and knew about the horrible actions of the government, military, and corporations, many of them would not be able to stand for it in good conscience. The U.S. government makes positive change virtually impossible with its bureaucratic runaround. Civil disobedience seems to be much more effective than playing the government's game. Take sanctions on Iraq for example. A number of organizations spent many years, immense effort, and as much money as possible trying to end the sanctions, but saw little progress. The politicians who they lobbied refused to change their dogmatic, self-serving minds. They couldn't see things from other perspectives. Groups such as Voices in the Wilderness seemed to be more directly effective. They blatantly violated U.S. laws by bringing food, medicine, and water purification tools to dying children. They probably saved hundreds of lives, but faced jail time and steep fines for their altruism. In fact, in 2002, 3 VITW members were fined $10,000 each for bringing 206 medicine to hospitals in Iraq. VITW, itself, was also fined $20,000. $50,000 in fines for trying to save innocent lives is a reflection of how cold-hearted U.S. authorities are. Those who want change don't have power, and those who have power don't want change. Effective change cannot be accomplished within the current power structure, so we must change the power structure. The inevitable ingredient in all solutions is the radical redistribution of wealth and power. This might be the most difficult struggle of all time, considering how lopsided the wealth and power is and how unwilling the people who have it are to giving it up, but it must and will happen eventually. Their dominance and exploitation of the vast majority cannot simply continue forever. The root of basically all problems in this world is materialism. Materialism is the driving force behind corporate greed, military dominance, exploitation of lower classes, imperialism, drug dealing, theft, neighborhood crime, and all other forms of individual and group wrongdoing. Whether petty thieves are stealing car stereos, or CEOs are robbing shareholders for yachts and beach houses, their motives seem to always be materialistic. As members of the human race, we must try our best to let go of selfishness and materialism, and convert that negative energy into care and giving. Now is the time for all of us to act. It is our responsibility to make a contribution toward a better world. If we don't take it upon ourselves to change things, no one will. Struggle and change require sacrifice, but the rewards will benefit all forms of life. After our lives are over, the only real lasting effects from our presence on Earth are the changes we've made in the lives of others. The fate of our planet, our loved ones, and our descendants rests upon us all. Unite, organize, educate others, take action, and let love be your guide.